Hey everyone, welcome to the Buzzing About Romance Read-a-Thon for National Read a Book Day. Today's shenanigans will be hosted by myself, Becky, and joining me is podcast contributor Carolina. You can find her as Curl Up with Books on Instagram. Hey Carolina, thanks for coming on today.
Hello. Thanks for doing this. I'm so excited.
This was actually Carolina's little idea. She's like, "We're doing something for National Read a Book Day, right?" And I'm like, "Yes, sure."
It's September 6th. Let's do something.
And thus we're having a readathon. So National Read a Book Day is today, September 6th. It calls all book lovers to indulge in their favorite hobby guilt-free. Bringing new worlds to life, books enlighten us and bring us the ever sought after HEA, at least for us, because we love our romance. We're celebrating with 14 amazing romance authors all day long right here on the YouTube. Make sure you stick around or check back in with us often as we have tons of fun stuff and giveaways throughout the day you will not want to miss. Rules of the day. You can ask all the questions in the chat and we'll do our best to answer them. In the description of the video, the link, the places to connect with us, Buzzing About Romance, but we will throughout the day be sharing links how to connect and find all of our amazing romance authors. So, first up for National Read a Book Day Readathon is Mariah Ankenman. Welcome back to the podcast.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me back. I'm so excited to be here.
We are so excited to have you. You are always a delight. I did see on TikTok you made pumpkin spice vodka.
Vodka. Yes.
I might want that recipe, friend.
It's so good. I'm going to do a video tutorial pretty soon. I have to find a pumpkin because that was my old bottle that I made a while ago. And I need to do a video showing everybody how I do pumpkin spice infused vodka. I can't find pumpkins anywhere. Come on, we have all the fake pumpkins are out and there's pumpkin puree, but no, I want a fresh pumpkin.
Yeah.
So as soon as I find one, I promise everybody I will post a video about it and teach you all how to make. It's so good. It goes in so many different drinks. You put in coffee, cocoa, tea. You can make a martini with it. Oh my gosh, it's so good. It's so good.
Sounds great. I will tell you, in our house, we have a composter, and every year that we garden, at the end of the season, we put our pumpkins in it from the kids, jack-o'-lanterns and decoration stuff. And then every spring and summer, it's like a surprise to see how many pumpkins we get. So we have pumpkins, we think. They're
we
weird
did that
colors.
last year. We had pumpkins in our garden last year, but this year we kind of dropped the ball on the whole garden thing. It's a bit of a mess.
It's fair. You're getting tons of compliments on the hair color today, friend. Everybody loves the pink.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's Punky Brand, which I just started using. Punky Brand. Highly recommend it. That stuff is amazing. It smells a little bad, but it stays in your hair like nobody's business. It is awesome. I love them.
Nice. Okay, so Carolina, will you read us Mariah's bio and then we will get into what book you are reading with us?
Yes. Okay. Best-selling author Mariah Ankenman lives in the beautiful Rocky Mountains with her two rambunctious daughters and loving husband who provide ample inspiration for her heart-stopping heroes. Mariah loves to lose herself in the world of words. Her favorite thing about writing is when she can make someone's day a little brighter with one of her books. To learn more about Mariah and her books, follow her along on social media and sign up for her newsletter.
The title of the book that you are reading for us is The Wedding Dilemma.
Yeah.
Look at that cover. You do firemen so well. This is not
Thank you.
This is not your only fireman romance either. You have several.
Yes, this is actually a spin-off series from you can kind of see it on the wall there. That first one, it's called The Best Friend Problem. That's where the firemen started with Finn and Station 42. And after we did the wedding planning series, now we are doing the fireman series. And this is the first book of 3 Sexy Fireman books.
Nice. Okay, so do you want to give us a brief synopsis of what exactly is happening here with Mr. Finn?
Well, this one's Parker. Finn was the first
Parker's
one. Yes.
the other one.
This is Parker. So Parker and Tamsin. So this book is Tamsin is an accident-prone artist, and she gets a body casting stuck on herself and has to call the fire department. So the fire department comes, and of course they are very attractive firemen. And Parker helps her out of her situation, which, you know, when you do a body casting, you don't have anything on under it, but he's very professional, very professional. And so she really hopes she's going to see this guy again. And she does, unfortunately, at their parents' engagement party, because their parents are getting married and now they're about to be future step siblings. And so her future stepbrother has seen the girls.
So
Oh
funny.
no. And they
It
have
is
to
one of the
plan
most-
the parents' wedding shower together. It's oof.
It's such a funny meet cute. It is an awkward, funny meet cute, and I love a meet cute. So if you like a meet cute, this is a book for you. The release date on this was May 17th of 2021, so you can buy this wherever you get your books. Secret Relationship, Future Step Siblings, Firefighters, Opposite Attracts are some of the tropes. Go ahead and read us your excerpt here.
Okay, this is a little bit of when Tamsin and Parker are having dinner to plan out the parents' party, and Tamsin is showing Parker a magic trick. I have in my hand a normal, ordinary quarter, Parker. Will you please take this coin and confirm it's a legitimate one? He grinned. You take your magic tricks very seriously. Shh, she frowned at him. The theatrics are what make the magic work. He chuckled. He'd never been so thoroughly charmed by a woman. Sorry, I'll be good. I seriously doubt that, she muttered under her breath. Now take the quarter. He plucked the coin from her, their fingers grazing at the exchange. Pinpricks of electricity shot up his arm at the contact. Judging by the sharp intake of breath from Tamsin, she felt it too. He rubbed the coin between his fingers, tapping it on the table, but drawing the line at biting it the way people always did in movies, because money was disgusting. Seems legit to me. Thank you. She held out her hand, and he placed the coin back into her palm, purposefully stroking the tips of his fingers along her skin as he did. One dark eyebrow raised, but she didn't call him out on it. He saw the slight tremor in her hand as she curled her fingers around the coin. He really had to stop testing this line they were both dancing on. Good. Now, can you confirm this is an ordinary bottle of water? Feel free to open it and take a sip if you want. He grabbed the bottle, flipping it all around, running his fingers along the plastic. No leaks, no false bottoms. Seemed normal. It even had the safety seal. Again, his brain tried to warn him of something, but the danger was just outside his grasp. He twisted the cap off and lifted the bottle to his lips, but paused before taking a sip. Wait, you're not going to poison me or anything, he joked. I'm an artist. If I was going to kill someone, I'd hack them into pieces, encase those in body casts, and pretend it was an art installation. Probably sell it for a mint, too. He tipped the bottle down. It's kind of terrifying how much you thought of this. Nah. She pushed a lock of dark hair behind her ear. It was a real story. Some artist in the 70s did too much acid and thought his landlord was a giant snake monster trying to devour him. He grabbed an axe and hacked the poor man to death, then tried to cover his crime by dunking the body parts in cement. The cops discovered him mid-dunking, and he was sent to prison for 30 to life. But it's a great line to give the creepers at the bar when they won't take no for an answer. He laughed, bringing the bottle to his lips again. Cold, fresh water filled his mouth. He swallowed the sip and passed the bottle back. I can confirm that this is a normal bottle of water. Thank you. Now, she held up the coin. I will put this quarter on the table. She put the quarter down between them. Now I will place this water bottle on top of the quarter. She waved her hand over the bottle. And say the magic words, presto changeo. He snorted. Presto changeo? Shh. He minded zipping his lips, amused by her dedication to the silly trick. Now look deeply into the bottle and see the quarter in the water's depths. No, from the top, she insisted when he stared through the side. He scooted forward on the chair, leaning over the top of the water bottle, his eye over the opening. How was he supposed to know if the quarter? Suddenly, a gush of water came shooting out of the bottle, hitting Parker square in the face. He sputtered, the sound of Tamsin's bright laughter filling his ears as he wiped the water from his eyes. Oh my God, I can't believe you fell for that. Now he remembered. Ward had shared a video of this a few months ago, some viral prank. It was funny when he saw it, not so funny when it happened to him. But Tamsin's glee was infectious. He found himself grinning as he subtly reached for the water bottle. Touché, but I'm a firefighter, sweetheart. A little water won't make me melt. Of course, you're as sweet as sugar, so if you want to know more, you have to get the book and read the rest.
And it is so worth it. Totally
Yes.
do get the book. So do you do magic? You are like
Not
the
really.
jack of all trades.
I mean, I can do like little card tricks and stuff. people might know I was raised by a clown. So I do face painting, animal balloons, juggling. I do aerials, skits and stuff. Not that great at magic though, but I could do a card trick or two.
That's fair. That's more than I could do. That is more than I could do.
I loved how that moment too was about magic, but not, because it kind of fell right into Parker's like ribbing of the firemen. So she kind of like fit right into all of that as well.
Yeah.
Kept him on his toes.
You.
So funny. So a lot on your TikToks, you have shared a little bit about your journey with being a romance writer. You look very young. That's your latest video. You talk about everyone's like,
Yes.
you're too young to write the spicy romance. And your romances, for being traditional published and being rom-com, they do bring the sexy. So don't worry, friends. These are totally buzzing about romance,
Yes.
sexy approved. So what was the catalyst to write your first romance?
My very first romance? Oh, man. Well, I found romance really late in life. Like I was 25, I think. I was a fantasy reader, like as a kid, all the fantasy books and writing fantasy. But I always loved the relationship aspect of any book, any story. I'm a sucker for love. And then I was at the library one day and I found a book that had a cool cover. I know we're not supposed to judge, but we do. I'm like, this cover's cool. I'm going to read this book. And I got to one of those spicy scenes and I was like, I think this is a romance. This is a romance. I think I love romance. And then I just devoured the entire romance section of the library. And I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to write a romance. And so I then just started writing romance and never looked back. And I just fell in love because the world needs more happily ever afters. It needs more joy, in my opinion.
It does. There is something special about romance and I love it. So right there with you. Let's see here. Oh, everyone's talking about your bottle walking too that you do. Before our last, we had Mariah on for one of our happy hours and she did a bottle walk in honor of coming on our happy hour. You can see those videos on her TikTok with her. So how did you start bottle walking?
That was something I started during the pandemic, at the beginning of the pandemic. So I do aerials and I do it at a studio because, you need rigs and stuff. And for a while there, for a few months, obviously the studio was closed and we couldn't do aerials. And I was like, man, I'm really sad. I want to do this. And one of my aerial friends posted something about bottle walking and said, I'm going to try bottle walking. I was like, oh, I have lots of empty vodka bottles. I could do that. So I'm like, babe, we have to save all our liquor bottles. And so we started saving them. And it just happens to turn out that my favorite brand of vodka, which is Blue Ice, their bottles are perfect for bottle walking because they have this thick, round top and the wide base. And so, yeah, I just started doing it and it's really, really fun. And I've fallen quite a few times, gotten some bruises. Haven't broken anything yet, though.
Knock on wood there.
Yeah, knock on wood. But yes, it's really fun. I like it. I would suggest anyone trying it, maybe watch some videos, get some lessons. It's definitely something you should do with caution because it can be very dangerous.
So, okay, firemen. Is there a special reason for firemen? Because the first 3 books, which are the Mile High Firefighter series.
Oh, the Firefighters, these?
Yeah. Well, no, those are the Firefighters, but the first 3, the Wedding Planners.
Or the Wedding Planners. Mm-hmm.
Yes. They had firefighters in them too. Just the one, right?
Yes. Yeah, just the first book because Finn works at the station, which is where the spinoffs came from. So yeah, it was actually this spinoff kind of came courtesy of my agent, Ava, because in the first book with Finn, you meet his buddies, Warden Diaz. And she's like, Warden Diaz are getting a book, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, they're totally getting a book. So after we did the Mile High Happiness with Entangled, we proposed the Firefighter spinoff. And they're like, yes, firefighters, we love it. Let's do it. Because who doesn't love a sexy, heroic firefighter, And Warden Diaz will be getting their book. Their book is book 3 coming out next year. So, and it's really fun.
I was going to ask, they have some crazy banter themselves, after reading this one. And I'm like, okay, they have to have a book.
Yes.
So can you tease us with who's going to be the second book? Because I really want to know now.
So the second book is O'Neill. O'Neill and his love interest is Lexi, who works at the Denver Youth Center. And their meet cute is hilarious too. So he comes to her office and her office assistant is like, there's a sexy firefighter here for you. And she's like, what? Why would a firefighter be here? My birthday's next week. Maybe my roommate sent me a stripogram. So he comes in and she thinks he's a stripogram and tells him to strip. He's like, ma'am, I'm here for the fire inspection. She's like, oh no. And then they fail the inspection, but they're the youth center. They can't afford the repairs. And so he offers to do the repairs as a favor. And then she offers to be his fake girlfriend as paying the favor back to get his sisters off his back. Because they signed him up for dating sites and stuff. And so she's like, I'll be your fake girlfriend. And then, of course, you know how fake dating works.
I love fake dating, though.
Me
Fake
too.
relationships are crack for me. Goodness.
They're so fun.
They're so fun because it leads to such intricate and then sometimes intimate moments that have that edge of the awkward because it's fake. I just think that it's a great way when the story is spun with the fake trope in it. I love that.
Oh, yes, there's plenty of awkward in the second book.
I like the awkward. I like the awkward.
That's what made this book so fun too, because there were so many awkward moments, and then you have Parker coming to the rescue, and just Tamsin's so embarrassed every single time.
Yeah,
it was so cute.
Yes, I love the awkward because I am myself awkward. So yeah, I love putting people in awkward situations because life is awkward. Love is awkward. Everything is awkward. And if you just embrace it and laugh about it, it makes it so much better.
So we surveyed 100 romance readers to do our own Family Feud styled survey. So we're going to ask you one of our questions, and you can we're just asking for the top 3 answers, okay?
Okay. Whew.
So, name something that will always get you to say yes to a date.
Something that will always get me to say yes to a date.
What do you think made the top 3 from the 100 people we asked?
Are we talking about what the date is or the person asking?
Just something. Just something they maybe either what the date will be or include or maybe the way that's asked.
If they're funny.
Okay, so humor was number 3.
Humor,
number 3.
Creativity, like if the date is creative or something fun.
No, not the top 3.
No. Okay. And their smile. If they have a great smile, I would usually say yes.
Mariah's thinking about this like a romance author.
Try something that they would do. What would they go do?
I don't know. Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. It's been so
You're
long
fine.
since I dated.
So number 1 was food. If they asked them to go out to eat. Tacos was a popular answer for this. Apparently, tacos
People
are an
love
automatic
tacos.
yes. I mean,
I love tacos.
I like tacos. And number 2 was coffee.
Okay.
So, just the basics, coffee, food, tacos, coffee, and humor. Those were the top 3 answers in our survey, but, it's okay. So in the chat, we linked everywhere you guys can find Mariah. And then The Wedding Date Dilemma is out now wherever you buy books. And then there will be another book in this series coming out November. So watch for pre-orders for that. It's really helpful if you follow authors on Amazon. For those of you that have never hung out with us for a happy hour, we often talk about how helpful it is for an author if you follow them on Amazon. You'll be alerted when books go up for pre-order and all of that kind of stuff. And then, Mariah, you're going to host a giveaway.
Yes!
You have a giveaway here in our half an hour. Okay, remind us what you're giving away.
I'm giving away a signed copy of The Wedding Dilemma with book swag.
Oh, okay. I'd like to win, Caroline.
Yeah, I know, me too. How do I sign up for that one?
So if you are in the chat following along with us, give us a hey. The girl child is monitoring the chat today. I had to pay her in Starbucks money. So everybody says hey, and the girl child will let us know how many we have here. And then we will give that away. Okay, so Townsend in this book is an artist.
Yes.
And then in the next book, she works for the youth center. You really do like a creative female. That is like, because the other girls in the Mile High Happiness are all wedding planners and very creative. So is that kind of a little bit of you and your creative side in the books?
Definitely. Definitely. I would say there's a little piece of me in probably every character I write. I mean, I can't draw for anything. Like, I could do a lot of creative arts, but drawing is not it. But I was Tamsin, in addition to being an artist, because, you know, the whole starving artist thing, she also works at a restaurant. I waitressed for years in college and beyond. So yeah. And I always like making sure that my heroines are very, very creative and just really dynamic with their whole selves.
Okay, so we have we have 4 people telling us hey in the comments that are interested. 5. We're up to 5 now. That are
we have
interested
a few
in
more coming in.
their coffee.
Last chance, guys. Last chance.
No DoorDash. No, Susie, I did not DoorDash her coffee. It's Labor Day. I'm giving people the day off. She will get her coffee tomorrow. We're going on vacation in this house this week. So after all of this chaos, I feel like I will say my theater background was totally come into play. Huge shout out to my theater teacher and directors throughout the years, because I was like prepping stage notes and, you know, viewing cameras. It was chaos. So we got 5. Mariah, pick a number between 1 and 5. 3. Okay, Kelly K, you are the winner of our copy of The Wedding Dilemma. You can email us thebees@bookcaseandcoffee.com, and then I will forward your information on to Miss Mariah and get that taken care of. So, Mariah, thank you so much for joining us for our first ever readathon and for being the brave person to be first.
Thank you for I'm always good at the ice breaking, so.
We love it. I am going to move you back into the waiting room. And thank you again. And as always, we are happy to have you here. And everyone, you can find The Wedding Dilemma out wherever you get books. So make sure you pick up your copy of The Wedding Dilemma. Thanks, Mariah.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so for those just joining us that have never been with us before, I am Becky, and this is Carolina, and
Hello,
we are into almost our second half hour of our readathon for National Read a Book Day. That was just Miss Mariah Ankenman. Whew,
It was a delight.
Right? First one done, 13 more to go.
Yes.
Yes.
Plus a little book chat in between.
Right. We have some book chats and some discussions coming forward. And it's, I don't know. I'm so excited. I'm like, and in the midst of that, I feel bad, but I needed to move my laptop so I could reach the mic mute button so that, anyway.
I know, I've got like multi-monitors going. I feel like I'm in a command center.
Right? And we have so many great viewers here with us. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Susie's sending love to Kelly for Over a Barrel. So If you guys have questions, just remember to throw them up in the chat. The girl child will let us know when we have questions. And yeah, we'll answer them as we can. If we miss it, we're sorry. We will definitely get to it. I promise.
Yes.
Anything else? And then here in a minute, we're going to bring on Eve Kasey. She is our next author. So it's been what are you reading right now? What are you currently reading? Anything?
I just started, what was it? I Bet You by Ilsa Madam Mills.
Ooh, that's a football romance, isn't it?
Yeah, I was needing a football romance for our love and lyrics this week. I have a football romance, but then that one I wanted to pick had something that we'll be featuring later that I wanted to use that one more. So no spoilers. So that's what I started reading. So it's great because it's a little it's like a dual, like he's messaging over text. He knows who she is, but he doesn't know who he is in the text. But then they have kind of this like relationship at school, like in classes. He keeps flirting with her. So it's super cute.
Leah, our intro was not awkward because
Becky was prepared. She was on point.
I did not try to wing it.
No.
Although Michael did encourage me to use my Julia Child voice. He thought it would be hilarious to talk like Julia Child all day, but I don't think I could keep it up.
So what are you reading?
Okay. So there's this author that I read years ago named Lexi Buchanan. And she had, was a series of 5 brothers. It was actually the first male-male romance I ever read in 2016. And I loved her books, and she kind of fell off my radar a little bit. And then recently I noticed she's writing hockey romance. She has 2 pen names. She writes under 2 different pen names, and the Lexi Buchanan pen name is writing a hockey series. And I thought, I'm going to check this out because I do like her writing style. So book 1 had a ridiculous plot, like ridiculous. It was good, well written. I like the characters. I like the story. But she was former Amish living in the city. She was kidnapped. Anyway, there wasn't a lot of hockey in it, but I really like it. I really liked the book. But if you're reading it as a hockey romance, it's, too ridiculous.
It's too ridiculous.
So I went on to book 2, and that was better. More hockey, was very good, age gap romance. And now I'm into book 3, and there's another kidnapping plot.
Oh, geez.
So I just, I'm not sure. Let's see here. Susie said she's reading Den of Vipers, which that has knife play in it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a little crazy town. Susie, you are a brave lady. Boobies and Newbies podcast. They did I Bet You as an episode of their podcast. And then Mercedes says, I'm reading September stories, several mini stories all in one book. I'm starting to like an anthology. I haven't previous, but I'm starting to like them.
I'm not there yet.
Not there yet.
No, I like the binge of a series or an author.
Sometimes I just like that I can pick up one story and then put it down and come back to it. I just downloaded a small town anthology that I'm very much enjoying.
Either that, I binge like novellas. So they're quick, like they might be all the same author in the same series, or at least the same series and different authors. So it's a little bit longer than anthologies.
So we are going to bring in Miss Eve Kasey here with us. We are super excited to have her. So we are into our next half hour here, and she should be joining us. Hi. Can you turn on your video for us so we can see your lovely face? Hello. Welcome.
Book Day.
How are you?
Good. I'm so good. Thanks for having me. How are you guys?
We're good. Thanks for joining us. we've got our first half hour and it didn't completely implode.
Oh my gosh,
She-
I'm so glad. No,
Becky
you guys
didn't
are
have
like-
an awkward pause, so it was great. Like
Nope.
score one.
Right? And no awkward intros. So we have Miss Eve Kasey joining us. I am going to read your bio, and then
Sure.
we'll get into all of this other stuff here. So
Hi.
Eve is a proud indie author who has been published since 2014. 6 contemporary romances are currently available, and 1 expected out in early 2022.
Mhm.
Eve Kasey started composing stories in childhood, both in her head and with an electronic typewriter loaded with pink paper. I love that.
Love
I love
it.
that. She writes for a design firm by day and reads independently published romance novels by night. Eve writes contemporary romance that balances the sweetness and steam while aiming to teach readers something new. Her novels are where nerdy meets dirty. Okay, that's a fantastic tagline.
Thank
I
you.
love that. I love that.
Thank
You're actually a newer author to me. I just read book 1 this week and I loved it.
You. Oh, I'm so glad.
Carolina
so
has
much.
been,
I'm like, you've
For
got to read it,
months.
Becky. You've got to read it. You've got to read it.
I owe
Oh,
you a
you're
book review. Watch them for this week.
Thank you so much. Carolina, you're such a good cheerleader. We appreciate you so much.
She's the best, isn't she?
Mhm.
Has been for months. She's like, read this, seriously, read this. I'm
It's
like,
magic. This whole series is magic. It's the only way I can describe it. You've got to read it.
God, I
I
love
did.
that word. Thank you so much.
I liked it. I loved it. And I have book 2 and 3 on my Kindle. So they will be some vacation reading this week.
Good.
So you are going to read to us from Force of Forever, which is the novella
Yes.
that kicks off this series, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Carolina, do you want to give us the synopsis?
I would love to. Force of Forever is a prequel novella for the All In series, which is a steamy workplace romances centered around space tourism company. Force of Forever explores why Matt, the CEO, walks away from fame and fortune at the start of the series. Hint, his exit has to do with a smoking hot flight attendant and an even hotter night. Tagline, 1 flight, 1 night, 2 lives changed. This book was not supposed to exist. Writing it was kind of an accident.
Yes, that's true. Total accident.
So this book actually released on July 1st of this summer, and it's a billionaire accidental pregnancy, which is your favorite trope, which is one of my favorite tropes.
It's my least favorite trope.
Oh, it's your
least favorite
least
trope.
favorite. Oh,
Yes.
no, it should be your favorite. Pregnancy tropes are great. Secret baby, best ever.
You love that. Okay,
ever.
good to know. Good to know.
Multicultural romance, instant love.
All the things.
I love billionaire trope, and that's a trope too that just until recently, lots of people don't like it.
And I wonder if it's the whole alpha hole aspect of it. So I went different with my billionaires. They're I call them beta billionaires, which totally made that up, but I just wanted it to be known like they're not alpha holes. They're so sweet, so romantic and swoony and steady, but also very naughty. You know, you have to have both.
But they're also like fierce in the boardroom when it comes to their standards. Like they still have an alpha side to them, but they're not alpha holes. So
Dominant when they need to be.
yes.
So it's kind of like your crunchy cinnamon roll hero, but what are we? Sadie, Duchess Katie, and Lady Sadie call them the stern brunch daddy.
Oh my gosh. Yes. I just learned this term. I'm not sure I understand it. Is it brunch because of cinnamon roll? Like I have so many questions.
Okay,
about
so my understanding is Andy Christopher is the one who started the stern brunch daddy trend. Like that was her thing. And it's supposed to be mean on the streets and what was something in the sheets, but not sweet in the sheets, but something stern in the sheets. Like, you know, they have their business persona, but then they also have their sexy in the sheets. And I guess because brunch is supposed to be like a little bit more of a maybe like a softer feminine type thing. I mean,
Sure. Okay. Okay.
groups of guys don't say, hey, let's go grab brunch. I mean,
Right.
my gay friends do, but, you know, my hetero male friends, not many, are like, hey, let's go have
That's a good point.
brunch.
That's a good point. Okay, so that makes sense. And so maybe that's what my guys are. I don't know, my billionaires. I also have a woman who's a billionaire, which I really wanted to put out there as well. She's such a badass.
Yeah.
She is.
So, okay, if you would like to read for us, and then we can get in and discuss all about this.
Sure. I thought I would read the meet cute because it's one of the only PG scenes in the book, and I think my parents are watching, so I thought I would keep it PG for you guys. All right, so the meet cute, and again, she's a flight attendant, so they're meeting on a plane, obviously. So here we go. Seat 2 did not look up. Long legs and gray slacks stretched in front of him. His shapely fingers tapped quickly on the iPad, entering information into a document. His blue sweater looked soft. The fabric molded lusciously to his frame, all broad shoulders and defined chest. Rare flutters kicked to life in Pia's belly. Hello, attraction. It's been a while. She hadn't dated in months, hadn't been intimate in far longer. Too busy, too unsettled. She fixed her smile and leaned forward. Beverage? His eyes flicked up quickly and dismissively, as if he'd already made up his mind to say no. But then their gazes locked and held. Pia's stomach crashed like a furious ocean that matched the color of his eyes, slate blue and deep, perfect for drowning. His lips parted and Pia could not stop staring at them. They looked impossibly smooth, the antithesis, she was sure, of the stubble surrounding them. His dark brows drew together. Hi. The word, unexpected and breathy, made her smile, really smile. Hi. The man's shoulders straightened as he dropped the iPad on the seat tray next to him without a glance. The headphones followed. I mean, yes, to the beverage. Wonderful. She handed the glass to him, ignoring the whirlpool in her stomach, his pronounced French accent and ocean eyes stirred up. Sparkling wine. Probably not as good as what you're used to. He smiled, straight teeth catching the bottom lip. Thunder clapped over the storm in her body as their fingers came within millimeters. The man was that startling. A tempest in human form. You're really not selling it with statements like that. Don't need to sell it. The wine's free, she shrugged. He dragged his eyes to the glass balanced in his fingers, turning the flute a few times. Pia tried not to swoon over his tousled hair and studious expression, or the super snug sweater. The rim of the glass hit his bottom lip and his head tipped back, throat bobbing as he sampled the bubbly. Every line of him was intensely masculine and perfectly formed. It had been too long if a man's throat could turn her on. Seat 2 brought his gaze back to hers, a smile pulling at his smooth lips. Not bad. We should work on your marketing. Should we? He nodded slowly, and Pia would have given her last paycheck to know if he was really thinking about marketing. Okay, that was a lie. She needed every penny. Remembering herself, Pia took a step back. She was lingering, interrupting, maybe even fantasizing a little about that mouth. Seat 2 was probably thinking he had work to do, and she should be thinking that this beautiful man in premiere class was worlds apart from her own. Enjoy your not bad wine. I'll be back to check on you soon. He sat forward. Wait. Uttered softly, but a command nonetheless. She obeyed. What's your name? Pia. Pia. She loved the way the 2 syllables sounded in his lilt, so different than the Tagalog-tinted voices of her family. I'm Matt. Her customer service face resurfaced. Nice to meet you, Matt. Let me know if you need anything. His chuckle held her in place. That dark chuckle said that even for a man perfectly formed, there was plenty he needed. Pia knew the feeling. She was pretty too, employed, surrounded by loving family, too surrounded at times, roof over her head, wanting for nothing. And yet, she thought she saw the same truth in Matt's storm blue eyes. They'd both stepped on this plane wanting, and they'd step off wanting even more. Meet cute.
Meet cute. This whole book, I had chills because it was just so swoony and romantic. And then they go to Paris, and okay, so I know the story because I followed along through as the release of this whole series. So share with everybody how this novella, because this novella came out after the series was released, how it came about.
Right. Yeah, it was, I was just looking to write a little bit of bonus material for the All-In collection. So that's, the trio of workplace romances centered around the space tourism company. And so I asked my ARC readers, I think of which you were one, to pick a side couple from the series that they wanted to know more about, because I couldn't choose. So the readers picked Matt and Pia, and I knew how their story kind of went, right? Because we meet them in the series. So I knew, based on something that Tate, Matt's brother, says in book 2, he says something like, well, if Matt wouldn't have knocked up a hot flight attendant the second that he met her, we wouldn't be in this situation. So I knew that even though accidental pregnancy is not my favorite, that this was going to have to be an accidental pregnancy story. And once I started writing them, I just couldn't stop. So instead of it being bonus material for the collection, it became this full-fledged novella that was extra romantic and swoony because, well, for a lot of reasons. And to get serious for just a second, I started writing it in January of this year. And I just felt like 2020 was hard and we were all coming off a really hard, dark time. And then one of my dear, dear author friends, Ellie Malouf, she's an amazing indie author. She unexpectedly lost her husband in January. So it was just dark and heavy. And I was thinking about her as I was writing this book and thinking about how this was my opportunity to put so much extra love out in the world. So like my fiction, I feel like I try really hard to make it realistic, fact check everything. And I mean, everything. And my editor does the same. Like there's this line in Frequency of Attraction, which is book 3, where she like Vadim goes to pick up a Porsche in Santa Monica. That's all I said. And my editor's like, there's no Porsche dealership in Santa Monica, but there is one on Santa Monica Boulevard in Los Angeles. So like we're that nerdy when it comes to fact checking. And I write dual point of view romance. So I have my husband or my brother or one of my male friends check the male point of view. Would they say that? Would they feel that? Would they react in this way? But for this book, I put all of that aside. I was like, I just want Matt to be the most romantic, swoony man there could possibly be. I want him to find this woman and just make all of her dreams come true. So that's what I tried to do. The book is dedicated to people who are in darkness looking for light. That was how this book came about. And you were a part of that as well. So thanks for voting for Matt and Pia.
Yeah. Well, after reading the series, I mean, there were some other ones that I would still love if you ever wanted to write those novellas as well. But like, without a doubt, this was the couple that you had, like, as the reader, I needed. I absolutely needed this couple because they make such an impact throughout the series. There's just so many references of, especially when you meet their family and understand their upbringing without giving anything away.
I agree. I didn't know I needed them either. And looking back on it, I don't know if anything else, any other couple would have worked as well as this one did, but I didn't see that at the time. It was a learning experience for me too.
Yeah. I think one of the other things that I love about this series is every couple is multicultural. I mean, and it's partly because of the space travel and all of that. It's just very multicultural across the board throughout the world. So how did you end up picking your couples?
Well, it goes back to being rooted in reality. The two biggest countries that are into space are Russia and China. So I knew if I was going to have astronauts who were actual astronauts, they needed to come from those countries. But it also jives with, my husband is Chinese. So I've been reading romance the whole time. I know him and he's always looking at my covers and he's just like, where are the Asians at? And so with the Falling Like Stars, I was like, you know what? This is the perfect opportunity to have a Chinese hero, which I'd always wanted to write one in honor of my husband. So Chen is 100% my husband. He's goofy. He's goofy as shit. He's dedicated to his family. He's so funny. He's so smart. He's just the best. And I really wanted to represent him. But then it gave me the opportunity to explore other cultures as well. And it's a fine line, right? Like you never want to feel like you're appropriating, but at the same time, you want to bring light to other cultures. And I think you can absolutely get there through books. So exploring China, especially in 2020, I felt like was a good move for me. I wanted to show some positive parts of the Chinese culture through that story.
You are getting tons of love in the chat. Everyone is like, I need this book. I'm sold. Kelly from Boobies and Newbies podcast says that this is her kind of fact checking, that you and your editor are this intense. So,
oh my gosh, I have to do that. There's one fact in Falling Like Stars that's not real, and it drives me insane knowing it's out there in the world and knowing it's not true, but just have to take it and go.
Keep rolling with it. Keep rolling with it.
So is it hard to write an accidental pregnancy trope when it's not your favorite?
Well, once I started them, they were just so freaking cute. It was okay. And like I have kids. I've been pregnant several times and they're sticky and dirty and loud and they're always stealing my shit. But I mean, I love them, but I don't need that in my romance. I just don't need it.
That's fair.
However, I wanted to give my ARC readers what they wanted, and I'm glad that we did, as we already discussed. And since I could write it, like I wrote this one up to the pregnancy, and then I can skip ahead to the epilogue. So all the icky stuff that comes with it all, I didn't have to write that. None of that's in there.
That's
And
fair.
it's I have a kid in book 3 in Frequency of Attraction. Vadim has a daughter, which I swore I would never do, which I also swore I'd never do accidental pregnancy. So I think the lesson learned is we never say never when we're writing fiction, because you never know where it's going to take you.
Yeah, never say never. We've had authors come on and say, "Oh, I'm never going to do that." Sister, now you're doing that. So
Well, and if you don't follow Eve on Instagram, every now in stories, she will drop these photos of like inspirations of her heroes from her books. So you can get like excited about them or just relive them, because every time you do that, I'm like, damn it, I want to read the book again.
Oh, I'm so glad. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to tell you how many hours in a day I spend scoping male models on Instagram. It's my favorite pastime besides reading.
Susie agrees. She's like, they are addictive.
we love
Love 'em.
when authors are like, they're like, if anybody ever looked at my Google
Oh,
search
gosh.
history.
I know. And every time my kids take my phone, because I have so many screenshots of male models, I'm like, don't go on my photos. I just panic. I mean, now they're used to it. They're just like, oh, naked dudes on mom's phone. It's fine.
And the Instagram saves.
Yeah.
I have teenagers, and my girl child, yes, she's now started reading different romance books. I mean, they're 16 and 18, so I have older kids anyway.
Yeah.
But they often walk in as I'm saying inappropriate things, and it's joked about. I have a thing about saying the word penis, and my children constantly are like, yes, she does.
I think it's fine. There's nothing wrong with any of that.
No, she stole my Kindle today to get her hands. I had an ARC copy of one of our authors that's coming on later today. I had an ARC copy of her next book, and my girl child was like, can I read that? And I was like, yeah, I don't care. And someone's like, the author actually, she was like, you let your child read that book? They're kind of sexy. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
I know, right?
She's
Right? At least
16. I was 14.
And it's healthy sexy, right? It's
Yeah.
healthy sexy, I think. There's nothing with exposing kids. I think romance is a good way to expose kids to sex, better than a lot of other ways.
Well, and that's something that I often like to talk about too, is that there is sex positive in romance books, and that's part of their power.
So much, yes.
And when dudes come at it, it's because they can't handle women embracing their sex positive power.
Oh, sex positive power. Love that so much.
And it's also, I mean, as a whole, romance is also about relationships, which sex is a very important part of relationships. And so there's so much more to the depth of it than just this one element of it.
Yes.
Agreed completely. I will just get on a soapbox in my real life. I just get, people get on romance, just don't come at me with this.
This is
You're
our
gonna
real
be here
life.
for a while.
And yes,
Don't
come at us because you don't want to. People on TikTok learned that this week. Do not come from their spicy romance readers. Okay, so we did a Family Feud styled survey, and we asked 100 romance readers the following question, and we would like you to guess what the top 3 most popular answers were. So, other than an HEA, what is one thing you can always find in a romance novel?
Oh, always find in a romance novel, like a great kiss.
Yes,
right?
that was number 3.
Number 3.
Okay. Let's see, a breakup.
That did not make the top 3.
That did not make the top 3.
And or can we say things like a great meet cute?
Yes, that could, but that's not one of the top three, but
Three.
Oh, I'm bad at this.
that's okay.
Nope, those are my answers. Final answer.
Okay, so number 2 was angst.
Mm-hmm.
And number 1 answer is sex.
Oh, okay.
Can always
I mean-
find sex in your romance novels. Obviously, our survey people are not reading Sweet or
I was gonna
Closed
say.
Door.
I have a lot of closed door friends, so they're just, but in my book, yes, that's 100%. And all the books I read, unless it's written by a dear friend who writes closed door, otherwise, no, move along with that and give me my spicy. Mhm.
Yeah. Fade to black is a 4-letter word around these parts. We do not want you fading to black. So Kelly says, I came into reading romance before having sex, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. You know what? Same here, because I was 14 when I started reading romance. I think you hear every once in a while from people that your expectations of sex are just too big if you're comparing No, I don't think so. I think it tells me that I have value and that my input and my pleasure is just as important
Mhm.
as every other person's.
Agree.
Kelly says, angst and sex always in romance? Yes, Kelly, there always should be in romance. If they're not, they're doing something wrong. I randomly got a big bag of books at our local library. They had their used book sale. And they had like a $2 grab bag. So you got like 20 bucks for $2.
Nice.
There was like an Amish romance in it. We won't talk about the devil book that was in it either, because, that's not romance. So I'm not sure why it was in my bag. But there was an Amish romance in it.
Did you read it?
No, my boy child saw it and he goes, apparently you picked up the wrong bag. I'm like,
I can't even imagine how that would go.
it's going to the free little library. So somebody somewhere will
Somebody
appreciate
else will have a
Someone
good
can solve
home.
that mystery. Mhm.
it. Yeah, it's just not my thing. So we have linked wherever you can find Eve in the chat.
Thank you.
And then Force of Forever is book 0.5 to kick off the All In series. The whole series is currently available right now in Kindle Unlimited.
Yes.
Yes?
Always.
And then,
Yep.
okay, so thank you so much for joining us today and being a part of our National Read a Book Day Read-a-thon.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm so appreciative. Talking books, as you know, is the best thing to do ever. So I'm happy to do it anytime.
So for those, Carolina is so on top of me. She keeps giving me little hints when I'm forgetting things.
I'm messaging her like, Becky, you're forgetting something.
I am forgetting your giveaway. So, and remind us again, what is up for grabs?
I would love to gift someone a copy of Force of Forever paperback if they would.
Carolina,
like it.
we still can't win.
Oh, I have my own copy. I bought the whole
okay.
series. It's right there.
Oh,
Gorgeous
thank
covers.
you.
I had to have them.
Hey, everybody, whoever is still watching with us, if you'll give us a hey, the girl child is going to count and let me know how many people we have. And then, oh, my dogs are barking. If you can hear that, apparently stuff is being delivered to my house on Labor Day. I thought for sure today would be in the clear, no mail. Apparently something's being delivered. Anyway, so yeah, I did get books yesterday because I needed the Casanova, which was the latest in the TL Swan series. They're super sexy. Anyway, that's a discussion for another time. Although I was very pleased with this All In series, and like I said, book 2 and 3 are on my Kindle.
I sure hope you enjoy them.
I liked book 1, so I'm pretty sure I will. I have a thing where I look at the percentage at what point in the book they're having sex, like how much of the book did I have to read. So your put out percentages are good. So
well, and book 1 is the slowest burn, and they just get steamier from here, just so you know.
Perfect.
Mhm.
We're up to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 there, Sydney. Maybe 5. Oh, okay. One said hey twice. Okay,
They wanted to
so
make sure.
they want to make sure they're all in. Eve, give us a number between 1 and 5.
2.
2. So that will be Mercedes. Mercedes, you can email us the bees at bookcaseandcoffee.com and remind us that you won the Eve Kasey giveaway, and we will get that information over to Eve so you can get your signed paperback.
Yay,
So-
thank you so much, Mercedes.
Thank you, Eve, for joining us. And again, you can find
Yes.
all of these books in Kindle Unlimited right now, so you can go binge the whole series. What a way to finish your long weekend, finding new
Right?
authors and new books, right?
Oh, thank you so much for having me, ladies.
We appreciate you joining us. We're going to put you back in the waiting room, and then we'll see you again soon.
All right, have a
Bye,
good day.
Eve. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I
I
don't
love her
know.
books.
Yeah, we are going to bring Miss Sam back in with us. So there. I'm sorry, my view got a little crazy. I must have hit something. Sam, if you will turn on your video, we will be able to see your beautiful face.
Okay. Start video. There we go.
Hi, how are you, friend?
I'm good. How are you guys? I was watching or listening to a little bit of the prior
Eve, she was delightful. Her book was spicy too. She shared a great meet cute, so it's awesome. Well, welcome back. We had Sam on a happy hour back in May, and we are excited to have you back here. You were also one of our sponsors of Summer Reading Challenge.
Yes.
You can't get rid of us, can you? Like, there is no shaking us. Sam is stuck with us forever.
I'm happily stuck.
So welcome to National Read a Book Day, the Read-a-Thon.
Thank you.
Carolina, would you like to read Sam's bio?
Yes. Right. Wine lover, sleep fanatic. Ooh, I love that. And USA Today bestselling author of sexy contemporary romance, Samantha Beck lives in Cincinnati, Ohio, with her long-suffering husband Charles and their turbo son Hud. Throw in a fiery ninja assassin named Gander, a few hundred Nerf blasters, and one electric car with amp, and well, you get the picture. While not dreaming up fun, fan your cheeks ways to get her characters to happily ever afters, she searches for perfect Cabernet to pair with ASMR podcasts.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. I'm realizing now that's really all about the sleep. I'm just like, my bio is just how desperate I am to get sleep.
I think
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's okay.
Sleep is important.
It is. It is.
I think one of the best things for working for myself is that every day at 3 o'clock I get to take a nap.
Oh, don't tease me this way.
I'm like, oh, my husband will call. He'll be like, I'll be like, dude, what do you need? He's like, you're in nap time, aren't you? I'm like, yes, it is my nap time every day. I like naps.
Yeah, I was telling my husband this week that I'm like, I have to set a bedtime moving forward because this like going to bed at random times is not working for me.
Yeah.
And you do like the wine too.
I do
And
like too.
I will say, so I know that you live in Cincinnati. I live in Ohio also. The blurb in the back of Undercover Engagement says you live in Hawaii. And when Leah was reading it, she's like, did Samantha move? And I was like, I don't think she moved. Are you moving?
No, it was the reverse when I
Oh.
was living in Hawaii and then we moved to Cincinnati.
Okay.
Which,
'Cause, like,
a lot of people might say that and hear that and think like, why? But it was the right move for us, and we're very happy in Cincinnati. Yes, we were very happy in Hawaii too.
yes.
Good
So
here.
Kelly from the Boobies and Newbies podcast, she says, oh, Samantha was the first author they ever read for the podcast, and it was so spicy. I read Private Practice in prep when we had you on for our happy hour, and I finished it like that night, and I texted Leah at like 12:30 in the morning, and I was like, Leah, read this right now. She's like, Becky, I'm sleeping. I'm like, I don't care. Get up and read this book right now. So, and actually, at the end of all of this, we will have a copy of Private Practice, a signed copy up for grabs. So that'll be awesome.
I want every book that's being given away. What the heck?
I am so happy that you all enjoyed the sexy adventures of Tyler Footlong Longfoot and Ellie Swan.
But you're actually going to read us book 4 in this series, Undercover Engagement.
It's actually book 5. I don't know where it all goes, but yeah, this is book 5.
Okay.
And this is my newest release. So I'm going to read you this one, a little bit of it. And hopefully, maybe people will be like, oh, I got to go
pick it up. I did finish it. It's so good.
Thanks. Thank you. I enjoyed this one too. All my babies are special to me. So other people like them as well.
I'm going to read the synopsis for Undercover Engagement, and then we'll have you read. So, straddling the line between love and hate has never been so hard. Button-down police officer Eden Brixton is less than thrilled when she partners with the smoke-talking wild card Marcus Swan in an undercover op. Both their careers hinge on convincing folks in tight-knit, blue-lit Kentucky that he's the love of her life. She'd sooner tase him than prance around in practically nothing, hanging all over his chiseled body like she can't get enough. For Swan, being partnered with the too gorgeous for his sanity Eden promises to test his well-honed control. She's smart, she's skilled, she's not just by the book. She knows the damn book backwards and forward, and she hates his guts. When Eden absolutely nails her role as sexy fiance, where the hell did she learn to seduce with a single glance? Swan is knocked right on his ass. Living with a temptation like Eden makes it hard to remember their chemistry is strictly for show, and when the heat gets too real, doing the undercover op might prove to be their undoing. So this is totally enemies to lovers, fake relationship, and small town romance, which September is small town romance.
Oh, perfect.
And this book is available now. It released in July?
August 23rd.
August.
That's not
okay.
Super long time. It's I consider that new.
It totally is new. Okay, so go ahead and share with us what you're reading.
All right. Well, I'm gonna read from chapter 1. And I'm gonna try to set the scene a little bit, just because if I read the whole chapter 1, I think I'm going a little long. So this is my heroine, Eden Brixton, is a cadet at basically the Kentucky Law Enforcement Training Academy. And in chapter 1, her training instructor has paired her with a classmate for a stop and frisk exercise, where basically the classmate hides a weapon somewhere on his person, and then she takes control of that situation and pats him down and finds the weapon. The classmate she's been teamed with is her least favorite classmate, Marcus Swain. So she's not happy about that. And then just to raise the stakes a little, she is expecting her new boss, the chief of police in Blue Lick, Kentucky, to arrive at any time and see this practicum. So she really needs to have it go well. And so we're going to join her as she's kind of preparing for the pat down. And I'm going to try to read this off my screen so that you guys aren't just staring at my head looking at a book. So let's see. Okay. Here's Eden. Perfect. Swain embodied everything she detested in a person. Joker, wild card, devil with deep blue eyes and deceptively heroic shoulders. He did absolutely nothing by the book, but still managed to stay a measly 5 points behind her #1 status in the class ranking. He was creative, which she could admire, and unpredictable, which she distrusted. But it was the occasional flashes of genius that really troubled her. She was a nose in the books, outstudy everyone, do more work than humanly possible, and then do it again kind of student. Swain did the bare minimum as far as she could tell, but damn, the man read people or situations or whatever the hell. And perhaps because she hadn't dropped her panties in response to his allegedly panty dropping grin, he routinely baited her. He was quick. He was tricky. If she wanted to look good in front of her new boss, Swain was the worst possible cadet to be partnered with. If Marcus Swain messed with her today, she was going to kick his ass all the way back to whatever Bilgewater Bayou he hailed from. To reclaim the protective shell of professionalism she prided herself on maintaining, she used the wait time to run through the procedure in her head, adjusting for tactics she imagined Swain might stoop to. Would he hide the weapon somewhere inappropriate? Yes, of course he would. Any excuse to remind the world that he had a penis and wasn't afraid to use it. But the joke was on him if he thought she'd shy away from patting down a personal zone. She would do the job, thoroughly, competently, successfully. When Swain returned to the classroom, she noted he'd untucked his shirt from his Academy issue blue sweatpants, all the better to conceal a weapon in the waistband. He approached, hands raised, palms facing her. I'm all yours. Be gentle with me. Refusing to respond to his idea of humor, she took hold of the arm closest to her, twisted it behind his back, and maneuvered him chest first against the whiteboard. His breath burst out of his lungs with a satisfying oof. Eden had inherited a generous genetic dose of her dad's height, but Swain had a good 6 inches on her. He outweighed her by about 100 pounds. No way was she giving him a chance to leverage those advantages. The sound of the classroom door opening to admit Chief Buchanan and another uniformed member of the Blue Lick Police Department only emphasized the importance for her of coming out on top in this particular encounter. I'm going to release your arms, sir. Put your palms to the wall, head level so I can see them, and step out of your shoes. This what you had in mind, ma chouchette? He drawled as he assumed the position and toed his cross trainers off. A little over a week ago, she'd finally broken down and Googled the meaning of the words he insisted on referring to her by. Little cabbage. Supposedly an endearment, but she had a sneaky suspicion it was also Swain's version of clever commentary on her ass. Now it took a deep breath and a purposeful swallow to keep from snapping, I am not your effing cabbage, you swamp-running redneck. But she held her tongue. Following procedure, she used her boot to sweep his shoes aside and then position his feet shoulder width apart. And if she kicked his foot a little harder than necessary to get him to widen his stance, nobody detected it except him. He knew she felt it because she saw the corner of his mouth twitch into the tiniest of smiles. Lucky her, a masochist as well as a smartass. I'm going to pat you down now, sir. Remain as you are unless I instruct you to move. Understand? It's like my dreams coming true, Shu. A muted but collective laugh rose from the observers behind them. She ignored both the innuendo and the classmate reaction and instead got started on the frisk. Per the textbook, she approached the pat-down methodically, starting at his head, running fingers through Swain's short-cropped, dark blonde hair, and although the sensation of sifting soft, thick strands through her fingers tempted some renegade part of her to take a longer, more leisurely sweep, she kept her inner renegade in check and advanced to open palm pats along his shoulders. When she curved her hands around his biceps, her fingers brushed bare flesh just below the sleeves of his t-shirt. Muscles low in her stomach weakened as she took in the contrast of her warm brown skin against the lighter tone of Swain's. Pushing past that detail and her completely irrelevant reaction to it, she moved on to pat down his back, chest, and torso. Swain's jaw tightened as she progressed down his abs. Getting close, was she? God, why were some men so predictable? He made a warning noise, part growl, part groan, when she patted the front of his hips. Something long and hard prodded the heel of her hand. She honed in on that area. Her fingers outlined the rod-like shape. Weapon of some type in his right pocket, she announced, feeling the dimensions. He inhaled sharply, but she blocked out the distraction. Blackjack, or she traced the length of the object. Possibly a gun. Maybe she followed the diagonal slant of the weapon, eliciting another low sound from his throat. Oh, God. She yanked her hand back. Seriously? Swain let out a choked laugh. I hate to break it to you, Shu, but that weapon you're handling is one I've been packing since birth. Over classmate laughter and the instructor's call for quiet, she muttered, You're disgusting. Hey, I'm just a red-blooded boy doing my best to submit to your search. It's not my fault you found more than you bargained for. The comment provoked another round of laughter from their classmates. Humiliation doubled her heartbeat. Her palms started to sweat. She let none of it show. More than I bargained for, please. She shoved him face front again and scrambled for the right retort to return the power dynamic to her. Don't flatter yourself, Swain. I figured it for a small caliber weapon, and I stand by the small part of that assessment. The volume of laughter rose several notches at her comeback, instantly equilibrium restored. But now wasn't the time to bask in triumph. She continued the search, crouching to feel around his ankles, and there it was, pushed deep into his sock. She traced the outline until she was certain, then announced, knife concealed in the left sock. Withdrawing the switchblade as she stood, she held it aloft for the class and her instructor to view. McMasters took the weapon and ran through the finer points of the procedure. She backed away and faced their instructor. Swain turned around, lowered his head, and murmured directly into her ear. Learn anything new, Shu? Her face heated despite the air-conditioned room. She had learned something. Mark Swain might easily qualify as the most infuriating, overconfident man she'd ever met. But he was an infuriating, overconfident man with the most impressive dick she'd ever wrapped her hand around. Thank God he was going to some godforsaken county sheriff's department rather than the Blue Lick PD. Once they graduated, she'd never have to deal with his sly comments or impressive dick again. So that is the opening. Now there are 26 more chapters plus an epilogue. So, no spoilers, but you can guess that her never have to deal with him again comment doesn't
happen.
That is such a great first chapter though, because you're reading along and then you're like, oh. Like I was reading that and laughing out loud in the middle of the night. It was so funny.
Yeah, just packing a little heat that God gave him.
So funny. But that is very so if you guys enjoyed that first chapter, those of you that are watching along with us, if you enjoyed that first chapter, those kinds of antics and interactions and feels are very typical in your books, which makes them such an enjoyable read. Like Wet and Reckless, which is book 4 in this series, is so good. It's a rock star and a small town sheriff, and they're just so good and such funny banter. You do great banter, friend.
Oh, thank you. I never want my characters to be too serious. I love writing, bringing the heat. I love writing the sexy stuff, and I would never deny that because I am one of those people that also thinks yes, that is a necessary part of a romance. But I also want the characters to really interact. Not just have that physical connection. I want them to make sense together mentally and emotionally and kind of in terms of their personalities. And I think the banter and the humor is one way to do that. Even if one of the characters isn't innately funny, if they're amused by the other character, that's a connection,
Yeah. There is a super sexy scene in book 1 that I will not give away, but it actually doesn't involve the two main characters. You don't get the scene till book 2. And as I was reading book 1, Private Practice, I was like, these are not the characters that are from book 1. I now have to read book 2 because there is spiciness. They're caught in the act and they are not supposed to be together. And you're like,
I'm evil that way, right? That's my evil plan paying off to get you into another book. And I did the same with Wet and Reckless and Undercover Engagement, because that scene that I just read, the readers also got a glimpse of that in Wet and Reckless from the hero in Wet and Reckless's point of view. And it was really just in the process of writing a scene that was just sort of structurally needed in Wet and Reckless, merely to get the hero out of town for a span of time. But as I wrote that scene, and I was like, well, let's have them do new recruit outreach, get them out of town, and let's have the new recruit be a female, because all of the other members of the Blue Lick PD that I'd introduced so far were male. And I thought, women actually join law enforcement as well, and they kick butt as well. And then I don't know, as soon as I got Eden and Swain on the page together, their whole story just took shape for me in this random scene that I was writing for a completely different purpose. But I'm like, okay, well, these two are next.
These two are next. Yeah. And And they're good. It's so good. Guys, I cannot recommend this series enough. So if you have not read Samantha Beck's book yet, I'm telling you, people, go grab them today, now.
Yeah, thank you. Like, I mean, fake relationship is a trope that I turn back to often as well. But there's nothing like a fake relationship where like it's ironclad. Like your job is hinging on it, your chance to make a mark at your new job. And basically the greater good of the community is hinging on it. So all of these personality conflicts, you gotta make it work.
So is it difficult to write the banter? Because your banter, just back and forth conversations, you use a lot because you write your books in third person. But the banter, you really make some intense connections with the characters. You see their intense connections together. Is that a challenge for you, writing the banter, or does it just kind of flow in your head, like the words have to get out?
If I have the characters really truly developed in my mind, it flows. And that is like one of those writing days where it feels great. In the early chapters, sometimes when I'm still getting to know my characters, it doesn't flow as well. Usually because I haven't fine-tuned them yet, and I'm not really sure who he is and what he would say, or who she is and what she would say, I often end up going back and kind of fine-tuning the first chapter or first couple chapters of a story after I've gotten about halfway through, and just have a better sense of who they are. I didn't have to with Undercover Engagement because I'd already written the scene. So I was like, that's locked in. I can't change it.
Yeah.
But those characters, Eden and Swain, they took shape for me very easily, very early on.
Yeah. They're great.
Where's your inspiration for the law enforcement? Like, and how have you fact checked all of that?
Well, there are police officers in my family. Like my sister was with the LAPD for many years, and then with another police department in Southern California, as was my brother-in-law, and also some other sort of collateral people in my family. So I have people I could fact check with. They would probably not sign off on many of my books, frankly, that involve law enforcement. But the basic procedure, I think, is verifiable, is viable. Yeah, I also I had a little bit of a wake up when I turned in Wet and Reckless, because I was going back to the Blue Lick PD, and my publisher did mention, law enforcement heroes and heroines might be a little bit of a trigger for people right now. Not everybody has very good experiences with law enforcement, and I don't know if we want to ignore that right now or go there right now. And I didn't the timing of a release is really not up to me one way or another. But I think what it comes down to is it's a hard job. It is a hard job, no matter how you slice it. I know that firsthand from the people in my family. And some people do it really well, and some people don't, just like in any profession. And I wanted to portray heroic people doing their best and really showing a human side to.
Well, and that's the piece too. You do very well. You show that they are vulnerable, that they're real people with real feelings, and they're just doing the best that they can. And you really see that with Wet and Reckless, because, the hero, who his name is just
West,
because the girl is Roxy, right? Roxy, see, I remember her because she's a badass. But West makes some snap judgments about Roxy. And so you kind of get a sense where you're like, okay, he's falling under, typical, what we would think is typical law enforcement, that he's assuming based on how she's dressed and where he finds her, that she's just kind of not as valuable a little bit. And as you get to know the story, you see that he regrets those snap judgments that he made. And he internalizes a lot of his own, mishaps and missteps throughout with the relationship with Roxy. So you do give a human side to law enforcement. And if anybody is struggling, with law enforcement, why people go into it and, where it is and all that kind of stuff, your books actually bring forth, like, there is value and there's a reason these people want to protect their communities and love their communities. So I think they're fantastic.
In heart and ethics and everything is in the right place. It is, these are heroes. These are truly heroic people and truly a difficult job.
Yeah.
But I appreciate that, that you feel like I bring some emotion sensitivity to that conflict too, because West is not unapologetically, he is suffering from cynical cop syndrome for sure. And he kind of sees that about himself, but it doesn't quite stop him from falling into these sort of already dug pathways that he has entrenched himself in.
Yeah.
So we did a Family Feud style questionnaire to 100 readers, and we have a question for you. This particular one has a top 2, so we want you to guess what the top 2 are. Okay. Name something that is stopping you from buying all the books.
Oh, well, funds.
Yep, that was the number 1. Budget or money was number 1.
And the second thing is not very inventive either, but time. Like, I have so many books and I haven't read many of them. You're sitting there unread on my e-reader. And I know that's a common complaint from other book lovers.
That is a good answer. But not the number 2 that the readers chose. Something else that's stopping them from buying the books is husband or spouse.
Oh, well, shame on that.
Right? There is guilt. There is a little guilt from the husbands sometimes. Like, the box comes from thrift books or from Amazon, and he'll be like,
it's a giveaway.
Books?
It's a giveaway.
But,
I won a prize.
I stand firm on the belief that I submit to husbands and boyfriends that they are actually the winners every time spouse or girlfriend buys a book, because at some point y'all are just badassing it around the living room. She's got her book, you're watching the game or whatever. She reads a really great scene and she looks over at you and you haven't lifted a finger, but you got it coming, buddy.
Right?
It's coming at you and you just better get ready. And I keep waiting for thank you notes from men. I haven't received one yet, but I would think that my biggest fan base really ought to be husbands and boyfriends.
They are great recipients.
Yeah, maybe they don't know. Maybe
on multiple levels.
maybe
So
they together. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I did put in the chat, I asked everyone to give us a hey if they were still here watching. And Susie wanted to say thank you. She won a copy of this from Summer Reading Challenge.
Oh,
and funny story with Susie winning this. She was on vacation the week the box came, and her neighbor picked it up from her, and her neighbor was like, oh, you got a box. And Susie's like, open it. Tell me what's in it. And she pulled it out, and the neighbor's like, oh, it's books. And Susie's like, oh, yeah, I won those. I'm so excited for them. And the neighbor's like, I'm going to read them. So before Susie even got back from vacation, the neighbors started reading her books and liked them too. So
it's like, oh, they're now secondhand books. Yeah, actually, she was nice enough to tell me that the book had been received, and she said that her neighbor enjoyed them too. So I was like, that's a twofer. That's great.
We adore Susie. We just love her. Okay, so we have 5 people. That seems to be our number. Oh, well, Susie's here and my mother's here, but my mother cannot win. Oh, we're up to 6. Okay, so Sam, pick a number between 1 and 6.
For the private signed copy of private practice.
Signed copy of private practice.
6 is actually my favorite number, so I'm going to go with 6.
6. So that would be Nikki. Nikki, you can text or email us the bees at bookcaseandcoffee.com so that I can spell bookcase and coffee. Girl child, maybe you could do this for us going forward. Email us, thebees@bookcaseandcoffee.com, Nikki, with your address so that we can get that information onto Sam and get your copy of The Private Practice in the mail.
And when you email it, if you want to say whether you want it
Personalized.
signed to you or just signed, I'm happy to do whatever you prefer.
Okay.
I just won't sign it like I won't sign somebody else's name to it.
Yes, Nikki, I do have it, but email me and remind me because I'm keeping a lot of things straight right today.
Yes. And let her know if you want it just sign general or sign to yourself.
Yes, Nikki, we need to know if you would like it personalized or just generically signed.
Dear eBay or
right? Dear eBay.
Dear eBay 4372.
Okay, so Undercover Engagement is available now wherever you get books. We have linked all the places that you can find Sam in the chat. This is book 5 in a sexy small town romance, but it can be read as standalone. But do yourself a favor and read them all. Yeah, read them all.
And find me on social media because I do a book giveaway almost every Friday, and usually they're not my books. It's just other books from other authors that I'm reading and loving. So Friday is my day to spread the love.
Love that.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Sam. It's so great to catch up with you and chat with you. I always enjoy our time.
I always have fun with the bees. Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Leah.
Thanks, Samantha.
No problem. Thank you. We're going to put you back in the waiting room and we will talk to you soon.
Okay. Take care, ladies.
Bye, friends.
Bye.
Okay. Whew, we've done 3 now.
We have done 3. This has been incredible.
I know. Everybody is like totally watching and hanging out. We love you all. Thank you guys so much.
Somebody was making brunch. Somebody said they were making brunch. Who's
having breakfast? Kelly might have been from Boobies and Newbies. It might have been Kelly.
I was like, can I get a delivery? Do you DoorDash that over here?
So I actually bought a meat and cheese tray to set on the desk so that I can snack today while we do this.
Oh, I have and I posted it in my stories, but I posted I made a little lunchbox. So it has like an ice pack. It's ready to go. I have a little sandwich wrap. I have some veggies and hummus, some nuts and an orange. Yeah. Lots of water.
Awesome. I can't tell you guys how much I love you all for watching with us today. We weren't sure how today was going to be, if anybody was really interested, or if this was just going to be kind of a love letter for Carolina and I to romance authors. So we love and appreciate all of you. And so, it's National Read a Book Day, and we're spending it talking to amazing romance authors.
I know. And the excerpts that they are reading, everyone has been so good. Yeah. Like if you haven't read the book, it makes you want to reread, or it makes you want to read the book, or if you've read it, you might want to reread it. So yes, they're so delicious.
Awesome. Okay, so again, if you're just joining us, we're going to get ready to bring in our 4th author of the day, Ofelia Martinez. She is a newer on the scene indie author, and I am super excited for the opportunity to chat with her. But you have me, Becky, all day with us, and Carolina is here also for the day. You can find her as Curl Up with Books on Instagram. And we're celebrating National Read a Book Day all day, and we've gotten 3 authors down, so 11 more to go, and some book chats.
And some book chats. And if you have questions for the authors or want to give shout outs, just drop them in the comments. Everybody's super active. And a lot of our authors are doing giveaways today. So I think some of you have been lucky recipients of that.
So exciting. So here comes Miss Ofelia joining us today. Ofelia, if you want to click on your camera so we can see you. Here she is. Hi, look at that beautiful red lipstick.
I know, stunning.
Great.
And the headphones match. I love the look.
Thank you. I was trying to match my profile picture on my social media with that.
Smart. I
I'm-
like the way you were thinking.
I'm so excited to be here. A couple of things. I hope you guys scheduled in bathroom breaks because this is insane and I love it.
Maybe sort
and-
of.
And I don't know why I feel the need to bring this up, but Carolina, my very first novel that I published, my main character's name is Carolina. So I just wanted to. I was so excited when I read your name. I was like, I get to talk to a real life Carolina.
And you say it like my mother says it. Like not many people can say it with like the accent. And I mean, I figured you'd be able to because of your background. But yes, it's just, it sounds so beautiful.
Can you hear me okay? I'm
Yeah.
not used to the setup.
Yes.
So
You're all good. You look all professional and ready to be here. We're excited to have you.
I'm nervous. The bar is set high, but I'm excited.
Don't be nervous.
No.
I followed you on TikTok and then I did a book review or something and you messaged me and you're like, I'm a newer on the scene author and I was wondering if you'd be interested in maybe reading my books. And I was like, yeah, I am. Also, you're adorable. So I was like, heck yeah, I'm in. I'm probably old enough to be your mother. So like,
Okay, so
Yeah.
I should open all my introductions with hello, I'm Ophelia. I'm in my 30s.
oh, you have one of
Multiple-
those faces.
Multiple 30s. It's the baby fat.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm in my multiple 30s, deep in my 30s, and people are usually surprised by that.
I am shocked because I would have guessed you at no older than 25. So
And then nobody trusts my writing because they think it's going to be really young and immature. But I'm like, no, I'm in my 30s.
I have a birthday this week, and my husband kindly reminded me that I am now middle-aged.
Well, happy early birthday.
Oh, thank
And
you.
that was so nice of him.
Wasn't that that's just the best. He's great. So we are going to read your bio and then we'll get into some other stuff here. Because you're going to have to give us the synopsis of the book because this is your work in progress that's coming up here in November. So Carolina, would you like to read Ophelia's bio for us?
Yes. Ofelia Martinez writes romance with Latinas on top. Originally from the Texas border, Ophelia now resides in Missouri with her partner and their dog Pixel. Love that name, by the way. She loves good books, tequila, and chocolate. She proudly shares a birthday with Usagi. Oh, Lord. Tasakino. When not writing, you can find Ophelia making visual art. I totally butchered that name.
Usagi is Sailor Moon. It's just the Japanese name.
Nice.
I am a nerd at heart. Thank you for
I love it.
reading that.
We love the nerds, though. I mean, I have big anime followers in my house, and my girl child likes to make cosplay. So,
Nice.
we get it. We get it. So you are going to read for us from the book. The title is Hiding in the Smoke.
Yes.
Correct? Okay, so give us a little bit about this book because you have 2 books out right now. Or no, 1 book is out right now and 2 is coming.
Yeah, those are in a different series. Those are a medical romance series and they're kind of a slow burn. I'm reading from a new series that I haven't announced yet, so nobody knows about this book yet. This is a rock star romance that's extremely high heat. So I found a hard time finding a passage that was clean enough for today. So I'll be censoring as I read. But yeah, so I'm reading from the dirtier of the books, and that one comes out in November.
Yay, we like the sexy.
And I think you read book 2 in this series already, Becky.
I did a beta read of book 2 in this series. And let me tell you, Ophelia can bring the steam and bring the romance. So you guys are going to want to pick up. And I actually did read book 1. It is Concussion. Is that
Contusion
book 1?
is
Contusion.
book 2 in the other series. In the
Oh, in the other series.
Yeah.
So I read, what is the first one?
Remission.
Okay, Remission. That's the one that was on my Kindle. That's the one I read in prep for today. And it is a slower burn, guys, but it's really well written. It's really well edited and has fantastic character development in it. So
Thank you.
if you don't mind a slow burn, which on occasion I have been known to love, you will enjoy this series. And I like medical. It's, some
I
people
think
don't
of
love it.
I think of it as Grey's Anatomy if they were all Latinx.
Yes, that works.
That's myself for it.
I like that.
Carolina's like, I'm in.
I
Okay.
am there.
Ophelia, go ahead and read us your excerpt, and then we will get into all the other parts of it.
Did you want the synopsis or just read
Yeah,
from
go
it?
ahead. Give us the synopsis first, because everybody will be excited to hear about that too.
So it's a dual point of view. So we start with Sophia in the synopsis and then Bren. So this is Sofia Ocampo. One night, no cuddling, no sleepovers. These are the rules I live my love life by. Running a business as a bar owner leaves no time for relationships or their drama. But when I meet international rock star Brenner Reinhardt, he makes me want to break all the rules. I go to Bren. Keeping Industrial November at the top of the best-selling charts for over 8 years has taken a toll on me, and I'm ready to slow down. I've been burned by love before, but I'm finally ready to try again. I think Sofia Ocampo might just be the one, only she has no plans to ever be in a relationship. Aware she has no interest in it, I still give her my heart. I can only hold my breath and hope she won't break it. So that's a synopsis. Do you want me to just read an excerpt now?
Mm-hmm.
So this is him trying to convince her to spend time with him. They've met a few times already and didn't hit it off, like kind of a little hate to lover type thing. But he's trying to convince her to spend time with him because he likes her. Possessiveness is really an attractive Brenner. My full name on her lips grates at my ears. Please call me Bren. You said that's what your friends call you. It is, I say. We're not friends. I'm hoping we could be. Sophia fills our shot glasses a second time and sips on the tequila, not once making a face which I'll admit impresses the hell out of me. She leans forward and I have a difficulty keeping my gaze on her eyes and not on her cleavage. Then she licks and bites her lower lip, and this woman is going to be the end of me. Is that what you want from me, Bren? To be friends? Her voice is low and sultry when she delivers the question. No, actually. If I'm honest, that's the last thing I want to be. I rub my bottom lip with my thumb. I can almost anticipate the feel of her lips on mine. What do you want, then? Her eyes are hooded when she freezes on my lips. More, I say. For a moment, Sophia considers my one word and all the implications we both know I placed in that one syllable. We let the silence stretch for a long moment, but it isn't uncomfortable. I could stare at her rare beauty for hours without exchanging a word and die a happy man. For some reason I can't explain, I feel light around Sophia. Women have used me in the past for press or to make a quick buck out of my name. Normally it takes me a long time to trust a woman, but Sophia is different. I don't know for sure that I can trust her, but my gut is telling me that I can. And I need to find a way to spend more time with her. I'll take crumbs from her if that's all she'll offer me. Finally, she breaks the silence. I can't give you more. Why not? I know you don't know me, but I'd like for us to get to know each other. Even if we got to know each other and you were the perfect man, I don't do more. Okay, shit, this isn't going my way at all. I'll admit I'm surprised the last person I expected to be looking for something serious would be the lead singer of a famous rock band, but who said I'm looking for something serious? I try to backpedal. Sophia leans back and crosses her arms in front of her, deepening the distance between us so she can study my face. It was implied, Bren. All I'm proposing is that we spend some time together. She bites her lip while she considers her next question. You mean it? I nod. Fine, here's the deal. If you want it, she says. One night, no strings, no repeats, no sleeping over. I blink. What did she just say? I'd hoped for lunch the next day, and she has turned this into something much more indecent. One night, I croak out, incredulous. One night, that's it. That's all I can offer. Take it or leave it. I'll take it, I say, because really, who in their right mind would say no to this woman? I'll woo her later and she'll take back her conditions. I just know it. She grins devilishly at me. All right, let's go. What, right now? Want to risk me changing my mind? Definitely not.
I'm gonna need this book link soon, my beautiful friend. Oh my gosh.
I
love a
will
rock.
say there is one chapter that got so out of hand, my editor quit. She was too uncomfortable.
Oh,
I had to get a backup editor for that one scene. So there is a bit of a taboo element. I don't want to give it away because it is a surprise, but you do have to have a high tolerance for the heat in this one, I think.
That is okay for us.
We're okay with this crowd.
Warning.
I love a rock star romance. I don't know rock star and Hollywood romances. I don't know what it is about them. But to do the rock star to the norm, there's something powerful and sexy about them.
It's the fantasy and the wealth and the dream the daydream you might have. I don't know. I think that's what draws me to them.
Yeah.
I like it.
Well, and so do you have a background in music? Is that what kind of drew you that way? Or is it just a love for the rock stars?
No, music. I'm a very artistic person. I've always drawn, painted, written. Music is that one art form that super intimidates me for some reason. I love music. I love rock and roll. This one doesn't have as many geeky rock and roll references as the second book does, but I love music. I love listening to it, but it so intimidates me to make it. I can't make it. I don't have rhythm. I can't sing. I'm tone deaf, I think. So that's probably why I love it so much too. But yeah, no background, just a genuine love for it.
I love that. Everybody is like, they're loving this book and they love the heat. So we'll make sure you follow Ophelia on Amazon so you can know when this book is coming up on pre-sales and such. Because we all have to wait till November. You guys, I've not read this one yet. I have to wait till November.
It is on pre-order on Amazon right now.
Pre-orders are up right now, guys. So make sure you go over and pre-order. You will want this.
I'm working on the link so I can drop it in the chat.
Okay. I'm just telling everyone to go get these books, you guys.
Yes.
So, okay. You are new to the scene author. You have one book out now. Book 2 is coming out later beginning of October, end of this month.
September 17th. It's coming out.
September 17th. Yeah. So, what was the catalyst here, friend? You're artistic and, you've always wanted to be expressive, but publishing your first book, that's hard.
Yeah. So, I got a very useful English degree. I'm a big fan of sarcasm, by the way.
We love that.
And that was close to a decade ago. And I've been writing ever since, but not publishing anything. And I started out when I graduated thinking I was going to be the next Sandra Cisneros and I was going to be this literary superstar. And but I was kind of forcing myself to write stuff that I wasn't super into writing. And this year when the pandemic hit and I was just in a very dark place, I'm like, I need happy books. So I started reading romance, which was an old love of mine. And then I started thinking, I really want some Latinas. I want to read a Mexican American so bad in a romance novel. And I found like 2. So I was like, this is not going to do. So I started writing one just because I wanted to read it. And it poured out of me like nothing ever had. And then this one year I've written 4 books and 1 novella. I'm like, okay, this is what I'm clearly meant to be writing, not literary, proper quote unquote fiction. So I just knew after I started writing Carolina's story, I just knew that this was it. So that was the catalyst, deep depression during the pandemic.
I love it. I think, and we've talked about this, the pandemic for some people became a great catalyst for new loves, new relationships, new interests. And it really gave people that time for it. Something really interesting that Becky shared with me, and I'd love to hear a little bit more about it from you, is that when you release your books, you not only release them in English, but you release them in Spanish as well.
That's the plan. Right now, I have finished the translation for my first book. It's not on pre-order yet because I'm still sending it to a proofreader. And I worked on the translation with my best friend. And I didn't send the first one to a traditional or a professional translator because she's Mexican American. I was adamant the language had to be Mexican American Spanish, which includes Spanglish. Mexican terminology, which a lot of it derives from Nahuatl, the indigenous language of Mexico, that people hate in Spanish translations because it's not quote unquote proper Spanish Castellano.
Right.
So the Spain Spanish, so Castilian. So I was like, I've never read that. And I really want to read that. So I'm going to make my translation that way. So I'm going to get killed in the reviews. And I know that going in, but the few beta readers that are Mexican American that I've sent to, they've like come back to me crying, like, I can't believe my language is reflected. So I'm doing the right thing there. But yeah, so later this year, I'll be having the Spanish one published for that first novel. And then my second one is with a professional translator. And I'm working with her to try to make the language a little more neutral too. So hopefully I can keep up with that theme. But yeah, my thing is all about access, and I hope that I can make all of my books eventually in Spanish as well. It might be slow going, but that's the goal.
I love that. I think that's incredible. And, you know, finding authors who are writing something that they're not finding, I think is great, because you really can't. I can't find a lot of people like me in books. So I think that's just, it's beautiful.
The book that I got to beta read, I was just very touched. One, that you asked, because it was such an honor that you asked me if I wouldn't mind reading it. But also it was such a great story because there's so much in it. And I'm tearing up a little bit as I sit here and I think about the emotions in that book. It's so beautiful. And I love that you're putting your voice out into the world. Because again, you couldn't find what you wanted. So you're going to make it happen. And there's such a power in that. And, you know, I just read your book. I didn't really have anything to do with it, but I'm so proud and so honored to be a part, just even a little tiny part of your journey, that when this all came up, I said to Carolina, I said, oh, she's in, like, I have to get her because her voice is so unique and it's so beautiful. And I want everyone to find her books and to read them. So
you're gonna make me cry.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I'm not crying. You're crying.
Right? It's all your fault.
Nobody's crying.
Yeah, and you read an interesting one because book 2 after Sophia, she's a very white presenting Mexican American. So that has its whole world as well of issues with it and how people perceive her.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, so all my books are going to feature Latinas of some sort as the main character.
I love that. I just, you know, that's something that the romance genre hasn't done well in the past. But I love that it's something that the genre is conscious of and thinking about and giving voice to everyone. And I just hope people will be open. And
there's fear, right, from traditional publishers that this is too political. I would not have gotten away with what you read in a traditional published house. They would have asked me to tone that down. And it's not political, and I don't make a political statement, but inherently the external circumstances that they're in are political by nature. And I have freedom as an indie that I wouldn't be able to write this under a publishing house. I just know that. I know that.
But it's beautiful, you guys. So you are definitely going to want to pre-order this one, Hiding in the Smoke. And you are getting so much love in the chat right now, my friend.
I haven't. I can't multitask.
That's okay. We're not very great at it either.
No.
But you are getting lots of love.
Okay.
Now, you did have a giveaway.
I'm sorry. Boobies and Newbies.
She's a podcast. She's another podcast. Her name is Kelly. And she said, English degrees, almost as useful as theater degrees. Yeah, we know.
Boobies and Newbies. I love that name. Like, I hadn't seen that. And we need to connect. That's amazing.
Yep. You can find Kelly on Instagram or on Twitter. She is.
Hi, Kelly.
Amazing. Susie's already pre-ordered the book. Susie's like, I'm in.
And done.
Thank you.
So, okay. You are doing a giveaway, but there will be a little bit of a delay on the giveaway because you're going to wait till this book Hiding in the Smoke comes out, correct?
Yeah, so I haven't revealed the cover, but there's a sneak peek. It has a watermark. I love this cover. So
It's really beautiful.
I don't have the actual post watermark versions yet, which is why there will be a delay, but I'm thinking you will probably get it before publication, so it would still be early. It's just going to probably be a few more weeks for me to be able to ship it.
Okay. Oh, and Kelly says she is Boobies and Newbies. She's happy to connect. So make sure you message her on Instagram because
Will do.
She is a huge supporter in the romance genre, and we are happy to have her as a friend of ours. She's been helpful for us too. So if you guys would like a chance to win an advanced signed paperback of Hiding in the Smoke from Ofelia Martinez, give us a hey in the chat. Carolina, you want to do our survey question while we wait for everyone to say hey?
So we did a little Family Feud style question of 100 romance readers. And so we have a question for you. And we're looking for, based on what the 100 readers said, what you think the top 2 answers are.
Okay.
So finish this sentence. When I read, I always have a blank.
Does it have to be a PC answer?
No.
I'm joking. When I read, I always have a, I'll be good.
I will tell you, these are PC answers.
Okay.
These are not spicy answers. The top
Okay, I'm like, because I'm reading
answers.
romance, so I'm having something else. But when I'm reading, I always have a drink.
That's the number 1 answer.
Woohoo. Hopefully alcoholic, if not tea or coffee.
Right?
And then number 2, you went for a second one. A snack, maybe?
That
I
was
like a
high up
good
there,
snack.
but
like
that
a
was
good
not
snack.
number 2.
So the number 2 answer was a blanket.
Ah, that makes sense. I almost went for like warm fuzzy socks, but I figured
Yeah.
not to.
Okay. So people that cuddle in their blankets when they're reading their books, have you seen the Kindle push thing that has like a little remote control you connect it
Yes.
to the corner of your Kindle, and then you have the remote and you can hold it under your blanket, and it's a remote page turner for your Kindle?
And have you seen the person who even has a stand, so she doesn't even have to hold the Kindle, so she can like totally be underneath. It's a whole new level.
This is why women will one day rule the world.
Yeah,
Too smart. Like, that's brilliant. I hadn't seen it, but that's brilliant.
I am totally going to get one of those clickers. Like,
Yes.
I need one. Hey, Lindsay. Hey, Nikki. Nikki has not reached that level yet of needing the page turner for the Kindle. We're up to 6, 7. Okay, we are up to 7. So, Ophelia, pick a number between 1 and 7.
3.
3. Okay, Heather P, you are our winner. Go ahead and email us, thebees@bookcaseandcoffee.com. Make sure you remind me that you won Ophelia's giveaway, and I will send your information on to her so that she can send out your book. That's just the easiest way to do it. Okay, so you're on TikTok.
I am. I can't believe that I am, but I am.
You do it really well. I like yours because, one, you're not ridiculous, and so many that are over there are ridiculous.
TikTok was just one of the many, many gifts of the pandemic. So there was nothing to do.
I can waste so much time on TikTok. And then I do feel like sharing TikToks is a new love language.
It is.
It is. Mm-hmm.
I mean, Carolina and I, we share them often. I'll be like, Carolina.
Carolina, I don't follow you on TikTok.
I will follow you so you can find me.
Yeah, so I was very familiar with Becky from before this, but I wasn't as familiar with you, so we definitely need to connect.
Oh, we'll connect, and absolutely.
My girl child is passing notes. So I homeschool my children, and I've homeschooled them for years pre-pandemic because my oldest, my boy child, has a liver disease and had a liver transplant. And so we needed to do something different for him for school. So my girl child, she's like, I'm going to pass you notes today. She was super excited about this. She's 16. You know, we don't have traditional school. And so she just passed me her first note. Bathroom. Be right back.
Aw.
She's tech support. She's like
our
the
tech-
assistant, production
our-
assistant.
She is our
Nice.
chat monitor today. I have to pay her in Starbucks. So it's all good. It's all good. So, Ophelia, is there anything else you want to talk about? Because we have a little bit of time before we go into our first book chat break. So is there anything else you'd like to share with us? Or questions? Anybody have any questions for Ophelia? Oh, they want your Twitter name.
I'll drop that in.
Okay, Carolina's going to drop that in there for you, Susie. Susie
I
is
think
like a hoot. I adore her.
I think I'm mostly under O Martinez author everywhere except for Clubhouse. I'm Ofelia Martinez on Clubhouse. I have the one book out. The second book, the medical romance series, comes out September 17th, and that one is a female MMA fighter with a cinnamon roll doctor hero. But those are slower burn than these ones. So.
I do like a good cinnamon roll. You know who else likes a good cinnamon roll? Carolina, Gretchen. Gretchen has her thing.
Yes.
So Gretchen, if you're watching, you're going to want to check out this book, Lady Friend.
Yes. So that book is called Contusion. It's the one that is most closely based on my real life partner. I've never done that before and I never will again, but the cinnamon roll has an extremely dark sense of humor. So if you're okay, you have to be okay with insensitive jokes to read that one. But anything that comes out of Rory's mouth, my partner at some point has said. So if you want a glimpse into my real everyday life, that's a good
one to start with.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to share you a text I just got from my mother, who my mom was born in El Paso.
Okay.
And then her family moved to San Diego, which is where I'm from. I don't live there anymore.
I'm from El Paso.
Yeah, she'll love that. And she was like, I enjoyed the chat with Ophelia. I need to find her books.
Oh, does she read spicy?
Oh,
We're slowly breaking her
So
mom.
she might like Remission then, because it's very slow burn and there's no spice until the end. I got my grandma into spicy, my very prudish grandma into spicy reading. So we created a book club between us two with like super filthy books. Like she went overboard once she got into it. So I hope that future for your mom too.
yes. Well, she does read romance, but she's not has read as many spicy ones. But you might be the one to like break that barrier for her.
Not the rock star. Don't give her that.
No.
She will hate me. But my grandma really loved Outlander, and that's what hooked her into spicy romance, was the Outlander series.
Oh, she loved the show of Outlander. So
yeah, the books. Yeah, no, and she read the books in Spanish, so those were all translated, which is nice.
yeah,
That's nice. That is nice.
love it.
Well, Miss Ophelia, thank you so much for joining us. Your books are available everywhere, so you guys can find them wherever you buy your books. So make sure you check them out and follow her all the places so that you can, stay up with all the awesomeness that you are putting out in the world, my friend.
Thank you so much. This was so much fun. I love you both. I feel like I've made friends for life here.
Oh, you absolutely have. And actually, Ophelia will be back with us for a happy hour live in November. We're going to celebrate the release of...
I forgot about that.
She's going to do this again with us. So we're going to celebrate the release of Hiding in the Smoke with her in November. So she'll be back, friends. Make sure you like and follow everyone. The channel. Thanks.
Thanks, Ophelia.
Thank you. Bye.
We are going to put her back in the waiting room. Okay. We made it through 4 authors. Carolina.
Oh my God. Virtual high five, Becky. Virtual high five.
Ooh, yes. Isn't she adorable, though?
Oh, I
Isn't
love
she
her.
adorable?
I love her. I need to clear my calendar, read her books, and mark my calendar for the next
Yeah.
one.
She's just a doll, and I love her. And I didn't realize she's as old as she was. I really thought she was like 25 because she just looks so young. And boy, the matching lipstick and the headphones, I feel a little amateurish with my messy bun, sweaty face.
No, she's fantastic. I think
Yeah.
I love hearing stories about authors. I think I said this before, that they're not finding what they want to read and creating that.
Yeah.
Those are the best stories. And we've had authors already we've spoken to who Mariah, like, she likes the quirky heroine, and she wants to showcase that because she's a little quirky. And then you talk about Eve, about her characters that's relatable to what she has in her life, and inspiration on space travel, and just just continues.
And you don't have to be like, one of the things I love about Eve is her characters, although I would not say they're all beta men. They're not. But there is a softerness to them. And it just shows that there is attraction. Not everybody has to be an alpha hole. There can be amazing beta heroes written into a book. And Eve does that well. Although I wouldn't say hers are somewhere between an alpha and a beta. They're not.
Yeah, they're not quite a beta. They're still alphas. They're just not the typical, like, they're not full arrogant,
Right.
There might be like 80% arrogant.
Right.
Right. Just confidence. I think there's a confidence versus an arrogance in there that is enjoyable to read.
And you were very correct. Those books have magic in them. There is something magical about Eve's books. You guys, if you have Kindle Unlimited, download them. If you don't, go buy them, people, because I'm telling you, they're so good. So we're at our first break. We do not have another author coming on. Next author up is Avery Flynn. So friends, if you're watching, this is a great time to go grab another drink, grab a sandwich for lunch.
Ask us questions.
Yeah, if you have questions, if you're looking for book recs, or if you have questions about the podcast, we are here and happy to answer them. Okay, so we have an upcoming episode of the podcast in September that is a football romance draft.
Oh, yes. I've been stalking your Goodreads list, and you have a lot of football romance on here.
I do. I made a whole shelf because that's how I roll. If you aren't following me on Goodreads, go ahead. You can find links to it on our website, or in the bio of all our social media. I have become a shelf person. I never was a shelf person before, but different tropes and different books, I'm finding it very helpful to shelve. Nikki, I love football romance.
Okay, so Nikki, what's your favorite football romance? We want to know.
So for me, I actually love Tracy Wolf's her Lightning series that takes place. It's a San Diego football team.
Which I need to read.
There's 3 of them in the series, and the meet cute in book 1 is hilarious. He splashes her. She's a realtor. She's meeting him to go show him a house. He pulls up to in front of her real estate office and splashes her with a rain puddle and soaks her. Anyway, Kathy, I'm so enjoying this. I have the virus yesterday and today, first day since last Tuesday that I felt like sitting up any. Kathy, I hope you are on the mend, and we are so grateful that you are joining us, and I'm glad you're feeling better. It is... Let's see here, Nikki. Will you make a Goodreads shelf for all those books featured today? Yes, Nikki.
Great idea.
We will do that. But also, Carolina has shared throughout the day a link to our website that has purchase links to every book that we are talking about today, so that you can either... The only one that isn't there is Ophelia's, because she just put her pre-order sale up today. So,
but you have, I dropped the Amazon link to Ophelia earlier, And but otherwise, I just redropped where you can find all of the books from today.
Nikki says, Kiss Me Tonight is one of my favorites from Maria Lewis. Yeah, is that part of her? I don't think that's part of her New Orleans. I think that's part of her Put a Ring on It series, which I haven't read. I read one of the New Orleans books, and then I've read Maria Lewis's hockey books. But we had her on an episode of the podcast, and she is super, super nice. Nikki likes that book because the female is also part of the football scene. I think that's why everybody likes Carla Sorensen's football romances also, because she does sprinkle, the roles that women play on the team into those books. And Lindsay,
it was like one's owner, then another one's a reporter, and
Lindsay, I might have just given you a hint to October's Drunk Book Club. So if you guys are new to the podcast, if you have never followed us along, one of the featured events that we do every month, and it is the best night of your month, is the Buzzing About Romance Drunk Book Club. And it is coming up on September the 18th. And we will be joined by awesome hockey author Kelly Jamieson this time. We are reading Talk Hockey to Me, and actually, Carolina,
which is a fantastic book.
It is such a great book. It's such a great book. And I just love Kelly. She is the kindest, sweetest. But Carolina, yesterday, Lee and I recorded an episode with Sawyer Bennett. And guess who would like to come to Drunk Book Club sometime in the next time? Miss Sawyer Bennett. So
I love it. I love it.
We will see.
I'm here for that. I'm here for all of it.
Kathy says, I love the Aaron Nicholas Boys of the Big Easy. What are more authors who write books similar? Kelly, Drunk Book Club rules. Drunk Book Club does rule.
Well, and to also say that to be eligible for Drunk Book Club, you need to be a Patreon member.
Yes. We will give you like a one-time try it out, see if you like it kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But then to be a continued member of Drunk Book Club, you have to be a part of our Patreon. And you can find details on our website, and I'll share the link here to Patreon. I just got to find a mouse. There's so many things. I have like 2 computers. The girl child's waving her hand when we have a comment in the chat,
or just DM us at Buzzing About Romance.
Yeah, there you go. Just DM us because we'll figure this out.
Just DM us.
Oh, there it is. See, look, I got a link. You had to look at the side of my head for a minute. Yes. So Kelly Jamieson Drunk Book Club coming September 18th. It is going to be a fun time. Okay. So Kathy, I'm not as familiar with Aaron Nicholas. I know one of our podcast contributors, Rachel, is a huge fan of hers, but I think Rachel is not on right now.
I don't think she is.
Tell us kind of what kind of books Aaron likes to write. Are they like low spice, high spice, slow burn, tropes?
More romantic comedy.
Oh, Susie, watch a few of these YouTube episodes and you'll be hooked.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Susie. I love Susie. Susie, I think 3 or 4 of your nurse friends from the hospital filled out our survey when I was looking at email addresses. I was like, look at Susie helping us out. She's the best. So if you like kind of a fun, quirky rom-com, you're going to want to stick around for Avery Flynn, who's coming up next. She writes, there's some steam in them, but they're not overly steamy. They have about a 50% put out percentage.
I love the put out percentage.
I know. That was totally your idea. That helped me come up with that.
It's perfect for you.
It is, because I totally do look at that. Let's see here. Look at the bookshelf. Oh, you know what, Aaron Nicholas, you might like Vi Keeland and Penelope Ward's books. Happily Letter After is a really good one. The Invitation was so good. It's a slower burn, funny, quirky single dad, a fantastic meet cute. They're so good. Oh, Susie said, yes, they did. And one is mad because she works today.
Oh,
Christina, I'm a huge Avery Flynn fan. Everybody knows it. She writes one of my most secret surprise pregnancy romance books that I just adore. It's also fun, too, because Avery's one of those that I can message and be like, hey, friend, you want to do this? And she'll be like, yes.
need your help. Want to do it? Yep.
Yeah. I like people who don't tell me no. So yeah, football romances. Let me see here. I like Tracy Wolff. I also saw you were talking about illustrated covers. You needed illustrated covers.
Yeah. Again, for another love and lyrics thing we're doing. I went back through my read history and I've really only read 1 or 2 illustrated covers, which shocked me. So I was looking for illustrated cover book recommendations. Where do I start?
Well, our very own Kelly Kay, she has illustrated book covers.
She was one of the ones I've read.
Lauren H. May has her illustrated book covers from her Summer Night series. I like The Catch. She has 3 books out in it. The Exception is an Enemies to Lovers. The Rules is a Friends with Benefits, which I really liked that one. I just like The Catch the best. I just really connected. The main character, her name is Katia, and Latin Catholic, with family expectations, and it was just very relatable. So let's see here. Enemies to Lovers, also very steamy. That's what Kathy likes. So Enemies to Lovers is not one of my most favorite tropes out there. It's one
I love a good enemies to lovers. I think part of it because a lot of the enemies to lovers start with the banter, like that angry banter and like the ruffling of the feathers. Don't like that in real life, but in a book, when it's done well, it's just like you're excited to see how that goes.
Heather recommends Olivia Dade for illustrated covers the Bromance Book Club series.
Oh, yes.
I have not read the Bromance Book Club series. We might need to do like a read along together, a buddy read. I've not read those, but they get lots of love.
Yeah.
Tessa Bailey, a lot of her books are illustrated covers, and I think she's on Hoopla too. So, Enemies, The Hating Game is an Enemies to Lovers with an illustrated cover. I was lukewarm about it. I didn't love it, but lots of people love it. It's very traditional published as far as steam and spice go. But it's one of those, to me, it's a retelling of Pride and Prejudice done in an office romance. I don't know. I did the audiobook. The audiobook was fairly good. I did like the audiobook. But I didn't see all the excitement that everybody else saw on that one.
You know what? Not every book is for every reader.
That's right.
So we've had books that I've loved that you weren't crazy about, and vice versa. I mean, that happens.
It does. Avery Flynn, her Ice Knights series is all illustrated covers. Let's see here. Oh, Meet Cute by Helena Hunting. That is an adorable book. If you have not read that one, he is a former boy band member.
Cute.
And they meet in college due to a freak like Frisbee accident. And then meet again later in adult life. It's so good. I highly recommend that one. I don't know.
Oh, I think I've got a good list going. Okay.
There we go.
Yes.
Kelly says Evie Alexander released her illustrated cover today, and it's the Highland British Enemies to Lovers. It's called Highland Games. So funny. Okay, the cover is adorable. It's a guy like kilt to his knees, like down, kilt down, and the girl is like in the background between his legs, like up the hill. That looks so good. I really want to check that one out. Let's see here. Oh,
Heather.
Kathy likes kind of a dominant male. Kathy, if you have not read, I made Carolina read these. I didn't make her.
So good. And man, I went down the rabbit hole hard.
Stacey Kennedy writes a series called Club Sin, and they are super sexy Las Vegas sex club. I think there are 6 or 7 books in that series.
I think it's 6.
6.
But I think what I liked most about it was the intimacy between the couples. And it was about their relationships and finding the connection and how what they were doing increased the intimacy.
Yeah.
It wasn't just for pleasure.
No, it wasn't just for pleasure. It wasn't for shock value.
No.
These were real connections with real relationships. And actually her other series, the Watch Me series, the Phoenix Club, that she has book 1 and 2 out now. Book 3 comes out in October. They're also that same deep connection. They, are sexy but they also like show the intimacy and value in relationship and listening to your partner.
There's a lot about that both ways. Like that listening to what they're saying and what they're not saying and what they need from each other, and communication is so huge in that. So and it's sexy as hell.
So sexy. So very sexy. Highly recommend those. Illustrated cover suggestions also are coming at you. Good Luck Charm by Helena Hunting. Kiss My Cupcake by Helena Hunting. And Kathy, just so you know, book recs are kind of our thing. We love to fill your TBR. And a great way to support the podcast and us being able to do events like this is actually weekly. We provide a list of books that are reduced, on sale or free currently onto our website. And if you go through and grab them via our link through our website, we get a small kickback from Amazon. It doesn't cost you any extra, but it goes to help support the podcast. We actually...
And all the links that we're sharing from today's books that you can find on Bookcase and Coffee do have the affiliate link. So if you click through there, you are supporting the podcast as well. So
Susie says, kiss your TBR goodbye.
Oh, yes.
Destroying TBRs is kind of like...
And as Leah says, you're welcome.
It's what we do. We actually like to joke and ask people what their unread number is. And we probably should make that an entry question, like when you first join one of our things. Funny. What is your current unread on your Kindle? And then check in with them 2 months later. And now what is your current unread?
No, you check in after you send them the free list. You send that out. Because,
Danica did it this time. This week we had last week, there was like a day of 500 free romance novels. Mm-hmm. And Danica shared it. And she's like, I'm not sorry. I'm like, I'm not sorry either.
No. It's a great way to discover new authors, of like getting a taste of their writing style, their books, and you can get sucked into a great series that way.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so Carolina, you are free to talk for a minute, but I am going to take a quick 2-minute break before we bring on our next author.
Okay.
And then you cancel. That is not what I meant to do. I don't know. You'll see in my chair because I can't figure out how to turn my camera off. So I'll be right back.
All right. So what is everybody reading? I want to know or what was your last 5-star read? Let's fill up the TBRs even more. I'm going to give Kelly a shout out. Her Meritage book was phenomenal. I loved that one so much. And I mean, it makes me want to go back to Sonoma because you're talking about amazing wine and the Sonoma culture, which I have been there, which is fantastic. Let's see, Nikki, I was in the 70s back in January. Now my unread is 609. That is awesome, Nikki. I love that. Heather is reading an arc of By Sin I Rise by Cora Riley, which releases on September 14th.
Yes.
Ophelia's last 5-star read is Angela Lopez's Hate Crush.
Yeah.
That's an alpha billionaire. Ooh, I love a good alpha billionaire. I need to write that one down. Christina's last 5-star read was Beach Read by Emily Henry. That's been on my TBR for a while. I need to read that.
It's an illustrated cover.
It is an illustrated cover.
Oh, Codename Tiara. Oh, Heather, that book was so good.
Yeah.
So I'm not a huge fan of royal romance. But this one is done really well. The only thing I had to keep in my head was she made the country up, so the rules are her own. Like,
hey, that's the way to go.
Right? Sawyer did all her own rules, and we just talked to her. Her episode releases next Sunday, the 12th, and I'm so excited for you guys to listen to it. Like, we only fangirled a little bit, but a lot, actually.
I was going to say only a little bit. I'm a little disappointed.
No, we did. But oh my God, she's wonderful. She's just awesome. She would be a great author for book club. So watch for that coming soon.
Yeah. That's a series that I need to read. I don't think I've started that one.
Which one? Oh,
the code
the Jameson
name.
Force.
Yeah, the Jameson Force. I liked the original where it started from because the Jameson Force is a spinoff. But I've also been re-listening to the whole Arizona Vengeance series because I'm trying to get caught up on that one, which is a great
Leah went
hockey
down
series.
Leah went down the rabbit hole. She's like, why did you let me wait so long? I'm like, I didn't know it was a secret. Like, I didn't know.
No.
Heather, you weren't here earlier, but when we were chatting with Sawyer, she mentioned that she might like to join us for a drunk book club. So your chance to hang out with her should be coming soon to a drunk book club near you.
Yeah.
Carolina,
and it's on Anyplay, so that's even better.
That's a bonus. Did you need to take a moment, stretch your legs before we bring on the next author?
That would be great. Tag,
your turn. Let's see here. Lindsay, you're working on the Bailey series by Piper Rayne. I have not read the Bailey's series by Piper Rayne. I did just start their hockey series, and I'm really enjoying it. So I'm going to have to check out the Baileys. I know that you and Gretchen Lindsay have been watching the Baileys and loving it. So we'll have to check out. I love The Catch. It's so good. The Catch is my favorite of those 3 books by Lauren. I just love Lauren, too. She's such a delight. I got eye gooby. Sorry, guys. She's such a delight, and The Catch is my favorite. But I do like some of the sassiness in the rules. And that's illustrated covers. Carolina needed illustrated covers. And okay, so next up, you guys, we're going to talk with author Avery Flynn. You know, we're always good for a laugh with her. So I have fun book facts for you guys. Fun book facts. The first e-reader was the Sony Libre, released in 2004. The precursor to the Sony Reader was the first e-reader to use the electronic paper format. So I got my first e-reader in 2010. I got a Nook because that made more sense than some random website that supposedly sold books. But now I own Kindles. Lots of them. Anyway, I still have books on my Nook that I go back to every once in a while. just because I have a lot of books over there.
Yeah. Well, I think
So-
I have all of like, when I was rereading a little bit of Sawyer Bennett, I have all of her Carolina Fury series on Nook. So I'm like going back and forth between the apps. You know, girls got to do what a girl's got to do.
That's right. And, you know, who would have thought that some random website named Amazon would rule the world one day? Okay. So I think we've got a couple more minutes here. Does anybody have any questions for us? I mean, we have so many good episodes coming this fall. Last night, Corset and Crown, so Duchess Katie and Lady Sadie interviewed Lenora Bell for an episode that releases here this month. And I read historical intermittent now, not as much as I used to. And I was listening to them chat with her. I am so excited. I actually bought a historical romance to read. She just seems fun and quirky, and she has a book coming out that's a historical English venter. The girl is a venter in English, and I guess there is a grape growing and wine growing was something that did happen in England, and you just don't think about it very often. So
Yeah.
I'm excited to check that out. She was delightful, fun, and quirky. So that episode will be coming very soon to the podcast. And I know we're running a little early here. Who'd have thought with how we talk that we'd be on
Right?
time?
We've been doing really good about being on time.
We have. We're going into our long stretch, though.
But I think it's also because we're like on the clock of the hours versus just general.
Yeah.
No, this isn't. We have 3 and then another book chat.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we're not in our long stretch yet.
No. Not yet.
I do have snacks because, you
Yeah.
know, we need snacks.
I'm about to bust out mine too. Because we're a couple hours into this. So
Okay. So, everyone, we are going to go and see if Miss Avery Flynn is ready to join us. And then we will bring her on a couple minutes early. Just check with her, make sure she's didn't just tune in and pop in there and then walked away, because that'd be really embarrassing to bring someone into the meeting and they're not even sitting in the chat area waiting for us. Okay, because there's no awkward. Well, we have kind of slowed the awkward down today. Book chatting was a little awkward, but you know, keeping it on brand. Right?
yeah, it wouldn't be buzzing about romance if there wasn't a little awkward.
Okay, so we are going to bring in Miss Avery Flynn.
Hey there. So sorry.
No, you're fine.
Hello.
Oh, you're fine. We were chatting away. We pre-planned some breaks so that if we could get up and go to the restroom.
That is so incredibly smart. It's not even funny. Well, I want to say thank you because I was scrolling eBay for Kate spade bags.
Oh.
So, thank you. Thank you for bringing me on. My husband also says,
I was
thank
going to
you.
say, Mr. Flynn, he owes us now.
You guys, it has gotten really bad.
I'm not going to lie. You posted the hot air balloon purse. And
I want that one.
Our town has a
Ooh.
huge hot air balloon festival that's part of the national championship series that they get points to go to the big, huge festival. And I was on the committee for a couple of years. And so I just keep thinking, like, I kind of need that bag. I need it. And every time I look at it, I get dirty looks from the husband.
I know. It's stupid. It's such a stupid thing, but I'm like, you know what? They're my art. So they're my art.
Investing in art.
That's what we'll stick with.
Wearable art.
Exactly. Wear
They have
more.
some cute plaid pieces for their fall collection. And I love a good plaid. I love a good plaid.
They are obnoxiously strong red and black plaid, you guys. If you haven't seen it, it will, and you are of my age, it will give you such like Clueless vibes, but red instead of the yellow. They're awesome. They're
You know, pulling out the knee socks and getting your sweaters going. Welcome, Miss Avery Flynn. We are so happy to have you.
Thank you for having me.
I was telling Carolina, I was like, Avery is one of those authors that I can message her and be like, hey, friend, you want to do this? And you're always like, yes.
Sure. Sounds fun.
Yes.
Oh, well, the fabulous Mr. Flynn is smoking pulled pork right now. So I have no duties today. Nice. So this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful.
And can we get some delivered?
Yeah.
No, because I'm going to eat it all.
Okay. Fair enough.
Sorry. Yeah. Plus,
Avery
I have a 15-year-old boy and a 13-year-old boy. So leftovers are not really a thing at our house.
No.
So, yeah.
Well, and you need all the comfort food you can get because you just recently moved the oldest Flynn child off to college far away from home. So there's comfort in food right now.
I am telling you, though, it is so nice to be able to FaceTime her and to do all of that sort of stuff, which did not happen when I was in college. So that's really nice. But it's funny. Yeah, we talked from her dorm laundry room today. She's like, I got to do laundry.
Poor baby.
Yeah, welcome.
Right? It's great to be a grown-up.
Yeah.
Okay, Carolina, would you like to read Avery's bio, and then we'll get into talking all about Mama's Boy.
Okay. Yes. All right. USA Today and Wall Street Journal bestselling romance author Avery Flynn has 3 slightly wild children, loves a hockey-addicted husband, and is desperately hoping someone invents the coffee IV drip. She fell in love with romance while reading Joanna Lindsay's Mallory books. It wasn't long before Avery had read through all romance offerings at her local library. Needing a romance fix, she turned to Harlequin's 4 books a month home delivery service to ease the withdrawal symptoms. That worked for a short time, but it wasn't long before local bookstores' staff knew her by name. Avery was a reader from before she was a writer and hopes to always be both. She loves to write the smart-ass alpha heroes who are good with a quip as they are with their other godly given talents. Her heroines are feisty, fierce, and fantastic. Ooh, that's a great alliteration there. Brainy and brave, these ladies know how to stand on their own 2 feet and knock the bad guys off theirs.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a great bio.
Thank you. It's a little long. I need to go back and shorten it. I apologize to everyone who fell asleep. Wake back up.
No, it's great. It really does like show who your books are.
Becky, you accidentally hit.
You're muted.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look at that. Shocking. I've only done it once in all of this, so that's not bad. 2 hours in, only once.
There you go. You got it.
No, I was saying the bio, though, really speaks to who you are and who your characters are. And you write some of my most favorite female characters because they're sassy and spicy and I adore them all. Everybody knows I'm a total fan.
Well, if we're going to talk about female heroines, just real quick, let me show you guys my wall of ladies of disrepute.
I love this.
So that is behind me.
I need all
I
of
love
those.
that. I love those frames too.
The frames are from Michaels, and I spray painted them, and they're just like the little board. But there is an artist, and I can't remember her name. If anybody is interested, I will email me and I'll send it to you. She's a Canadian artist, and she does all of this stuff. And her art is so character that I am so inspired. So yeah, I call it my wall of disrepute.
I love that.
I love that.
Yeah.
And you've moved your desk because the last time we had you on, you had bookshelves behind you, and now we get the wall.
That's here. See, okay, so we got the dogs that are sleeping.
I love it.
And the bookshelves. And the Kate
I love
Spade.
it. I love it. And the Kate Spade. She
And
has
the
the
Kate
type.
Spade.
She has the typewriter Kate Spade.
I do.
It's so beautiful.
I know.
It's so beautiful.
I'm a collector.
We love it.
I have bad habits.
They're good habits. I mean, as far as I'm concerned.
There we go. Well, I'll go with that.
Right? Just tell Mr. Flynn. Becky said it was okay. And he's going to be like,
Yeah.
whatever.
I got Becky's
He
approval.
encourages me. Yeah.
Right. So you are going to read from us Mama's Boy,
Yes.
which we are super excited about because
So
look at that
So I have
smile.
bookmarks. I know, isn't he adorable? I say adorable.
all
but he's
three of these
adorable.
covers in this series are sexy, sexy, sexy.
Okay, so we've got our Mama's Boy here, who's a snarky little player, and then his cousin Griff in Neanderthal, and he is the strong and silent type who has a secret Lego room, like literally a Lego room. I love him so much. And then we've got Mansplainer. Okay, look at this with me, you guys. Does this not look like the child of like Ewan McGregor and like Henry Cavill or Cavill, however you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the chin,
Okay.
it's that jawline.
Okay.
So these are the
This-
Beckett cousins, and you want them all.
Yes. I want the
Yeah.
books. I want the bookmarks. I want
Yeah.
I want all the things.
Well, all the things. I'm with you. Yeah, so Mama's Boy has been a little bit delayed a couple of times. So a huge thank you to all my readers for your patience on that, for sure. I promise it'll be worth it. A big reason for that is because number one, it's a fun book and you guys are really going to love Dixon, but also because it has a Hartigan in there, which means not
Right.
only, so our heroine is Fiona Hartigan, which means you get like, of course, the Hartigan family dinners, but you also get the sibling text stream. And those are some of the most fun things to write on the face of the earth. So,
Well, and
yes.
we got to see a little sneak peek of Fiona in the wedding date disaster.
Yes.
And so when you teased her there, I think all of us were like, are we getting the Hartigans again? Are we going back? 'Cause,
There is
you know,
more. So yeah, so I'm
You're-
super excited.
In the chat, you're getting love for those bookmarks and getting love for Fiona.
Yay! Yes, and hold on, I'll show you guys. Look at how many bookmarks they sent. So I have lots to be giving away once I get to do goodie packs and once we finally get to see each other again.
Okay.
So
Carolina, I'm going to need bookmarks.
yes. She's like, please, yes, and thank you.
Yes. I love a
Yes,
good
yes.
bookmark. Although I'm an exclusive e-reader. Like I buy the books. Like I went on your website and I got my copies of the Ice Knights. I still need to get Loudmouth, but I tell my husband, he's like, why do you buy paperbacks? You don't read paperbacks. I'm like, decoration.
You can't explain it. Just because.
No. Yeah.
Just because.
I buy the
They're
books twice.
friends. They're friends.
Yes.
They're friends. That's
Yes.
I need them all.
And
I
then
need-
sometimes you're reading them and you have to do stupid things like laundry. And so you also get the Audible so that you can
Yes.
continue.
Mhm. Yes.
I am telling you right now that, okay.
Well,
No
because then you-
offense to Amazon, but that is why I still read Kindle stuff is so I can whisper sync. And
It's
Yep.
fair.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
And you
un-
have, it's like you have the app on your phone, on your Kindle, on your iPad, you have the Audible, you have the,
Yeah.
so wherever you are at, you can, and depending on what you're doing, you can continue the story.
Oh yeah. And it's awesome. My kids hate riding in the car with me. So I'm like, teen boys, I'm like, just do your phone thing. You're not listening anyway. Let me have my book.
The most embarrassing story I love to tell is I was listening to a very spicy, sexy book in audio in my car. I was by myself. And I took my phone out of the car and went into the house and it connected to our Echo
No.
in the kitchen where the children were sitting at the table doing their school. And it was a very sexy shower scene that came up on the Echo throughout the kitchen. And I'm like, stop.
You know, I think that needs to make it into a Hartigan's book at some point in time because that would be really funny.
I was so embarrassed. I'm like, oh, because it was a super, super sexy shower scene.
I love that.
I'm like,
I love that.
anyway,
Been there.
Okay, so I'm going to read a synopsis of Mama's Boy, and then we're
Okay.
going to invite you to read us an excerpt because we are
Yes.
all desperate for this one. So Mama's Boy. Top 3 lies about Mama's Boys. 1, that we don't know what we want. That one is straight up BS. I know exactly what I want to win this bet with my cousins by any means necessary, even if it means finding the worst possible date in all of Harbor City and agreeing to whatever she asks in exchange for her pretending to fall for me. 2, that we are all soft little wimps. Yes, you don't get to be a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company by letting other people take advantage of you. So as soon as I realize my date, Fiona Hartigan, isn't exactly who she appears to be, there's nothing that will stop me from figuring out the truth, no matter how many dates it takes to unravel that mystery. 3, that we don't know how to kiss. Oh, yes, we do. The only problem is that once I start kissing Fiona, I don't want to stop, and I have to because we've already agreed that all of this is temporary. Now, I'm the guy that every woman wants to bring home to mom, except for the woman I'm fake dating and falling in love with for real. So this book is coming out to us September 27th. The trope is enemies to lovers, fake dating, only one bed.
Yes, there is only one bed in here. And actually, it's not even like a bed. It's a tent on an island. Carolina's eyes just went, what? Yes, it is. Yeah, I am not an outdoorsy girl. So it is a very glam version of only one bed in a tent. Sorry, guys. I try.
Love it. I love it. There's just so many potentials with that right there.
Right?
Yeah, very much so.
And I love this in here that Fiona is trying to be mysterious because I don't know that the Hartigans have it in them to be mysterious.
They really don't. They really, really don't. But she has an ulterior motive. And it shows up really early in the book. So I am not giving you a spoiler, but there is a Hartigan grandmother. And you are going to love Grandma Hartigan. And she has, in her retirement village, created a makeup line for seniors. And so Dixon runs this big cosmetic company. And because the Hartigans are never going to just sit back and accept anything, she is determined to get her grandmother's makeup line in front of this cosmetics company. And of course, she's getting blown off. So she has an ulterior motive when it comes to why she's there with Dixon. But she knows if she tells him why, that'll be it. So she's keeping her mouth shut as much as she could. So they're both lying to each other the whole book. But with good intentions, not bad intentions.
Good intentions. Okay.
Good intentions.
Well, read us your excerpt so we can get all the goods.
Absolutely. Okay, so just to set this up a little bit, she accepts his dating profile. The rules of the bet that he has with his cousins is that he has to date the first woman to respond. So he's stuck with her, but she basically has all the power in this situation because she can walk away. So they meet at the Natural History Museum, which if you've read The Charmer is where Fiona Hartigan works. So Fallon, let's see. Fiona walks out and meets Dixon Beckett. And Dixon says, what I'm looking for is a woman I will definitely never fall for to go out with me on 6 dates so I can win a bet by not falling for her. Okay. That came out about as smooth as chunky peanut butter. Making bets not to fall for a stranger is just your natural course of business. She took a step back, no doubt thankful they were meeting in such a public place. What's the prize? I can't tell you. That was part of the deal. The first rule of winning the bet was not talking about what the bet was for. It's personal. Fiona lifted a brow. Sex? Dixon flinched back. No, it's not for sex. With his cousin? What kind of person would even think that? Obviously, someone who hated dogs. No, she rolled her big brown eyes and then looked at the ceiling as if she was asking God to give her patience. Is sex part of the 6 dates? Do you want it to be? Why would you ask that? You really are a dumbass, Beckett. Her eyes went wide and she took a step back. No. Good. He cleared his throat, his cheeks hot. We agree. An awkward silence filled the space between them as people milled about and looked at the ants climbing through the colony's tunnels. Then Fiona grinned up at him, batting her eyelashes as if she found him the most fascinating person ever. She leaned in close, her lips nearly brushing his ear. His heartbeat ticked up. What would you have said if I would have said yes? She asked, and then relaxed back away from him. There's a moment in every man's life that he always remembers. First time something completely unexpected happened that shot straight to his balls, practically shouting, "Report for duty." This wasn't that time, but it was damn close. In less time than it took for his brain to stall at the question, he had 1,000,003 ideas for what his response to a yes would have entailed. Many of them involved a desk for some reason. Every single one involved Fiona Hartigan, woman who hates dogs, totally naked and screaming in ecstasy. He fisted his hands and took a deep breath. If you'd have said yes, I would have had a headache every night. Only at night? She took another step closer as she wet her bottom lip with the tip of her pink tongue. What are you, a Regency era virgin? Right after a serial killer, the next most unlikely had to be virgin. Are you always this argumentative? Absolutely, she said, her gaze darting to the left. And it almost sounded like the truth, but Dixon wasn't so sure. She gave him a considering look as she toyed with the gold chain and the small gold heart on it. Definitely not the kind of sentimental item he'd expect someone like her to have. What if we hate each other? God, if he could only get that lucky. That's kind of the plan. I mean, do you really hate dogs? She nodded, a cocky smile curling her full lips. They're the worst. Tipping? Cringing back, she wrinkled her nose as if she'd just shoved a gem sock in her face. Only if it's on someone else's dime. She was awful, horrible, the worst date ever. You're perfect, he said, relief seeping through him. Let's do this. Fiona tucked a dark hair behind her ear, and pursed her lips together as she gave him a slow up and down. I'll think about it. So she is very sassy. And what I didn't tell you is that his ad for the dating site was basically an ad calling for the worst person he could think of. Somebody who hated dogs, somebody who didn't tip, somebody who, was rude to servers, just an awful person, so that he wouldn't fall for her, because his little weakness is that he falls for everybody, every single person. He is such a softie.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I am so sold. I'm so excited to be back in Harbor City. I love Harbor City. They're just all such great books.
No, it's already giving some love in the chat.
Yay, thank you,
Liz
guys.
is like, love it. Mercedes, I love the sassy. So
she is very sassy. So this book has an attack goose. There is a secret room in the library that they get locked into, and she has claustrophobia. So she tries to escape through a window that her ass will not fit. And so there's like a whole scene where she's halfway in the window and out the window, and he's like pushing her from behind, and the attack goose is coming at her. It's a lot of shenanigans, you guys. It's so many shenanigans. It's a good time.
Oh, I'm so excited. And it seems like he's going to bring us some big swoons. Can we expect some big swoons?
Yes. Yes. He is very determined. He thinks he's always right. I'm sure you know no one in your life like that. And yeah, exactly. Very stubborn. But once he figures out how messed up in the head he is, it's awesome. It's awesome. So, and you will definitely fall for his cousins as well. So you'll have, and Nash in the next couple of books.
So for somebody who hasn't read your books before, will they be able to read this as a standalone, or would you recommend that they go back?
No, all of my books I write as standalones. You can pick up anywhere. It's just, if you do read the other books that take place in that Harbor City world, you'll pick up little Easter eggs. Like it might be, they mention an art gallery and you're like, oh, I remember that from The Schemer, or, those types of things. I get really intimidated by book series where they're so involved that you have to read from the beginning and it's like 40 books long. So I don't do that. So yeah.
No, and I actually picked Avery up in a weird spot. I started with Awkward because that cover was so eye-catching. I saw it on the Hoopla
Beautiful
app and I
job.
was like, I'm gonna listen to this. So I listened to that and then I was like, who is this author? And then I went back and did the first 3 in the Harbor City series and then into Parental Guidance. And then I was like, oh, this makes a little more sense.
Yeah, so there's like, I guess layers is a good way of putting it. You can read it by itself. You get more layers if you read the other books as well.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of them are in libraries, and they're also starting to put me a little bit in KU, the romantic suspense ones that are in Harbor City.
Oh,
So,
nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
so that's kind of fun.
Well, and if anybody who follows along with us, Butterface was free all of August. So that was a great place to start too for those that downloaded that, because that is such a great series. That's where you get to know the Hardigans.
Yes.
All the chaos.
Absolutely.
That is that group.
Exactly.
So
Absolutely.
So Mama's Boy is September 27th. Then the other 2 will expect.
Yes. So this is Mama's Boys October 27th. And then you get Griffin Neanderthal October 25th. And you get Nash and Mansplainer on November 29th. And my husband, sorry,
It's okay.
who knows what I'm doing, is now mowing in front of my office window.
That's okay. Mine have done it twice today.
I'm sorry.
Please don't.
Hold on. Let me kick the dogs out. Hold on.
I mean, this is what you get with live, right? Like, we don't ever know. And then we get.
My husband was printing, and I'm like, stop.
When I stood up, I had muted my mic, but the children, the dogs, also.
Hello.
I brought eggnog to make up for it.
Aw, hi, Eggnog.
Eggnog. I know he's a jerk, but I love Tater Tot.
He is such a jerk, but yes, I love him as well. All right. You're being good.
You can stay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. No problem. So Carolina, ask Avery our survey question.
Yes.
So we polled 100 romance readers, Family Feud style.
I love this.
And we are looking for the top 3 answers.
Okay.
The best romantic trope is
Enemies to lovers.
that was number 1. That was number 1.
That is my crack. That is my crack.
Yep. Me too.
It is
I'm right
the
there.
banter. It is the banter you get. I just adore it.
Okay, you want to guess on number 2? What was number 2?
Number
3.
2. You know what? It is not my favorite, but a lot of people love best friends, older sibling. Best friend's older sibling. Did that make the top 3?
That did not make the top 3.
That did not. That's crack for me. Like, fake relationships and best older siblings, best friend. Yes. But those did not make the top 3.
All right. Do I get another guess?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to go with fake engagement, marriage of convenience, fake dating. I think those are all one thing.
Yeah.
That would be on the top
Those
of my
didn't
list too.
make it
but they
either.
didn't make it. So
What?
number
What are you
3,
people reading?
number 3
Right?
was single parent.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Okay.
And number 2 is friends to lovers.
Oh.
No, friends to lovers
Lovers
would
is a
not
good one.
be on my
That-
top list.
No.
I'm trying to think if I have ever done a friends to lovers. I have not. Although I'm really excited because Back in the Burbs, they're going to be releasing the cover for the follow-up in the next couple of weeks. It's called Running for the Hills, and it is the sister, Sarah, and the cover, number 1, is adorable, but she is super pregnant. And so it will be a single parent, basically, women's fiction, funny women's fiction. that'll be coming.
Back
So,
to the
yeah.
Burbs was really good. I really enjoyed it. I liked it. It was light. It was funny, with just a little bit of romance in it and
Yeah.
quirky, fun banter. That one was,
So.
I really did enjoy that.
Single parent. That's pretty fun. I'm going to have to stick that into
Yep.
one of my romances. I don't think I've done that really. I think I
No.
have too many kids in my life.
Well, awkward is a
I love you.
surprise pregnancy. Awkward surprise pregnancy.
Yes.
Um,
That's true.
but you know, he's Thor. Like, you don't
He's
understand
Thor.
that book. Like,
You climb him like a tree. He's such a
Right?
good guy.
he
He's
is.
such a good guy. Well, and we're going back to the ice nights too. So I'm really excited about that
Yes.
as well. Yeah, I took a trip out to California to wine country, and I was planning on just writing Christensen's book based out there. Christensen's one of the hockey players, and I had so much inspiration and loved it so much. I'm going to do 3. So we'll have 3 hockey books coming
Yay.
that are
Love
hockey
it.
hotties in wine country, basically.
I'm
I'm so
here
excited.
for that. Here for
Yes.
that.
Yes.
You've gotten some good reactions on that where you're going next. But Lindsay was also saying there are not enough outdoorsy books, so she can't wait for the tent situation and all
Oh.
the comedy we're sure to see there.
It is so much. So there's like this, they have this crazy rich grandmother who has passed away, and she has this insane like dream property for me. If you guys haven't figured out, I basically write for me. That's what I do. So it's this beautiful property that I would really love. And there's a lake and there's an island in the middle of the lake. So of course his cousins, they're supposed to go out there and have a picnic, but of course his cousins steal the boat. So they're stuck out there on the island, but there's a tent. So there you go. There's your outdoors. Yeah. Shenanigans happen. Sexy times. And there's chocolate. Chocolate.
Yes, for the chocolate.
Kelly is so excited. She's like, wine books from Avery Flynn. I'm like, because Kelly
So
writes
happy.
a series in Sonoma. So,
Ooh. Nice. Well, this is going to be in out in Gold Country. So Amador County. So I'm
Nice.
going off from Sonoma. But yeah.
So much fun. I'm so excited. We have linked in the chat all the places that you can find Avery. If you ever want to gush about books or ask questions about books, Avery is always happy to reply back and talk books.
Yes.
And join her Facebook group because there's always so much fun shenanigans going on in there. And I love your Wine Wednesdays.
Lots of guest authors. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
one of my
love those.
favorites.
It's so fun. I have found so many new authors by following along on Wine Wednesdays. So you guys can find Mama's Boy releasing September 27th, wherever you buy books. And you can pre-order it now. So look at that sexy smile. Avery, thank you for saying yes and joining us. We appreciate
Thank
you so
you guys
much.
for having me. Happy Labor Day to everybody. I'll think of all of you while I'm eating delicious pulled pork.
Well, you know,
Sorry.
we'll only be a little jealous. It's fine.
Well, that's okay. I have to go take a teenager for a driving lesson now. So
Oh,
pray for
you
me.
can do that all on your own. Thank you, friend. And we'll Avery will be back for happy hour at the end of September. We'll be live with Avery to celebrate the release of Mama's Boy. So everybody make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel so you can come back and hang out with us then. Thank you, friend.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So yay, that went great. And now next up, and she's not online just yet, Roan, our friend Roan Parrish is coming on next.
Yes.
So we will sit here for a second and wait for her. Okay, she just spilled a whole bunch of tea. I am so
Oh my goodness.
excited.
And the bookmarks, those are fantastic. I don't need any more bookmarks, but I want them.
Yes, I can put them on my wall with all of my like sexy men in my covers. So, yeah, and I'm excited she's going back to the ice nights because I love those men. Ugh, I'm so excited. No, Avery did not have a giveaway. She hosts tons of giveaways in her readers group. Every week she shares new books that have been released and does giveaways. So she did not do one this time. So let's see here. What do we got? Such good Zen from there. Good luck. Oh, I love bookmarks. Yes, we all love bookmarks.
Yes.
Even though I don't use paperbacks, I do love a good
A good
bookmark.
bookmark.
Okay, I am going to send Miss Roan a message. And see where she is.
Yes.
Hopefully she's not having you are up. Anyway, anything else? Did you get a snack?
I did. I have a little snack action going on. But we should also talk about our shirts, Becky, because we haven't really shown them.
We haven't. We have not. Okay. We have our Buzzing About Romance merch on. These are like the softest
Most comfortable
t-shirts.
Most comfortable shirts.
I wear it way too much. I love it. It's so great. The shop is linked on our website, but if you go on Etsy and search for I Love HEAs, that is where you can find all of our merchandise. And she just added long sleeve t-shirts just in time for fall. So, and there's some great, the hoodie is so nice. I'm super picky about my hoodies. And I have another one that says I read romance from her. I need to order a Buzzing About Romance one. But I love them. They're just
but
super
there's
soft.
The shirts, and then there's totes and little zipper pouches. So there's a couple different things on the shop. And I ordered a couple different shirts. So you got some really good options.
Yeah. She has, I love the totes. And then she has fun. Like you had me at Billionaire. I read romance. I read for the HEA. They're also really, and they're just the softest t-shirts.
Yeah, they're very super comfortable.
Mercedes says she's finding a bunch of new authors. We are
Yay!
so glad. We're so glad. That's kind of been one of the best pieces of the podcast has been finding new authors and new connections. And I could talk romance all the time. And with this community, I'm able to do it without annoying people.
Well, and everybody reads just slightly different things. So like it was great the other day to go in the Discord and just say, hey, I'm looking for recommendations here, or I'm looking for this. So, it's a great community to get that feedback, or versus, hey, I'm thinking about reading this book. Is it worth it? And, people are like, yes, it's great. Or, oh, just be careful because it's super, angsty. Or if, if people are like, it was okay, but I liked this one better, or you just get a lot of great feedback and connection.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and even if we could say, hey, you and I've had it happen where you really liked an author or liked a book and I was lukewarm about it. Like it didn't necessarily connect or pop for me. But that was okay because we were still able to kind of talk about hey, I just didn't connect this way. Or you can say, Becky, what the heck are you making me read? It's not working for me.
Right.
And because of that, it also lets you look at a story from a different perspective too. Like I had a complaint. I didn't like that a story was, it was a lot of internal dialogue, and I'd rather have out loud dialogue because it made it hard to believe the connection when it was so much internal dialogue. And so, we were able to talk through it and you were like, yeah, but it's this and that. And it's just, I don't know. I love that we can do that. I love that we don't have to agree on everything, but that we can, then have mature discussions because we're good with that.
Or people see it from different perspectives. So you might not have recognized it while you're reading it, but then somebody makes a comment and says, okay, here's here's how I'm interpreting it, and you're like, okay, I can see that I didn't think about that. So
Yeah.
there's some really good conversations that make it great.
I'm not
And
sure.
like always, it expands your TBR.
It does. It does expand your TBR, and that's what we're here to do. Okay, so I'm not sure. I've sent a message, but it's okay. We got time. We're fine.
We've got time.
And if for some reason Roan's had something come up and she can't make it, it's not a big deal. I can still give a little insight into her book. It's very exciting. I'm excited for this book, so I hope that she's okay and she'll come on. This book is going to be part of the Harlequin Special Edition, and it is the first time that a queer romance will be mass published for a Harlequin Special Edition. Like, Harlequin has another line that's called, it's their Carina Press, which is their all-inclusive that does the LGBTQ plus romances. But this is actually pulling out of that and going into the mainstream Harlequin. And I love that. I love that.
Absolutely. I think there's just reaching that broader audience and giving new perspectives and different new voices.
Yeah. Well, I just think that there is so much power in publishing that they can open opportunities by just putting that book on the shelf. So when you go to your Kroger, you go to your Meijer, you go to your Walmart, those books will be on your bookshelf right there for everyone to pick up. So, the kid that lives in the small town that doesn't always feel like his voice or her voice or their voice is identified or heard within the books that they're reading, here's an opportunity. And Heather, I can't wait. All the readers in my family are getting it for Christmas. I love that, Heather. I love that. So, funny story about that book. It's technically a book 3 in a series of the Garnet Run, but it can be read completely as a standalone. And the first book is Better Than People. The second book is Best Laid Plans. And my girl child has read both of them. They are sexy. They are male romances. And I was privileged to get an advance copy of The Lights on Knock Bridge, which is the book that Rune is going to talk about. And I had said to her, I finished it a week or so ago, and I said to her, hey, I have an advance copy of this book. I've read it and reviewed it. But if you would like a chance to read it early, but your paperback will come, you are welcome to it. And she's like, no, because she doesn't like to read on an e-reader, which is totally fine. You can wait till September. I think this one comes out September 28th. You can wait till the end of September to get your book. And she, today, she's like, hey, can I read Roan's book? Yes, you can read Roan's book. So as she has monitored the chat today, she's over there reading on her phone.
I love it. That's awesome.
It's a fun, this is a single parent romance. This book that, The Lights on Knock Bridge is a single parent romance. Second chance at love versus just second chance. It's beautiful, and the little girl is obsessed with reptiles. So which
perfect
speaks
for your girl child.
Yep, speaks to my girl child's heart. Yes, she's over there like, I'm sure she's halfway through it by now. She's like, no, not yet. So I'm not sure what's going on here, but we'll still keep an eye on email and stuff here. But I will take a moment and give you the synopsis of Roan's book. So, The Lights on Knock Bridge, it the synopsis is, can one man's crowded, messy life fill another man's empty heart? Raising a family was always Adam Mills' dream, although solo parenting and moving back to the tiny Garnet Run certainly was not. After a messy breakup, Adam is doing his best to give his young daughter the life she deserves, including accepting help from their new reclusive neighbor to fulfill her Christmas wish. Oh, no. Though the little house may not have the most lights ever, the Mills home begins to brighten as handsome Wes Morbies spends more time there and slowly sheds his protective layers. But when the eye-catching house ends up in the news, Wes has to make a choice. Hide from the darkness of his usual past or embrace the light of a future and a family with Adam. So like I said, this releases September 28th of 2021. It is part of Harlequin's special edition. So just on that alone is reason to buy that. It's a single dad neighbor holiday romance, hot nerd starting over, small town romance.
I'm going to drop links to where you can find Roan in the chat.
Perfect. It is, I love Roan's books. I cannot say enough amazing things about them. And she's Leah's friend. So,
yes, she is Leah's friend.
Leah,
her good friend.
Leah loves to tell everybody, you mean my friend Roan? And you know, Roan has a goal. She wants to write every genre. And she does have some books out there in KU that are based on horror, like that are like a gothic romance feel to them, Dracula feel. Roan was one of our sponsors for Summer Reading Challenge. And so some people got a little bit of a chance and a peek to kind of check Roan's books out there also. So yeah, that's fun. I just adore her, and I'm sure that there's, you know, something must have happened that she missed today, and that's okay. That's okay.
Yes.
We can swing on this, and if she messages back, we can bring her back maybe during our break or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I know you saw bits and pieces of it a little bit, and we will not give his name any airtime because I just have no desire to.
Nope.
But let's talk about romance and kind of the haters, because Avery talked about it a little bit, and we saw it when we chatted with Ophelia a little bit. Yep. Romance, people. It's a $1 billion industry for women, by women, mostly. But now we're getting better about, you know, the LGBTQ plus.
Well, and even other backgrounds, and just in addition to that, right? Ophelia is trying to make a way for Latinas and give that perspective. You know, look at all the incredible authors we have for today, of just the diversity there we have featured. I mean, you have Xio, who's a Black author, Ophelia, who's Latina. But then we also have been featuring different authors who are either independently published, mass published, or hybrids. So, you know, I think there's a lot of opportunity. But going back to the haters, like, I think they just don't truly understand. There's this perception of what romance is and why people read it. You know, for me, myself, I like seeing the development of relationships and people connecting, and it's broadened my eyes to different perspectives that I would have never known otherwise, because I haven't been through those situations. So I think it's an ignorance. The haters are always in ignorance, right?
Yeah. Susie says, it often treated as the ugly stepchild of literature. It totally is. It totally does. And I have trigger words that I do not like romance referred to because I think that it, again, dilutes its value and, helps perpetuate the stereotype. Heather's like, I laugh because none of our husbands/partners complain. I wonder why. Gee, I wonder why. And then Christina says, I don't get why so many men hate romance. All of romance has spice.
Not all romance has spice.
Oh, not all romance has spice. I'm still read what I want no matter what. Exactly. And, I think the doofus that made the mistake on TikTok with his, spicy romance as a red flag kind of thing, his whole kitsch on that thing is to give bad dating advice. That's his thing. Like, that was what that whole account was, and it's gone. Thank you, goodness, go away. Oh, is it back?
I think it's back.
I have zero time or value for people like that, and it is misogynistic, and it is nasty and rude. But I think that we as women sometimes call romance by certain names, and I think it also devalues and I don't know, I understand the part of, hey, let's call it this and we'll claim the word back. So one of the words that Carolina and I are not a fan of is smut. I don't like the term smut. I don't like bodice ripper. I know where it comes from. I know why we call it that. But I still don't like it. I don't know why we have to call it. I hate mommy porn. I hate those terms. And I don't know. We as women will say those names too. And I think that sometimes we then, either making a joke, like, oh, I read smut. It kind of still feeds into those stereotypes that feed into the haters.
There's I 100% agree. Like, I don't think it helps the situation because there's so much good that can come out of reading other people's stories. And they may not be, based on, they're typically inspired by something, an experience. And there's stories that just hit you differently. There's a couple military romance. I think of, Becky, you and I talked about the Melissa Foster one where the hero was an amputee. There's one by Kelly Elliott where the hero suffered from PTSD. And in each of those books, you just don't realize, if you haven't been through those experiences, some of the things that they deal with and what their love interests have to help and support them in ways, whether that's making accommodations or pushing them to get help. But there's also books about authors, I think, supporting women of, giving voice to women who don't want to have children, or giving voice to women who have gone through miscarriage and what that grief process looks like, can be very impactful as well. And it may not be something that, if you've never gone through it, you can have a better understanding of what that looks like. Or if you have, and you maybe can find a connection and say, what I experienced is okay. Or the feelings that came through gives you some validations that my process was okay.
Yep. I 100% agree with that. And and you can find something of value in every book of a romance and in every book period, even if it's a rom-com. I think of some of the real bodied heroine type romances that like Avery Flynn writes. She doesn't just write the same body type. She doesn't just write one-dimensional characters that are funny and quirky. There's a reason for their sass, or maybe they are fighting some body image issues, or family expectations. I mean, how many of us are living, some of the decisions we make because family has expected us to make those decisions.
Or
Susie's-
even when you,
okay.
oh, go ahead.
That's okay. Heather says, I think romance community is so supportive of each other. And Susie says, romance covers so many situations and types of characters, but still an HEA. How can someone not enjoy that?
Yeah. You know, and there's even times where romance, you've just needed something to uplift you and make you smile because things are stressful. And that's, I think, where a lot of romantic comedy comes into play. And when you just need something that's charming and playful, you know, thinking about Mariah's book, The Wedding Dilemma, that's, you know, for me, it came at a perfect time when I read a bunch of angsty books and I needed something that was a little more fun and lighthearted and playful. So.
Well, and, you know, given this year and everything that's happened since March of 2020, you know, lots of friends in our life have talked about what a hard year it was for them. Like, just overall, you know, extroverts, introverts, everybody had a hard year. And I kind of sit there and then I think about my year and what came out of 2020 for me. And it was one of the best years of my life. I started my career in publishing in 2019, working for a small vanity indie labeled publisher. And from that, I have created this amazing community. I have found amazing friends. And even though we've never met face to face in person and hugged or, you know, whatever, my heart would break if we didn't talk every day. You know, someone said, how can you talk about romance all the time? And I'm like, there's so much to talk about. But it's not just romance. We share stories of our kids or frustrations with our spouses, you know.
Or work promotions or, you know, new opportunities. And we started the connection on romance and then it's developed. Or we share TikToks. I love
or we have our love
freaking
language
hilarious. You need to
TikToks.
laugh.
Right? Susie says, so if the same content was in a movie, would it still be discounted? You know, no, it wouldn't, Susie, because rom-coms are hilarious in movie form. Or a sexy love story romance on the big screen is palatable. Women flock to it. But a book, you know, men don't say anything about you going to the movies with a group of women, but they will say something if you sit there and be like, I have to go to my book club. Now, not my house, because I am blessed, which many of us, like Heather said, our spouses are all very supportive of our romance habit. Lindsay says,
I love Lindsay's comment. Yes. My husband has actually enjoyed a lot of the audiobooks we've wound up listening together. I think that's fantastic. It's funny because my husband and I had a conversation like the other week, and we were just talking about romance and he just had some basic questions. And he's like, okay, well, how much do authors really make with this? How much is really this industry? And I was telling him romance is the number one selling in books, and he didn't believe me. So we were looking it up and I was going through the stats, and there's a significant jump between number 2 and number 1 for romance. And so then he went down this great rabbit hole of asking questions about, you know, what about this? And do you have this genre? And do you have these situations? I said, yeah, there's a book for that. And there's a book for that. And there's a book for that. And, you know, it's not that he was unaware. We just didn't dive deep into it. So it's just having that, it was great to have that conversation. Because
it's nice when they show interest too and want to understand. You know, I'm very, very fortunate. Mike is a lot of the tech and brains. I write the scripts, but I could not put this podcast out. We couldn't be doing this today without the extreme talents of Mike behind the scenes doing all the work. And he has never, the only time he ever fussed at me for my book hobby is when like the books are piled on the back of the toilet and there are books everywhere. Or I'm like, and years ago we moved and I got rid of a ton of my paperbacks because they were old and beat up and reread millions of times over. But now it's like, dude, I'm going to need some more bookshelves. And he's like, really?
Oh.
Really?
Or it's those moments of there's a funny scene and you start snickering. And then if it's like, you can't stop laughing, and my husband will be like, okay, what's going on? Tell me about what's happening. I'm like, okay, and then there's this, and then I'll read him a little bit and he'll die laughing too. Because it's just everyday scenarios.
It is.
Or if you read a book that just has you bawling, you're like, okay, what's going on?
I'm trying to think what book I read a couple weeks ago, and like I legit woke him up because I was laughing so hard. But you know, and Heather says my husband listens to the books too. You know, part of it is every once in a while I get a lot of crap like, how do you read so many books? Okay, I don't watch TV. So while you're binging your 8 seasons of Shameless or whatever, I am binging 27 books.
Yes. Well, and I'm a big fan of audiobooks. For me, they're great. I know we have Leah, the speed reader, just can't do it because she reads faster than that. But for me, it's great because when I'm doing stuff around the house or I'm getting ready, you know, I'm listening to an audiobook because I can kind of escape even while I'm washing dishes or, you know, getting things organized and prepped for the week.
So I did not hear from Roan, and we have our next author coming up here shortly. I did offer Roan, if she sees it in time, that she can come and join us at the top of the next hour, which is when we had a break scheduled. And she can just have one of us if you need a break. The next author, and there she is. She's in the waiting room. I am super excited to bring on Serena Akeroyd. I just recently found her at the beginning of August when we invited her. Her publicist reached out and asked if she could be a part of this event. I was like, yeah, sure, but I haven't read any of her books. So I read her books. Oh, welcome to the rabbit hole, my friends. I also messaged her. And was like, so-and-so, is so-and-so's book done yet? And she was like, no. I was like, oh, well, that's okay. I'm not there yet, but could you have it ready by Friday? And this was Wednesday. Yeah, so that would be me in craziness. So I'm just letting her know that we're going to bring her. We're going to bring you in here in a minute. And so I am super excited to chat with her because I just finished. She's going to talk about a book called The Dawn, and book 2 of the duet is called The Lady. And I just finished them this last week. So sexy. So sexy, you guys. Like, put out percentages are like 6%.
Becky's happy.
I'm a happy lady. I am happy. So here we go. We are bringing in Miss Serena Akeroyd. So I think her audio must be connecting. Serena, you'll have to turn on your camera. So, there she is. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for having me here.
Wait, so you're in the UK?
Well, I'm actually in Spain right now. That's why it's sort of everywhere's pitch black, but I'm in the glaring light because I'm outside, and that's my dog just growling. Yeah.
Nice. I didn't realize. Hey guys, look, we're international. I didn't even know it.
Yeah, Spain. You could tell from my accent I'm a Brit, but yeah, I'm currently in Spain for the summer with my mum.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
She's in the background.
Hello, Mom. I'm a little jealous. I would like to be in Spain for the summer. How do I get that gig?
Well, my mum moved over here when I was 16, so Spain's like my second home, really. I love it. I do love it here. It's awesome. Crazy, but awesome.
Nice. We are super excited to get the chance to chat with you. I was just telling Carolina about how I messaged you and was like, yeah, so has this person's book been written yet? And you're like, no, not yet. And I was like, that's okay. Can I have it by Friday?
I swear,
Beck
if
isn't
I
patient.
couldn't, I would. It's one of those Connor's book is like the book everybody messages me about. Everybody wants Connor's book, and I get it. But you know, things have to happen for him to get his book.
No,
you
it's
know,
fair.
so
It's fair. He's going to be a stern brunch daddy, though. I just know it. Because he has like a good guy side to him, but he is crusty and burnt on the outside. And,
definitely,
yeah.
I think he has like different layers. I'm sorry if you can hear cats and dogs going in the background. Sorry,
They're fine.
but I think Connor is one of those characters who has so many layers. You just see this mad genius sort of thing,
Yeah.
and then you learn what happens to him in Filthy Heart, and you're like, oh, am I allowed to swear, by the way,
Yeah.
or not?
You're
All right,
fine.
okay, cool. So you're like, oh shit, what? When did this happen? Why? What? And then it's just he is a character I am looking forward to writing and dreading as well.
That's fair. Sometimes it's hard when you have a beloved character like that everyone is clamoring for, and then you have to tell your story the way it comes to you, but then there's also a little bit of fan service there. Like, you don't want to write it completely that they're going to be insane like me.
Yeah, I'm going to say, like, I already know that because my assistant, he's her favorite. Connor is her favorite, and like the pressure, it's unreal. It's good, it's great, but it's like, oh my god. And then, like, obviously, so we're talking about the Filthy Feckers and everything. So the 5 Points Mob collection, and the next book in the series is Filthy Secret. So people are sort of they've learned that Filthy Secret is not Connor's book. So in my Diva reader group, it's all, is Connor not getting a book? Is he not getting a book? When is Connor's book? And I'm like, I don't know when Connor's book is. I don't know. I don't know when Connor's book is. I know who's narrating Connor's book, but I don't know when it's going live. I haven't written it yet. I haven't written a word. I've only just finished, really. The Don and the Lady. The Don and the Lady released last Thursday, and the Thursday before that I released the duet over a week, and it was very, very, very insane. It was very insane. So, and it's really cute because, like, yeah, people are sort of like, when's the next one? And I'm just sort of dying over here. Over here, just trying to keep up. It's fantastic though.
We have,
when I first, sorry.
No, it's all right. We have people in the chat claiming Connor.
Oh, really?
Well, it's Anne. I think Anne is your assistant, isn't she?
Yes, Anne. Yeah, is she there? I didn't know she was there or not. Yeah,
She's
Anne's
there,
and she is like she's queen. She's Connor's queen, shall we say? Connor's queen. I have to when Connor's book is live, I have to replace the heroine's name in the manuscript with Anne, so that when she reads it, it's all with her name. The perks of working for an author.
Right?
So yeah, that's one of the things I have to do, and I've got to make sure that there's, like, any because you can do like a mass find and replace,
right?
And I have to make sure that all nicknames are all converted. They are all converted. No substitutions. It's got to be all. So yeah, she loves Connor.
I get it. I mean, I might be willing to like wrestle her for it. Nikki read your Tri-Alpha Chronicles, but she hasn't read any of the new stuff yet.
It's a funny thing because, like, about 2 years ago, I sort of started to morph from pure RH to MF. I don't know what made me do it, aside from the fact that it was Filthy. Filthy was the first book that the first MF book that I wrote in that sort of period of time. It was originally called Screw You and Screw Me, though, and it was a funny time, that transition. But yeah, so some people know me only as RH, and some people know me only as MF. It was quite confusing, really. If I look back on it, I should have done it better. I should have dealt with that in a better way. But hey, you make mistakes as you go, don't you?
Exactly. It happens.
It does. Geez.
So, Carolina, can you read us Serena's bio, and then we'll get into the Dawn part 1.
Yes. Serena is a romance bookaholic, and she won't touch a book unless she knows there's a happy ending. This addiction is what made her craft her stories that suit her voracious need for raunchy romance. Serena loves twists and unexpected turns, and her novels all contain sexy guys, dark humor, and hot AF love scenes. She writes MF, Menage, and Reverse Harem, also known as Why Choose Romance, in both contemporary and paranormal. Some of her stories are darker than others, but she promises you one thing: you will always get a happy ending your heart needs.
And you do.
It's funny, I should probably update that now, because they're actually more darker. They're sort of more dark than I ever envisaged when I first wrote that. They have gradually gone up the well. It's not the hero and the heroine's interactions that are dark. It's the world that's dark.
Yeah.
And the things that the men do that are dark. It's sort of, you know, I have another catchphrase, and it's bad boys you want to take home. And it's kind of true, but I don't know if you'd be really happy for your mum to meet somebody who skins people. And, you know, hey, he loves you and he's a really good husband, but, you know, get on his bad side and he'll take his pound of flesh. It's very Shylock. That's filthy hot.
I love an anti-hero. And actually, as I was reading, I started with Filthy and worked my way through those. And I haven't gone into the Motorcycle Club books.
No.
But you hint at one in one of the books that is a menage. And I actually messaged one of our Patreons and podcast contributors, Heather, and I was like, Heather, I'm pretty sure that this is like a Motorcycle Club reverse harem. And she's like, what? She's like, I'm going in. I'm like, you're in, sister, because this is like her crack right there.
That one, there's Alston and No Saint is the pure reverse harem one. That's the one where I sort of say to people, you know, you could start there before you start Filthy and Filthy Rich, because you meet characters from Alston and No Saint in Filthy Rich, you know, but you don't have to. And then in the MC series, like that Becky mentioned, Hawk is the menage. There is a menage. I try not to mix them, to be honest, like, because I know a lot of people who, you know, who only read MF, they do not want to read a menage or an RH. So I get that. I understand, each to their own. But with Hawk, I didn't have a choice. It was really strange. It was like, it pushed me. I was being pushed down that line, and I didn't have a choice. Those characters were demanding that, and I got a lot of people who were like, I don't get this. I don't get why it had to be a menage. Why? And I was like, because that's what the heroine wanted. And I think if you ever spoke to like somebody who is a non-author or who is not very like a big fan of books, they'd say, what absolute bullshit. You write what you want to write. You take those, they're your heroes and heroines. You take them where you want them to go. And it's the God's honest truth. They do what they want to do, and you just let them go. And then eventually sort of try to corral them in, because you kind of have no choice. And then because otherwise it's going to be like 500,000 words. And then it just comes out the way it's going to come out, and there is no control in it. But yeah, sometimes you get like people, why is this menage? Because Amara needed it to be menage. She needed 2 guys. What can I do? What am I supposed to do? I don't blame her either. They're bloody yummy.
No.
Quinn.
Yeah. Guys, spicy. Like, Susie's in here going, motorcycles? I'm in. Susie, this whole series, you should check this out, because I'm obsessed with these Irish mafia men, and we all know how I feel about an anti-hero. Guys, like, okay.
I'm so glad you liked it. It was such a relief. It was such a relief to get your message, though. I was like, oh, wow, you really like them. Yay.
I think that my Patreon members and my fans are probably, and listeners and everybody are probably, and my friends are probably like, okay, Becky, what are you reading now? Because I keep talking. Because you like hit so many marks for me. Arranged marriage, age gap, super steamy, and an anti-hero. Like, seriously, that's vodka straight up on I mean, just give it to me.
You know, it's really cute because like I think, you know, everybody's on TikTok now, and I'm not very good at TikTok. I'm not very good at it. And I'm on there for personal pleasure and everything. So the other day I decided I'm just going to do, you know, how like a lot of authors do like a little resume of their book. And I just did one for Filthy Rich. And I was like, when my father beat me to get, you know, to force me into an arranged marriage. And it's got 20,000 views. It's my first ever. I mean, that's not viral. That's not viral for TikTok, but it sure as hell is for me. And it's like, it's everything you just said, Becky. It's like, it's arranged marriage. He's an anti-hero. He's like semi-villain, but he treats his woman like a queen, you know, all this stuff. And I was just like, you're not alone, Becky. You're not alone.
I am not alone. And he is a bit of a jackass at the start of that book. And you are just like, but I also love, she's a reader. She reads romances, and it is important to her. And he is so thoughtful and respectful of that she reads romances too. And I was like, okay, it's a little bit swoony for an anti-hero, but I'll take it.
Well, it's like in The Lady. I'm sure it's The Lady, the one that just dropped. You know, Luke says, doesn't he? Luke says, like, I can only guys who aren't secure in their masculinity can't read that stuff. Yeah. You know, who can't read romances, knowing that their woman is getting hot over it. And it's true. I think that's very true. You know, men should read that stuff. They'd learn some bloody lessons. They'd learn what to do. Where's where and what's what.
Yes. Anne says all the O'Donnellys love that their women read romance. Yes, they do, and I love them for that. Okay, so let's talk about the Don here. This it's part one of the Oath duet, an Italian mafia romance. But actually, shouldn't that be a Sicilian mafia romance? I mean, he's very clear to tell us.
He's very clear throughout the whole thing. I know. Whenever I look at it, I think, oh God, he would probably, you know, I'd get a V for that. I'd get a V in the cheek. I should change that, but I just know that people will be like, kind of, where's Sicily? I know I just get that question. Why is it Sicily? Is this like, I could imagine getting a, you know, is this an alien romance? Is this an alien mafia romance or something? I could get like really weird questions. I get very odd questions. Very, very, very odd questions. And I was just, I think for ease, I'll keep it as Italy.
That's fine. That's fair.
But you are right. Luke would not be happy about it. Luke would not be happy. He'd be so unhappy.
He would. Okay, so I'm going to read the synopsis, and then if you do you have a piece, an excerpt you're going to read for us?
I do.
Okay, so here we go. Blood stains my hand, my soul, my heart, yet I shed more to keep her safe. A chance meeting brings Jen McNeil into my life, the woman born to reign at my side. She just doesn't know it yet. How could my lady be anything other than a silken promise taunting me with every breath she takes? A new dawn reigns over Manhattan. But though I won the war, peace isn't easily brokered. Over a decade of avenging my father's death, I made many enemies. To each and every one, Jen's a target. But I'll paint NYC red before I let them harm her. I just never imagined I'd be in the line of fire first. A heart broken by grief can feel no guilt or shame with the brutality in which vengeance is delivered. This is the first part of the Oath duet in the Valentini family series. This was released August 26th, and part 2 is out now, and both are part of Kindle Unlimited. So you guys can pick those, grab those up right now. This is a mafia, damaged heroine, anti-hero, big city billionaire. There is a cliffhanger, but book 2 is out, so don't fear, people. Mafia, virgin trope, insta-lust, and I put cliffhanger twice because apparently I wanted to warn everybody it was a cliffhanger.
I got a lot of shit for the cliffhanger. The only thing that stopped people from coming after me with axes and hammers and stuff was the fact that it's available the week after. It's available the week after. That was reason I got peace and quiet.
I don't know. Apparently, I was very worried about it because I wrote it twice as the trope cliffhangers twice. So it really mattered. So go ahead and read us your excerpt from The Dawn.
So that's really cute. My mum just said to me then, she said, slowly, because I am a rusher by nature. So I'll just set the scene. It's very early on in the book. It's actually New Year's Eve, and Jen and Luke are hooking up, or have just hooked up, should I say. Slowly. The sound of gunshots had me tensing up, but not with concern, mostly just irritation. La Notte di San Silvestro, New Year's Eve, was nothing sacred in this godforsaken city. As much as I'd strive to own it, Sicily would forever be my homeland. Catania, Cristo, how I missed it. There, things were done with panache. Here, it was as if the men had watched too many Van Damme movies during their formative years. Grumbling under my breath at the disruption, I carefully pulled out of Jen's fine ass, my hands gripping the cheeks, enjoying the taut curves as I made my retreat. What's that? She asked breathily, her nerves clear. I think you already know, cara mia, I told her dryly, straightening up so I could shove my dick back into my pants. She placed her hands on the 300-year-old desk that had once sailed the high seas with one of Sicily's greatest barber pirates, and, more importantly, had once graced my grandfather's office, then pushed up. The move made her ass look biteable, which had me tilting my head to the side with enjoyment as I watched the show. I just tapped that, and I wanted back inside. I'd never known a woman who wanted anal on a hookup before, but I wasn't about to complain, even though that pussy of hers... You goddamn mobsters, what is it with you? She snapped on a huff, dragging the skirt of her dress down to cover herself. Well, if it could be called a dress. It was more of a napkin that somehow, through magic, stayed up. I thought her nipples had something to do with how it remained draping over her, but I wasn't entirely sure. Either way, I appreciated the seamstress who'd made this delectable piece of nothing. I smoothed a hand over her butt, tucking her into my side. She struggled, shoving at me, but I was stronger, and as I hauled her nearer, I forcibly walked her over to the wall of windows at the other end of my office. Russo was my flagship nightclub. It had funded my war against the Fieri Familia and would continue to be a mainstay of my income stream. The place had earned me $2 million legitimate dollars last year, had laundered $4 million, and had helped me outsource over $6 million in coke to the crowd of city slickers who needed some white powder to help them enjoy their evenings. Fools. What the hell do you think you're doing? Jen snapped, all sass and vinegar. I thought an orgasm would sweeten you up, I half crooned, as I brought us to a halt beside the windows that overlooked the club floor. She scoffed, I'm sweet enough considering there's gunfire outside. I waved my free hand. No gunfire in the club. See, my security is good. So good that we heard the gunshots over the beats the DJ is pumping. They can't hear a thing, I assured her calmly. It's soundproofed. She frowned. Why? Because I like to control what my patrons hear and see. The pucker in her brow deepened as she looked up at me. Why aren't you running out there to defend yourself? Guns blazing. You Americans, I taunted, so obsessed with John Wayne movies and guns. I'm not obsessed with either, she snagged, tugging out of my hold, but I snapped my fingers around her arm, holding her against my side. I was used to people tensing up around me. It went with the job, but something wasn't right here. The night I'd met her, the night we danced, she'd been like fucking putty in my hands. Then she disappeared in this very goddamn club. What happened? I rasped, peering down into those gorgeous cocoa bean eyes of hers that were raging with defiance. When? You were coy and shy. Now you're growling and bristling like a cat who's facing off against a dog, I told her smoothly. But I added a bite to my next words as I enunciated each one clearly. What happened? I saw the flexing of muscles in her cheek as she clenched her jaw. Nothing. Do you know what's gone down between then and now? I reached up and traced a finger over that ticking muscle in her cheek. What? She asked warily, tugging away from my affectionate gesture. I went from the man who was trying to become the Don of the Familia to ascending. There we go.
Oh, that book. These, you guys, they're so good. Totally check them out. Oh.
Thank you.
Like,
I do love Luke, I have to say. There's something about him.
Well, okay, so it's not something I guess you could sometimes do it, but he totally pines for her. Like, he's just, even though he's an alpha and an anti-hero and kind of a bit of a jackass to the others in his world, he pines for her, and she has big walls that he has to get over to get to her.
Very true. I think the thing about Luke is that he has for 10 years been so focused on taking over on vengeance and on, you know, vendettas and making sure that his enemies pay. I think we meet him at this. I don't know if you guys have ever like had a goal that you know strive towards for so many years, and then you reach it, and suddenly it's not as good as you thought it would be. Nothing is how you imagined. You're not how you thought you would be when you accomplished that goal. I think, you know, it can be a small goal or it can be a big goal, but like if we think about Luke in this case, his father was murdered by these people and he wanted to avenge his father's death. That's a big goal. And I think we, like I say, we reach him at this point where, as vulnerable as he can be, he's vulnerable. And then you have to throw into the fact that he's Sicilian. So we know that Sicilians are actually, I say this they're worse. They're not worse. I don't mean it, but they're like more, they're very passionate. They're incredibly passionate people. I am very fortunate to have traveled a lot of Europe, and there are just some countries and the guys are so like fiery and passionate and like just so emotional. Like in America, it would be like a bad thing, but here it's almost macho. It's almost they're so like vibrant with it. I remember I spent nearly 2 months in Rome, and it always amused me to see like whenever because I watch this stuff. I'm a creeper. I must be a creeper anyway. So whenever you see people kissing in the streets in Rome, it's always the men who instigate it, and it's always like it's in a movie. The way they hold them, it's so over the top. For me as a Brit, it's so over the top. But it's always the men, and that's sort of when I wrote Luke, that's what I wanted to impart. And as well, Sicily is loaded with superstitions and curses. And I thought, a man like that, if he meets the woman he knows is his match, he will do anything for her. So I didn't want it to like be classified as insta-lust. It isn't insta-lust really. It's more like he just, I guess it is classified that, but he just recognizes her for what she is, and that's his equal. And I think that's one thing I love about this duet. We have a woman who thinks terrible things about herself, who's been taught terrible things about herself, who has really no self-worth. She knows she's pretty, she knows that she's hot, and she knows that she has a commodity that guys will pay for, but she has no confidence really. But Luke sees her, and that's what I love about it. And that's what I'm so pleased about, that he just constantly throughout the book, shows her that. So yeah, that's something I love him for.
Yeah, he does see her, and he sees her to an extent that helps you as the reader connect, because so we actually meet Jen in the start of Filthy. She's the best friend, and at first you think she's kind of a throwaway character, like just there's not a lot to her. She's vapid, and I put that in my review. I was like, she's really vapid. And we get to the dawn, and I was really angry with you, just so you know, because she starts out really vapid in the beginning, and I was like, ugh, I love Luke, and I want to love her, and then she's pulling all her same very surface shenanigans, and just at the moment where I'm like connected to her and I love her and I'm rooting for her, the cliffhanger. And I didn't have to wait as long as, a week. I think I waited like 3 or 4 days for the lady, because I was lucky enough to have an advance copy. And then I read the lady and I was like, okay. But when it happened, I was like, what?
I was saving all her good stuff for the lady.
Yes. And she has some unresolved issues that we don't necessarily get resolved at the end of the book, as far as her connection to other people. And I'm not giving anything away because y'all have to read it. But so will we see her see them in some other books?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Yeah. Filthy Secret is gonna be unusual.
You left
it's gonna be unusual.
There is literally a bomb at the end of The Lady that leads into the Filthy Secret.
Yeah.
And
I did.
I'm not as angry, but I'm a little perturbed about it. I'm like,
Oh, and she let us all know.
I've had private messages, don't worry. They're all like, how could you do this? Why would you do this? Like, I've had like angry faces and like please don't make, make this not happen and like make it be something else. And I think, with Jen and her connection to the Feckers in particular, I love the fact that I'm going to see her more often. I loved bringing in Savannah from Filthy Hot and obviously Aoife from Filthy. I loved bringing them into The Lady. I loved it so much because they're all like family to me now. So when I can introduce them all and I'm like, hey, there's my friend again. There's my bro and everything. I just love it. I love it so much. So yeah, I did end it on a really nasty bomb. I really did. I know I did. My defense is that it will be in October 21st. You'll get the resolution. The resolution. I write fast. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God.
Yeah. So Susie, Filthy Secret is October 21st, and Anne is over here teasing that you need to read the first chapter of Filthy Secret because there's another bomb there.
Yes, there is. There's a massive bomb. It's an Owen. I'll tell you that it's an Owen shaped bomb. I love Owen. It was. I just recently got the audio for Filthy Rich, and it's available now. But I recently was listening to it, and he to me, you see, because like he is the first O'Donnelly. Finn is slightly separate to Filthy Rich because it's Filthy takes place pretty much 2.5 3 years before Filthy Rich, and so Owen, he's like to me the introduction really to the O'Donnellys, and he's a sleeper. That's what he is. He's dangerous. He's more dangerous than the others, really.
He is, but I find him to be one of the most lovable. So
oh yes, yeah. Well, that's the good thing about. I think it's the way that he does things. That, like when I was reading one of the scenes again, because like that's what I do when I'm about to write the next book. Is I go through and I find my favorite bits, and I read things that I know that I need to be up to date with. And I was reading. There's a scene, obviously, so it's an arranged marriage. I'm not spoiling anything. That's how it starts. And they set fire to her wedding dress together.
Yes.
And it's like a childish adult thing to do, isn't it? Like, obviously kids don't play with fire, but it's just like a really rebellious thing to do. Like, I'm setting fire to this piece of shit, and I don't care because I don't want to remember this day. I don't want to remember it. I want this to burn. and sometimes I think we all want to set fire to something in the shower and just wish that would erase a memory. Wouldn't that be lovely if that was all it took?
That would be. So before we let you go here, Carolina we're going to do our survey question.
So we polled 100 romance readers to find the top answers.
Okay.
So we're looking, this one has 3 top answers. So we're trying to see if you can tell us what those 3 are. The common place you always leave your book. What do you think of our 100 romance readers? What are the top 3 answers they would say?
Is this a paperback or a Kindle?
All of the above.
All of the above.
Okay, let's be obvious and the least gross. Well, I mean, everybody does it, but nightstand.
Yep, that was the number 1, bedroom or nightstand.
Yep. Nightstand. There's got to be something like close to the toilet.
That's number 2, the bathroom.
The bathroom.
Number 3. That's very fitting that it's number 2 as well. Number 3 is coffee table.
No, number 3 is actually purse.
Purse?
Yeah.
Really? Oh my God, I'd never do that. Wow. Well, I suppose if I have myself, I do, because Kindle on there and everything. 2 out of 3, not bad.
Not bad at all.
Pretty good.
I bet if you ask somebody in the streets though, like, where do you leave your book, they would never say by the toilet. It's only because it's anonymous.
Yeah, probably. I will say I went through a lot of e-readers in the beginning because they accidentally got dropped into bathtubs and toilets. So
I've never done that. And, you know, knock on wood, I never do that either.
I did to quite a few. I live in a small town, and the closest at the time it was Barnes and Noble is who I had my e-reader through. It was like 45 minutes, and I made my mother get in the car, and I'm like, the children will sleep, because I had babies at the time. I'm like, the children will sleep. Let's go. I have to get a replacement. And she's like, okay, weirdo. I'm like, it was in the toilet. I have to. Anyway. Serena, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you coming on and taking a chance on our crazy.
No, it was wonderful. Thank you. Truly, thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
You are welcome back anytime. And right now you can find her books are part of Kindle Unlimited. The Dawn and the Lady are both out now. So in the chat, we put all the places you can find Serena. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so we are going to put her back in the waiting room, and we are going to bring Roan. She had the timer on, and so we are giving up, not really giving up. We had our book chat, so now we're going to hang out with Roan, which I'm super excited about.
We just flipped it. That's fine.
Right, yeah. So here we are bringing Miss Roan Parrish on. So... Hey, friend, we can... Oh, she'll figure it out. She had to change her name.
There she is.
Hi. I'm so sorry.
Don't. No. We could have even put you... I feel bad because you're like, oh, I'm going to run home. I was like, oh, wait, we could have put you at the end of the day, too.
Oh, my God, no, it's totally fine. I don't know how I put it in my calendar at 6, and it's just been in my brain as that ever since. And I was just like blithely going about my day, and I got locked out of my girlfriend's house. And then I was like, wait, my phone, what? Anyway,
it's okay.
I'm really sorry for any stress.
No stress, because we will stalk you until we can talk to you. So
great. That's what I like to hear.
You have, as you saw on my Instagram story this morning, the girl child is reading your arc of The Lights on Knockbridge.
That is so sweet. I'm really glad.
Well, I offered it to her after I finished it. I was like, hey, I have an advanced copy. It's on the Kindle. Would you like to read it? She's like, no, I'm going to wait for my paperback. Okay, that's fair. She likes a paperback. And then this morning, she's like, can I read it? I can't wait.
That is so sweet.
So she is running our chat for us today and being our tech support. And so she's over there reading while we chat.
Oh, that is totally delightful.
I was like, must be nice, rough life, getting paid to read a book and look at your computer. Okay. So Miss Roan Parrish is here with us. We are so excited to have you. We love any opportunity to chat with you.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much for having me. I am delighted by this entire thing, and I'm really happy to be here.
When we started, I didn't know what this was going to look like. Carolina sent me a text, and she's like, so do you have any plans for National Read a Book Day? And I was like, no. And she's like, well, it's Labor Day. And I was like, okay, so let's do something. Yeah. And so thus came this like live stream event, Read-a-Thon. And I went looking, nobody's done anything like this.
Yeah, one idea snowballed.
I love that.
And now we have we are how many hours? 4 hours in to this?
We've been doing I have this, I'm like so delighted that you did this, because I actually have this fantasy of someday, if I get my stuff together, wanting to do like a fundraiser that's a write-a-thon, where authors like log on for a half hour, an hour each, but like everyone's writing the whole time, and we can like each person can do a live stream, and readers could come on and ask questions about like what you're working on or whatever, and it would be like almost like getting pledges, kind of like a walk-a-thon, but for
Listen, we're open to ideas. We have proven that we can do this. So you reach out to us and we will help, because
that's amazing.
And our viewership has been amazing, although it is starting to get a little bit close to dinner time, so we might see some lag, but we've had a really great and engaging chat.
That's so
the entire time. This has been so much
Oh.
more than I ever thought it would be. I was prepared for like 2 viewers. I told my husband, I'm like, there's gonna be like 2 people. It'll be great.
We had backup plans on backup plans.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's
Well, I think it's so fun. I'm really glad.
yeah, it's been so awesome. So we did talk a little bit about the lights on Knockbridge before, but we're going to refresh everybody so that who's here with us. I'm going to read your bio, and then we'll have Carolina read the synopsis of the lights on Knockbridge, which I keep telling everybody to buy. Heather, one of our podcast contributors, said that everybody in her family is getting a copy for Christmas this year. So,
oh my God, that is so cute. I love it.
So, okay, author bio. Oh, author bio. Hey, look, I'm reading my prompt. Anyway, Roan Parrish lives in Philadelphia, where she gradually attempts to write love stories in every genre. When not writing, she can usually be found cutting her friend's hair, meandering through whatever city she's in while listening to torch songs and melodramatic death metal, or cooking overly elaborate meals. She loves bonfires, winter beaches, minor chord harmonies, and self-tattooing. Other times, she may or may not have baked a 6-layer chocolate cake and then thrown it out the window in a fit of pique. I love that story. I love that story about your cake.
Oh,
It's so funny. So we're here today to talk about the lights on Knockbridge Lane, which, first of all, I have read is adorable and wonderful. If you guys, whoever's watching, if you haven't visited Garnet Run, you need to go visit Garnet Run with Better Than People and Best Laid Plans. It is delightful small town romance. Just delightful. I really want to live in Garnet Run. Is Garnet Run pictured after anywhere in particular?
You know, I spent a week in Wyoming with some dear friends, and in my head, Garnet Run is the place that we stayed, but it's not really based on a specific town. I loved Wyoming. I thought it was so beautiful, and the nature, and I loved the idea of small towns and small town romance. But obviously, like as a queer person and as a person who writes about queer people, I needed to populate the entire town with queer people and queer friendly people. And so I was like, cool, I'm just gonna make up my own town.
Yeah, that's
Love
fair.
it.
That is fair. Okay, Carolina, read us the synopsis of the lights on Knockbridge Lane, and then we can go from there.
Okay. Can one man's crowded, messy life fill another man's empty heart? Raising a family was always Adam Mills' dream, although solo parenting and moving back to tiny Garnet Run certainly were not. After a messy breakup, Adam is doing his best to give his young daughter the life she deserves, including accepting help from their new reclusive neighbor to fulfill her Christmas wish. Though the tiny house may not have the most lights ever, the Mills home begins to brighten as handsome Wes Mowbray spends more time there and slowly sheds his protective layers. But when the eye-catching house ends up in the news, Wes has to make a choice. Hide from the darkness of his unusual past or embrace the light of the future and a family with Adam.
So this comes out September 28th of 2021. It is part of the Harlequin Special Edition run, which means it'll be widely available wherever you get your books. It's a single dad, neighbors, holiday romance, hot nerd starting over, small town romance. I just loved it. So are you a Christmas person? Before we get into your excerpt read, are you a Christmas person?
Yes. Well, okay, so I'm Jewish. I was raised Jewish, and I think that there's this phenomenon among many like non-religious people who are raised Jewish that we love Christmas. I don't mean to speak for anyone, but I do know many friends who are in the same boat as me. So I love Christmas, and I think it's partly because growing up celebrating Hanukkah and never celebrating Christmas, I have no negative associations. I have no like family drama or baggage or anything. Christmas is just this like perfect fantasy of exactly what I want it to be in my head, which is like beautiful decorations, lights, a shit ton of food, and opening presents with your sweetie. And that's like all it is to me. And so that Christmas I love.
You know, it's funny, you're not the first person I've heard say this. And I actually read a book that's called The Matzah Ball that is, it's written by a Jewish author, and it's about her in the romance, and the story is the character is obsessed with Christmas, but has to throw a Jewish holiday ball.
Oh my God, that's cute. And I'm going to go read that right now.
It's so adorable. I think it's coming out from HarperCollins in October. It's so funny.
Okay, well, I'll go read
you have
that
to,
in October.
you have to wait. But it was so funny. Okay, so read us your excerpt, and then we will ask all the questions.
Okay, I am gonna just go ahead and read from the beginning because I think it kind of sets it up and it gives us our meet cute. So this is chapter 1. Also, I just need everyone to see the adorable map that is now part of the Garnet Run series. And
you got a map.
Yeah, I made it. I'm very
That's
pleased
awesome.
with it. Yeah,
that's so awesome.
I love it.
And everyone who pre-orders it through the Ripped Bodice is actually going to get a piece of special map-related swag. Just saying. All right, chapter 1, Adam. Everyone on Knockbridge Lane had a different theory about Wesley Mowbray. It was the first thing Adam Mills heard about as he introduced himself around last week when he and August moved in. The 8-year-old McKinnon twins next door said he was a vampire. Their parents, Darren and Rose McKinnon, scoffed at that, but said he could be a witch. Marisol Gutierrez, 3 doors down, insisted she'd seen him skulking around the neighborhood at night, hunting for animals to sacrifice to the devil. A teenager at the end of the street reported that anyone who looked him in the eyes would be hypnotized, and anyone who touched him would turn to stone. Mr. Montgomery on the corner just said, freak. Wesley Mowbray was never seen before sunset, though mysterious packages arrived at his doorstep often. He never spoke to anyone and never waved hello. And late at night, the windows of his rundown house glowed an eerie green. At least, that's what they told Adam. So when he saw the man in question through the twilight haze of his own front window, with his daughter in tow, he was understandably startled, especially since he thought she was playing quietly in her room. He'd slammed 2 coffees to prevent it, but he'd been asleep, the kind of light, unsatisfying sleep he often fell into when he had a moment of quiet, which was something that didn't happen that often as the newly single parent of an 8-year-old. His insomnia had been pretty bad since the divorce, and worse since they moved back to Garnet Run, where he was the only one responsible for Gus. The knock at the door jerked him out of that strange sleep, and he scrambled for the door, stubbing his toe in the process, so that when he yanked it open, he was biting back the kind of words that he tried, with varying degrees of success, not to say in front of Gus. He focused on Gus first. She was all in one piece and was even smiling. It was her I did something bad and delightful smile, but a smile was good, at least when on a child who seemed to have been forcibly dragged home by an irate stranger. Where is your coat? Is what came out of Adam's mouth. Sometimes he tried to remember what it was like when he talked about things like the composition of his next shot, which restaurant's tiramisu he preferred, or the latest cozy mystery he was reading. Now he said things like, where's your coat? And don't take that apart. And if you don't stop making that sound, I might have to throttle you. Okay, he didn't say the last one so much as think it, often. It's not that cold, his wonderful, brilliant daughter said, her lips only vaguely blue. Adam counseled himself to breathe. Once he determined that Gus was in all one piece and frostbite wasn't imminent, he turned his attention to the man who'd brought her home. He said intelligently. Wesley Mowbray was tall and severe, with shaved dark hair and strong dark eyebrows over piercing blue eyes. Those eyes were narrowed slightly, either in anger or, if the neighborhood rumors were to be believed, because he never went outside when there was the slightest bit of light still in the sky, as it would, of course, burn him to ash. She broke into my house, he said. His voice was low and rough with disuse. She's 8. Mowbray cocked his head as if unsure what that might have to do with Gus's felonious misdeeds. Adam sighed. Gus, did you break into our neighbor's house? She squinted and screwed up her face in a way that said she absolutely had. Adam and Gus had a strict no-lying policy, which had resulted in Gus developing a keen sense of words and their exact meanings. I didn't break anything, she settled on, finally. Adam offered up a silent prayer to the universe that his daughter not end up in prison. Did you enter without being invited, he clarified. And the vampire hits just kept coming. She bit her lip and nodded. You can't do that, baby. It's not safe for you, and it's not okay to intrude on other people's privacy. She looked down at her toes, the very image of contrition. Then she peeked up at him with a glint in her big blue eyes. But he has lizards, she said softly. Okay, let's get you inside, Adam said quickly. Once Gus got on something that fascinated her, and lizards were the most recent addition to that list, she tended to forget any rules why she shouldn't abandon all sense or rule to pursue it. Adam passed her behind him and looked up at Wesley Mowbray. I'm really sorry about that, he said. She climbed in through my basement window. Adam winced. Gus really was remarkably resourceful and limber. I'm so sorry. I'll talk to her. She just, really likes lizards. It started as a dinosaur thing, and now, anyway, 8-year-olds. The mysterious neighbor didn't say anything, just continued to look at Adam with a keen, curious gaze. I don't think I'm hypnotized, Adam muttered. Would you know if you were hypnotized, or was that just part of hypnosis? Excuse me? Wesley Mowbray said. Nothing. Thanks for bringing her home. I'm Adam Mills, by the way. He stuck out his hand. We just moved here. That's Gus, August, but she likes Gus. Mowbray didn't shake Adam's hand, so Adam wouldn't feel his preternatural chill. So he shoved it in his pocket, but at least there was no chance he'd turn to stone. Wes, said the man who was probably not a vampire or a witch or a Medusa. Freak? Well, the jury was out, but Adam tended to like freaks. Then he turned and walked away, broad shoulders blocking the last of the day's light. Inside, Gus had helped herself to a glass of apple juice, and she held up the bottle to Adam angelically to ask if he wanted some. He nodded, and she poured him some juice. Gus, he began, assuming the lecture would flow naturally once he opened his mouth. Daddy, he has the best basement, Gus gushed. 4 lizards. One is orange and black on its back, and one's red, and the other 2 are brown, and he has a snake. I don't know what kind, and he showed me a huge hairy spider. Adam choked on his juice. He did not historically care for spiders. A spider, he squeaked. A tarantula, she confirmed. Tarantula, he corrected automatically. You saw this when you climbed in the window? He showed me the tarantula. She said the word slowly and carefully. He put it right in my face. Said face was lit with joy. Adam's stomach dropped. He what? I'm sorry I climbed in. It was just so interesting. Interesting was Gus's buzzword. She had discovered, rightfully, that Adam liked when she was interested in things. Now she used it like a shovel to dig herself out of every mess she got in. So the tarantula was placed near your face? His voice broke at the end. He thought it would scare me, she grinned, but it was so cool. Come, he wheezed. He grabbed her hand, burst through the door, and stalked to the last house on the street. Damn, it was cold. Wes Mowbray's house certainly did nothing to discourage rumors of his supernatural being. It was a 2-story craftsman's cottage like the one he and Gus were renting, but unlike theirs, which was painted in cheery white and blue, it wore a peeling coat of brown, and every window but 2, one that must have been Gus's basement ingress, and one small window upstairs, was covered from the inside with brown paper. The whole thing gave the house the look of a crumpled paper bag, a crumpled Gothic paper bag. Adam felt a momentary pang of pity for Wes Mowbray, maligned and gossiped about by neighbors, living in this depressing paper bag of a house. But then he remembered what had brought him over here, and he steeled himself to ring the doorbell. It took ages, but after several more rings and some angry knocking, the door creaked open and Wes Mowbray peered out, looking very confused. You, Adam accused with a practiced pointer finger to Wes's face, put a tarantula in my daughter's face? She broke into my house, he said simply. I don't care. You do not shove poisonous, terrifying, Adam shuddered, creepy spiders in children's faces. You're scared of spiders? The man's infuriatingly handsome face quirked with the hint of a smile. Adam felt parts of himself turn just the tiniest bit to stone. He squared his shoulders and drew himself up to his full, admittedly not terribly imposing height. He looked Wesley Mowbray dead in his rather beautiful eyes and said firmly and with utter conviction, yes, I am terrified of them.
This book is so good. It's so good. It's so funny while you were reading that, my boy child was bringing the tortoise from his outside habitat into the inside habitat. I'm like, good plan in there, bud.
And I love that your children also love Ellie's.
Yeah. It's kind of our gig. I love this story. And a single parent romance, we all know I love those. Gus is adorable in this whole book. She's a
Yay.
hoot. She's so fun. Okay, so if you guys like small town romance, I'm telling you, you should totally check out the whole Garnet Run series with Better Than People and Best Laid Plans. You like pets. You're like an animal person.
I love animals, and this whole series, my like conceit was that each book was going to have animals play a really big role, because I feel like especially in a small town romance, you know, like pets are part of people's families. You go over to people's houses a lot instead of like meeting at a bar or whatever, and so animals are like part of the social time. And yeah, I just really wanted the chance to explore. So in Better Than People, it's dogs. In Best Laid Plans, it's cats. In this one, it's lizards, snakes, all sorts of other things. And then, you know, you'll have to wait and see what it is in book 4.
Yeah, okay. So there is a book 4 coming.
There is, yes. And it's a Halloween book.
Oh, and book 4 is a Halloween book. My girl child just got a big smile on her face.
It's my favorite holiday, and so I wanted both. So both this book and book 4 are like neighbor romances that are holiday specific. So it's also a neighbor romance, and it's about Halloween. So.
And Halloween doesn't get a lot of love. So
I know.
That was great.
Yeah, Halloween is my absolute favorite holiday. I love Halloween and everything about autumn. And I feel like so often, because Christmas and Hanukkah, like holiday books come out in late September in publishing, they come out before Halloween. And so you never really get a season in publishing that is like Halloween books unless you write horror. And so I was really excited to write a Halloween book, and I don't know when I don't have the exact release date yet, but I'm hoping that it will, you know, give people a chance to celebrate Halloween before we breeze right through to Christmas and Hanukkah.
Christmas. Lots of excitement for Halloween books. Gretchen's one of our listeners, and she actually messaged me and she's like, I'm planning my Halloween costume. Can we do something for Halloween? And I was like, sure. Brews, books, I don't know, and booze. So we're having some book themed Halloween party. I don't even know.
Oh,
yet.
and she's all about it. She's like, ooh, Halloween book, how fun.
Yes. Oh, I love it. I'm so glad, because I also have like recently published my first horror project, which was Strange Company, and I'm going to be writing more horror in the future. And one of the things that I'm so excited about writing horror is that maybe it'll actually come out around Halloween and give me an excuse to do all the Halloween-y promo things. So,
right? Who doesn't want swag that's Halloween themed? I like to decorate for Halloween. I'm not really a costume person, but I do like decorations. I think I have a love-hate affair with holidays in general, honestly.
That's fair. I actually don't care much about costumes or decorations. I care about the food and the atmosphere. So I used to, before COVID, every year I have one party a year, and it is a Halloween party, and people come over, and I spend 2 days making all this Halloween food, and we make like Halloween playlist, and it's very atmospheric and food. And then at like 10 p.m. I kick everybody out of my house and I go to bed.
I love it.
I like a party with an end time.
Mm-hmm.
I do, because at some point I'm gonna have to go to bed.
Yeah, and it's not, when you go to parties, I'm not a big party person, but like when you go hang out at other people's houses, it's easy because you can just be like, cool, I'm leaving. At your own house, though, I feel like people try to be subtle, and they try to like casually encourage people to leave, and I'm like, no, you just got to tell people to get out of your house. That's clear, concise, and they don't stay 1 minute longer than you want them to. So everyone leaves on a high note.
Love it. Well, we did a romance reader poll, Family Feud style. So we asked 100 romance readers a bunch of different questions. So we're going to ask you one and see if you can pick the top 3 answers.
Oh, the top 3 that these 100 people gave?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. So name ways to organize your bookshelf.
Okay, top 3. I'm going alphabetical by author last name.
Yeah, just alphabetical in general.
Okay,
yeah.
Alphabetical.
Alphabetical.
That was number 1.
So that was number 1.
By genre.
Nope,
No.
that didn't make the top 3.
Oh my God. Okay. Do I only get 3 guesses?
No, you can have several guesses.
More.
I like to understand the rules of the game. I'm like, how do I win? Okay.
We're not that
sure
strict.
what you're winning.
Hello, the pride of being right when I've been trying to win my entire life.
Okay.
Okay. By color?
Yeah, that was number 3.
Okay. Oh my gosh. So I'm missing number 2. Alphabetical by color, not by genre? By size?
Nope.
My God.
And number 2 is a toughie.
Okay.
But it's actually how I organize my bookshelves.
Oh my gosh. I'm trying to like see your
Can you
bookshelf.
see like
Can't. Okay.
by author? Like I clump my authors together.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like all of Avery's books are together. All of like all the books I own of yours, they're all together. So that's
But
how I
isn't that
organize.
just alphabetical?
Oh no, they're not alphabetical.
No, but alphabetical by author.
They're not.
Oh, they're like non-alphabetical, but the authors are together?
Yeah. Like
how do you choose where on the shelves a new author goes?
I don't
Based on
know.
space?
Whoa. Okay.
I mean, I kind of like am chaotic. The girl child, she changes the bookshelves like every month. Like for June, they were all rainbowed. For this month, we pulled down authors. Like the first half of the bookshelf are authors that are featured in Read-a-Thon. So.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So number 1 was alphabetical.
Alphabetical.
Number 2 was by
author.
Non-alphabetical, and number 3 is by color.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Amazing
We like to
data.
keep it chaotic. Okay, and you were doing a giveaway, right? You have, remind us what it is.
I was about to say, remind me what it is.
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. So how about I just make up that it is a series of the paperbacks of the Garnet Run series?
Oh, all 3. Again, Carolina, we cannot win. Although I will say the girl child has all, well, she will have all 3, but she's obsessed. Okay, so if you guys are still here hanging out with us, give us a hey in the chat, and then we will pick a winner for all 3. Roan was also a part of our summer reading challenge. Thank you for being a part of summer reading challenge.
Oh my gosh.
There's actually a question that I need to ask that's in the chat. Xio Axelrod dropped a Roan is a cat whisperer. Ask her about our trip to the cemetery in Paris.
Oh, hi, Xio. Oh my gosh. Okay, so 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, I guess that was now, but pre-pandemic, Xio and I went to Paris together for Rare Paris, and it was so fun. And Xio was really nice enough to let me stay with her in her hotel room. I had planned it so that I was going to get some like cheap Airbnb and be like walking or taking the metro to the thing every day. And Xio's like, I'm an adult with a what do you call it? Credit, like a loyalty program to the hotel, and we can stay in a nice hotel. And it was like the nicest hotel I've ever stayed in. Anyway, thanks, Xio. But we went to Montmartre one day when we were walking around, and there were more cats in the cemetery than I have ever seen before. And I was posting some pictures on Instagram, and someone from Paris very sweetly told me, like, so at first I was like, oh my God, they're coming to me. And someone on Instagram was like, actually, it's famous for its cats. Like, it's not actually about you. But then when I posted, so I was like, oh, okay, I'm an asshole. But then I posted a bunch of pictures, and I just was like, wow, it's amazing that there are this many cats. And so once I posted them all, and it was like cats sunning themselves on gravestones, cats peeking through the little like wrought iron traceries to look at us, and like cats playing on the thing. It's somewhere in my Instagram. If you go digging, there's like pictures of cats on the cemetery. But then that same person wrote back, it was like, oh, actually, this is an uncommon, like they are famous for their cats, but this is more cats. You are doing something. And they were just like everywhere and following me. And it's good that it was a country I would have had to get to from an airplane, because I wanted to take those little cats home with me.
I'm not sure that Dorian Gray would have loved all the extra people in his space. So,
Not
just saying.
Not have liked it.
Okay, so we have 6 people who have entered in for the giveaway. So, Roan, pick a number between 1 and 6.
Oh my God, I hate that I'm having to decide who gets to win. I feel bad.
Do we need dice? I'm sure.
Okay, wait. I'll randomize it. I'll make a randomizer in my head. 5.
Okay, so well, we'll go with Mercedes. Mercedes, you are the winner. I don't think she's won yet today.
Okay.
So Mercedes, go ahead and send us an email to the bees at buzzingaboutromance, or it could be the bees. We have both, but bookcaseandcoffee.com, and remind me what you won, and then I will send your information on to Miss Roan for those copies of the books, and they're great books, and you will thoroughly love them. We love them. Anyway, thank you, friend, for taking the time to hang out with us today. Lights on Knockbridge Lane releases on September 28th. You'll be able to buy that wherever you buy books. And you can find book 1 and 2 out now. So make sure you check them all out.
Actually, can I say book 2, Best Laid Plans, is actually free on the Harlequin website right now. So if you go to the Harlequin, or maybe it's the Carina website. Yeah, the Carina website. If you go on there, all you have to do is sign up for the newsletter, I think. But we all know you can subscribe again if you want to. Anyway, you just subscribe and then you can read it for free.
Okay. We will put that link in the chat. We will find it. And if not, I'll send it out in an email blast so everybody can have that. I am going to put you back in the waiting room. Thank you so much for joining us and coming on and being a part of our chaos.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. And I love chaos and books.
We will chat with you soon. Bye, friend.
Bye.
Okay, and we have Gina here. Gina is ready to come in. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Admit Miss Gina. Anyway. So, here we go. There's Miss Gina.
Hello.
Hi, Gina.
Hi, how are you? How are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
Good.
We're 4.5 hours in, and
I think this is the halfway mark, right?
I think so.
Wow.
It's been
That's
so
great.
It's been
What
so
a fun
fun.
day. I've been tuning in and out. It's been awesome.
Yeah, we have so many people watching. I think we're hitting dinner time right now, and so we have a little less viewage, but we're excited. We're excited.
It's fantastic. Yes, I love that you're doing this.
Become
an annual.
It might just have to become an annual thing, like every Labor Day, Carolina, you and I. Maybe next Labor Day we can travel and be in the same space.
What?
Maybe.
Things to look forward to.
Right?
Yes.
Anyway, so thank you for being willing to come. You're such a good sport. I'm always like, Gina, what you doing? You're like, yeah, sure.
Anytime. I'm so happy to be invited. Thanks for including me.
I am so excited. I fell in love with your hockey series. I read book 1 as an arc, and our readers and our listeners are huge hockey romance fans. Like, that's their gig. And I actually read a book previous from you that was takes place in Chicago. He was a single dad.
Yes, Healing My Heart.
Healing My Heart. So I read that book first, and I loved your writing style, and I love a single parent. So I was like, oh, this is such a great book. And then when I saw you writing a hockey series, I was like, all in. And
then she sent the bat signal out and then got everybody else on board.
Thank you.
And so we are now all addicted. And
we're all obsessed.
I'm loving this world.
We love it. I read book 1 and I said to everybody, I said, friends, you all are going to need this. And they're like, really? I'm like, yes. You. And then you have totally filled our little hockey hearts, because we've had 4 books so far in the Boston Hawks this year.
5. Yeah, 5.
5. And then book 6.
Yeah. Book 6 is coming out September 23rd. That's Luca Pandatelli's story, The Heart Chaser. And so originally when I started writing Boston Hawks Hockey, I thought it was going to be 6 books. And then I just got so into the world as well. And so anyway, there's going to be 3 more now, definitely. And then we'll see what happens after that. But I don't know. I have all these ideas now about spin-off series, and I'm loving this Boston world. So I don't want to leave it either.
We are equally obsessed. Like,
I'm glad to hear it.
So is it my turn to read bio, Carolina?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to read Gina's bio, and then we'll get into talking about the book, and we'll just go from there. We've got
Perfect.
We've got time. So author Gina Azzi writes contemporary romance with relatable, genuine characters experiencing real life love, friendships, and challenges. She is the author of the Kane Brothers series, the College Pack series, Finding Love in Scotland series, and Corner of Oceans and Bay. All of her books can be read as standalones. A Jersey girl at heart, Gina has spent her 20s traveling the world, living and working abroad before settling down in Ontario, Canada with her husband and 3 children. She's a voracious reader, daydreamer, and coffee enthusiast who loves meeting new people. She is so our people. Like, all those things, like coffee, big reader. These are all our things. And like, Ontario is not so far from me.
No,
Just
so
saying.
this maybe next Labor Day. I'll be meeting with you guys.
That would be awesome.
Portal will be open.
So, and you don't have to tell us, but are you like near Toronto?
Not that far, about an hour outside of the city.
Yeah. I'm 90 minutes south of Detroit. So when I was young in college, we'd cross the river, the Detroit River, and go to Windsor because you could drink in Canada.
19. Yeah.
Right.
Or even 19. Yeah.
19. Yeah.
Montreal, I think. Yeah.
So everyone's like, where have you been? I went drinking in Canada when I was 19 and in college because that's what you do.
Weekend.
So ridiculous.
Well, it's a great destination as well for like bachelor parties and bachelorettes, because if you have any younger siblings, younger cousins, you can kind of take them along.
For sure. Exactly. Okay, so you are going to be reading to us from Sweet Talker, which is book 1 that kicks off the Boston Hawks series. So Carolina, read us the synopsis.
All right, Sweet Talker. I've sworn off hockey players until the pregnancy test turns pink. Noah Scotch is revered in Boston, a verifiable god on the ice. I'm a nerdy, newly minted college professor who'd rather color code my planner than hit the club scene. Noah shouldn't look at me twice, but when he does, I falter. Who can blame me? The sweet talker with the deliciously chiseled abs and sinful chocolate eyes is a force, on and off the ice. One hot and intense night with Noah has me second-guessing my lack of a dating life. Friends with benefits, he offers. I dive in head first. Growing up in a hockey family, I know better than to get serious with the player. But the more time I spend getting to Noah, the more intention to keep things casual rings false. Now I've got a super hopeful heart and a baby on the way. I just need to tell Noah, but when I do, will I end up with everything I never knew I wanted or on my own?
Noah. Noah. He is swoony. He really, I mean,
he's a good guy.
You kicked off the series with like a big hero. And I did wonder after I read Noah's book, I was like, how can you have, I mean, because he's big and swoony, and you know that some of these other players that are going to get books, you're like, are they going to even compete? And they totally do, guys, if you have not read this series.
This book gets better and better. Like, and they hit different notes, like, which is super exciting.
Yeah. One of the things I'm loving about this series is I've never written a series this long before. And I think part of it is because I'm always wanting to do different tropes or different themes and try them out. And one of the things that I've loved about this series is each book has its own. Has a very specific trope. And so I've gotten to explore so many different avenues with that while still staying in the hockey team. So the book I'm actually finishing up now is The Trailblazer, which is coming out in November. And So second chance romance. And then I'm like, oh, maybe marriage of convenience. Oh, maybe this. Oh, maybe this. And so now the tropes are just becoming layered. But I love that with when you have like when you're writing about a huge family or you're writing about a team, you can incorporate so many different things. So you get to stay in the world a lot longer.
Yeah, it's a great world, and there's so many fun and quirky things, and we will chat about all of those because there's so many things that I love. But this book that you're reading is Sweet Talker. It came out January 21st of 2021. It is available wherever you buy books. This is a hockey romance, friends to lovers, surprise pregnancy. And it kicks off the Boston Hawks world. So
yes,
read us our excerpt, and then we'll go from there.
All right. So I'm reading a little excerpt that is more playful and gives a little flavor of Boston as well, while also showing how the friendship between Indy and Noah is starting to become more than just a friendship. So it's chapter 11, Indy. You were serious about the duck tour, he accuses as I hold up 2 tickets for Boston's famous duck tour and fan myself with them. You're going to thank me later when we drink a pint at Cheers and chuckle over our favorite memories from this must-do city attraction. Noah tosses his head back and laughs. He's glorious when he does that, like a Roman emperor meets a modern-day Casanova meets a supreme athlete. Okay, rein it in, Indiana. Come on, pretend for one day that you're visiting Boston for the first time. Try to see it as an outsider would. It's so beautiful and brimming with history, so much character and charm. Just, I sigh more dreamily than I intend. Life. Noah snickers, but agrees to take it all in stride. Even though it's early October and a winter chill hangs in the air, it isn't unbearable. In fact, the lineup for my favorite city tour is intense. In front of us, a family of 6 waits with kids jumping up and down and spilling popcorn along the curb. Noah smiles at one of the little girls. She sticks her tongue out at him and I crack up. First female immune to your charms, I joke. My demographic is considerably older, he agrees. The massive tank pulls up to the side of the curb and people begin singling on, pausing for the obligatory tourist photo. Yay! I point, gripping his forearm with both of mine. I usher Noah to the front. He wraps an arm around my shoulders and I try not to lean too much into him, which is tough since it's pretty much the #1 thing I want to do. That and have sex with him again, which is so not happening. Smile, the photographer orders. I cheese hard. Once we climb up onto the tank, the breeze kicks up and I shiver, tucking my hands into my scarf. You warm enough? Noah asks, placing an arm around my shoulders and pulling me closer. Now I am. Thank God those words don't fall from my desperate for his touch mouth. Instead, I look up and nod, trying my best not to make starbeams at him with my eyes. Noah's scotch is off limits. He's a hockey player, a man who wants none of the same things as me, a guy whose career and ambitions will always come before mine. If I constantly remind myself of these important facts, I may be able to get through this day date without throwing myself at him. Maybe.
Oh.
So good.
I lost my mouse for a second. I was checking other things. Okay, the scene when they go on their date through Boston and pretend to be tourists is so fun. It is such, there's like this quirkiness in that setting. And I love that they did like the duck tours and all the kitschy things. All the kitschy things that go with it.
Yeah, it's so fun being a tourist in your own city. And it's something, I think when we go to new cities, we see all the top attractions. And then we think sometimes, oh my gosh, there's so many things right here in our own backyard, but nobody ever does them. It's so fun when you actually play at that for a day.
Yeah. I love this series. So you bring so much into this series too. And we actually have used the last book, which was
The Defender.
The Defender. I want to say Heartbreaker, but that's the next one that we're getting. The Defender, we were actually using it for like the power of romance stories, something that has come up. If you're on TikTok, we know that this week someone came after spicy romance. And we were talking about the good that can come out of romance, that it's more than just mommy porn. There are value to these stories.
Absolutely.
And The Defender does that. It brings so much value in because it talks about some taboo topics that we don't always think about some of the emotions in the morning and
just how experiences that come up in the Defender with like the loss of a spouse or the loss of a child. Everyone will react to something like that so differently, and so I think it's really important when you're writing like a romance book is to show such a different range of reactions and emotions, and to try and have the reader be sympathetic and understanding to all of those different reactions, because a lot of times it may not be how a specific person would react, but you through the book you can kind of see why someone would keep things so close to the chest, whereas somebody else would want to try and make a connection quicker. And so I think a lot of those different responses came out in that book. That was a hard one to write. I sobbed writing it. And then I was like panicked about how it would be received, because it was so much more emotionally intense and heavier than any of the other books in the series.
I sobbed while reading it, but
Yes.
it was a story that I think needed to be told and was powerful, but you don't shy away from some of the tougher topics, because book 2 in this series, we meet Noah's brother, and Easton has kind of a past and with, trouble with addiction, and I'm not giving anything away, but that was hard to read. Like, you're not shying away from the hard stuff.
No, I like writing about things that I think are relatable or realistic, and especially in romance books, I think a lot of people assume, who maybe don't read romance, that everything is so cookie cutter, and it's really not, because a lot of romance novels have so many underlying themes and real world, current events, relatable issues that are so important, and they're things that are very important to talk about, and I think not shy away from. So when it's possible to include some of those things, I definitely try to.
Well, go ahead, Carolina.
I also I think there's a different impact with it and a different understanding of, like, if you haven't been through those situations yourself, kind of getting more awareness, which is great. But the other part of your series that I love is that you really feature players at different parts of their careers. So, I'm thinking about book, let's see, The Faker and Torsten. He's towards the end of his career versus some of the younger guys just starting out or in the middle. Like, I think that's a great reflection on how that plays into what they're doing and their emotions as a player and what they're looking for as well.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. Someone like Torsten, where he was at in his career and getting ready to hang up his skates, and then what does that mean for his future? And now what? It's almost like a search for his identity, right? Because he's been so linked to hockey, and being a hockey player has been his identity for so long. And whereas some of the younger players, they're still stuck in, or we're gonna see a change in Luca Pandatelli, but they're still in that high part of it where it's like the parties and the women and the going out and the status. So that's why I really am loving writing this series so much. I mean, for the things that you guys have said, because it can keep continuing, and I can still write about different tropes. I can still write about, characters who are at different ages, some who have children, some who don't have children. And so there's all these different experiences that can be included while still being in the Boston Hawks world. So I think that's been a real privilege for me to be able to hang out longer than I originally thought.
Well, you also write really strong females. While we have these alpha hockey professional athlete men, and I am so desperate for the fall of Panda. I cannot wait for his fall. You don't exactly, these women are not like shy little violets in the corner either. Yeah. I think in Just Sweet Talker, Indy kind of says, listen, I'm pregnant. I get you're a hockey player, but I have a goal and I have a passion, and it isn't going to take a back seat. Mm-hmm. And I loved that. I was like, yes, you go, girl.
God, yeah, I know. I love that about Indy too. I think a lot of times it's kind of the assumption though, and it doesn't have to be that the male is a professional athlete, but just a lot of times, I mean, it doesn't always even have to be the male, but just whichever person in the relationship or in the partnership has the more established career. Sometimes when kids become part of the family, then the person with the established career just becomes this understanding, well, like that person's career and goals and vision are so much more important, and they get placed with so much more weight. And I like that Indy from the beginning was like, no, because she worked really, really hard to get where she was. And yeah, she wasn't as financially established as Noah, but why shouldn't she still have a crack at it?
Yeah. So Susie asked, because you do deal with some emotional issues, how do you feel as an author about trigger warnings?
Oh, so this is a really good question. And I actually asked a lot of people before the Defender about what I should do, because as a reader, I don't mind if there is a trigger warning or if there isn't a trigger warning. But as an author, I just would hate to catch somebody off guard. And I felt very worried about, especially with a book like The Defender, if that was a trigger for someone. I felt just really concerned about what their reaction would be. So I did include a trigger warning in The Defender. I think I put a little line at the back of the blurb and then a more in-depth trigger warning at the front of the book. So I know it's a debatable issue, but I try to at least give some type of a warning, maybe not giving as much information as way, just so that someone wouldn't be caught off guard.
Yeah, I actually, hold on one second. I'm sorry. So Leah, my typical co-host for all of this kind of chaos, she has shared it throughout the podcast of her own experience with the loss of a pregnancy. And August is a rough month for her. And that's when The Defender was coming out. I actually messaged her as I was reading it. And I'm like, you can't read this right now. And she's like, what? I'm like, nope, it's done very well. I've had several women in my life who have experienced the loss of pregnancy and the emotional toll it's taken on them. And so it was very well done. And I didn't think that it was going to be harmful. Like you didn't misrepresent. It was very, very well done. And it felt very real and complex and valid. But I just knew, like, given her emotional state, I was like, no, you can't read this right now. In a couple months, come back to it. And she's like, okay.
Right. Yeah, because the last thing you want to do is have someone be upset. Or, I mean, like for me personally, I've lost several pregnancies, and I've had several difficult pregnancies. And as a reader, I don't need the trigger warning. But kind of like we were talking about earlier, whereas in these sensitive topics, everyone's emotions are different and everyone will react differently. Some people, I would hate to cause that stress and anxiety and flashbacks and those just nervous feelings or hurt feelings for somebody else. So if it's emotionally heavy, or if it's dealing with issues like the loss of a child or miscarriage or sexual assault, I try to always include something.
Yeah. And you did warn it well.
And I think there's also, I've heard from some readers who appreciate the warning to say, okay, this may not be the right time for me to read it. But I've heard from other readers who, when there's books that have trigger warnings, that they're sensitive to, they said, I have read them because they've helped me heal as well. They just have to read it at the right time for them. So I think there's power in that as well.
Yeah. It's like being in the right headspace. And even for me, writing about it is kind of cathartic because of the experience that I had. And I don't think I could have written The Defender in 2016. But now in 2021, it's kind of like cathartic because I've had time to process my own feelings and from my own experiences. And okay, how do I want to incorporate that into the story? So.
Well, all of the books in this series are amazing, and everyone should be checking them out and read it. And actually, Gretchen is like, okay, you sold me. I am checking out this series.
There's a few people who are like, yep, added Gina to my list and binging this series next. So you've got some new raving fans.
Thank you. I hope you all enjoy it and reach out anytime. I love to hear any feedback or questions or suggestions.
We're going to do our survey, but as we do our survey, if you guys are still hanging out, Gina is going to you're giving away signed copy of The Sweet Talker?
I thought we said, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Excellent.
Listen.
Here it is.
5 hours.
It'll be posted to you. Oh man, you guys are rocking it. No, it's awesome.
So a signed copy of The Sweet Talker will be headed your way. So give us a hey in the chat so that we can see who all is here with us, so we can give that away. And while everyone is saying hey, Carolina, survey
All right,
says.
Survey says. So we asked 100 romance readers a bunch of different questions, Family Feud style. And we will read you one of the questions, and if you can give us what you think are the top 3 answers the readers picked for this question.
Unmuted.
Okay.
What is the most popular term of endearment?
Baby.
That was number 2.
Okay. Babe.
Number 1.
Sweetheart.
No, but that's a good one. I would have picked that is number 3.
So I'm missing number 3. Honey?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Got it.
That one's hard.
All right.
I wonder if like nicknames for loved ones is semi-regional or cultural.
No.
I'm not a big fan
I don't
of babe or baby. That's like,
I like the ones that are a little bit more kind of unique to the character versus like universal.
Generic. Yeah.
That's a personal thing. Jessica Prince has one where the hero calls the heroine Carisol, which is sunflower, which I think is super sweet.
Yeah.
Because of her hair, like it fits towards that. So those tend to be my favorite endearments.
Yes, I like that as well. I wrote the Second Chance Chicago series. The first book in that is Broken Lies, and the character has purple highlights in her hair, and so her name, he calls her Violet throughout the whole book, but it starts off kind of this condescending thing because of the purple hair, and then it turns into this like term of endearment by the end. So
I love that.
But her name's Zoe, but he calls her Violet throughout the whole thing. So it's fun.
Gretchen likes Sunshine. I have read Sunshine, and
I like that too.
That's my universal. So I like to have universal greetings, and for a long time it's like, hey friend. And part of the reason that I always used hey friend was because I'm terrible with names. If nobody has caught on to this, I don't know where you've been. So, because I don't often say names correctly, and I'm always worried I'm going to butcher names and stuff. So I always say friend in general, like, hey friend. And I've been doing it for years. It started when I worked in a call center because it was easier to dispatch technicians to be like, hey friend, I need you to go here. So in that, but I now start my TikToks with, hey sunshines.
That's nice. I like Sunshine as well. And it's becoming more of a popular name, actually.
I think so, yeah.
A couple of friends who've incorporated it as a nickname or a middle name for their kids.
So we have 5 people entering in for a chance at Sweet Talker. So Gina, pick us a number between 1 and 5.
4.
4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. It is going to be Gretchen. Gretchen, you are the winner. Email us the bees at bookcaseandcoffee.com, and then I will forward all of that information on to Gina so that she can get that in the mail to you. Because you are now back in Canada, right? Like you are.
I am. Yes.
No longer.
We were very fortunate to come to the U.S. this summer. I hadn't seen my family for almost 2 years, so it was wonderful. But now we're back in Canada. School starts this week. Super pumped about having a routine again. But I will head to the post office and send this out, Gretchen. I hope you enjoy Noah and Indy.
Thank you, Gina, again for saying yes to our chaos and being a part of all of this. And, anytime, we are always happy to have you back.
Thank you so much for having me and for including me. And this is so awesome. I hope you enjoy the rest of the of the day. You guys are just going strong.
We are. Thank you so much, my friend, and we will chat with you soon.
Thanks, Gina.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
Okay. It says I'm trying to do myself. I'm going to put Gina back in the waiting room. Before we bring on our next guest, Carolina, do you need to take a leg stretch, or are you still okay?
I do. Can I?
Yep, go ahead. Take your leg stretch, and I will keep things flowing for a moment before we bring in on our next guest. Okay, you guys are amazing. I love you all. Thank you for sticking with us. We are 5 hours into this readathon. I'm sitting here waving at the screen like a crazy person. Gretchen, that's okay. We love that. So tell us, who has been your favorite so far? Have you found a new author you are desperate to read their book? I might be biased, but I've actually loved them all. So, and we have, let's see here. We have Sienna Snow is coming on next. And then we have Xio, Molly, Julie Saman, Piper Rayne, and Jiffy Kate. I think this might be our halfway point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6. No, Gina was our halfway point. So 6 more authors to join us. You can find on our website links to all the books, and I actually emailed Roan to see how to get better or best laid plans as an e-copy for free. So once I have that link, I will send that out too. Serena and Mariah, I already downloaded their books. Oh, Kelly, you are in. Filthy will keep you up all night. So much sexiness, age gap. Ugh, anti-hero. Those men. Finn in Filthy will leave you swoony and sweaty, I swear. I love listening to it all. Couldn't engage chatting in the beginning, but love this whole readathon. Thanks, Gretchen. It's been a lot of fun. It's going so much better than I thought. I love that everybody is like hanging out and joining us. It's so great.
I know. I think Nikki at one point said she was cleaning. So it was like she was listening while she was cleaning.
Yeah, that's so awesome.
Been the whole day.
Yep. So I am going to bring Miss Sienna Snow in to join us. So we have hit past our halfway mark. We are now 6 authors. Hi, Sienna.
Hi, how are you?
We're great. How are you?
I am fabulous.
Thank you for saying yes. So I stalked Sienna on TikTok, and when we were going through our list, I was like, what authors are going to say yes to my idea? And I actually hadn't read you before, but I followed you on TikTok, and I was like, she writes anti-heroes, so any excuse to read anti-heroes. Are you seeing a theme today? I mean, anyway.
It's kind of gone darker. It's progressed.
It does a little bit. I was like, I wonder if Sienna would like to come on, and you said yes, and I was like, anyway, I'm a little crazy like that, and people never know quite what to say yes to.
Hey, I love crazy. That's no one knows what they're gonna get with me, because I don't, like, they always say, like, you look so sweet to write what you write, and I'm like, yeah.
Okay, because I read The Dangerous King, which is the book 1 in your Street King series, and not sweet. No. Yeah, very good, but not sweet. Yeah. It's not a descriptive word that should be used for that series. Again, thank you for saying yes. We appreciate you joining us, especially so when this idea came up, it was Carolina's fault. And she's like, how are we going to celebrate? She's like, how are we going to celebrate National Read-a-Book Day? And I was like,
I'm like, National Read-a-Book Day is September 6th. What are we doing?
And I was like, I don't know, but let's do something. And thus I went looking. I was like, wouldn't like a Jerry Lewis telethon styled thing be kind of fun, but reading and books? And I looked and nobody was doing anything like this. I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing.
This is a fabulous idea. I love it. I've been watching all day.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been so fun. You know, my theater skills totally coming back to play. You know, I'm like, look, let your kids be in theater. They'll use it when they're grown-ups.
We had a dress rehearsal. We've had meetings.
Yes. So, okay. So, I'm going to read Sienna's bio. I think I'm due for a bio. Am I due for a bio? I don't know.
No, we're flipping.
Okay.
I'm the bio.
Carolina is going to read Sienna's bio, and then we will get into the blurb for The Dangerous King, and we'll go from there. So read us the bio, Carolina.
Author Sienna Snow loves to serve up stories woven around confident and successful women who know what they want and how to get it, both in and out of the bedroom. Her heroines are fresh, well-educated, and often find love through atypical circumstances. Her novels have ample, enticing slices of steamy hot romance infused with empowerment and indulgence. Sienna loves the life of travel and adventure. She plans to visit even the furthest corners of the world and delight in experiences the variety of cultures along the way. When she isn't writing or traveling, Sienna is working on her happily ever after with her husband and children. I like the infusing with empowerment and indulgence.
Mm-hmm. I'm a bit of a feminist.
That's okay.
I like it.
I'm all in for it, because that's something, and we can talk about it a little bit with it's Danica that's in, right? Danica's the heroine in Dangerous Kings. I read a bunch of books to get prepped for this, so I'm just trying to make sure that I've got everybody straight, and I'm terrible with names. So Danica, like, she holds her own. I mean, and I like that you have strong women characters. Gretchen read Reckless Romeo and can't wait to read more. She liked Reckless Romeo that you wrote. And that was your addition into Cocky Heroes. Fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do a synopsis. The Dangerous King. This is book 1 in the Street Kings series. And here's the blurb. I'm the one she should have stayed away from. The thief, the hustler, the boy without a past or a future, a kid forged by the rules of the streets. She sees into my darkest depths and doesn't blink an eye. She's my dream, my peace, and a place I could never escape. Then one day she's gone, whisked into a world I refuse to taint with my touch. 15 years later, she's back in my life, needing a favor only I can provide. I am no longer the street rat she once knew. Now I'm the king of an empire where my favors come at a price she says she is more than willing to pay, but the cost is all of her, body, mind, and soul. So this was released March 31st of 2021. It is a childhood friends anti-hero. I guess it has a feel of a second chance romance to it. Kind of, because you guys know how I feel about second chance, and I loved this book. So,
it's kind of like Forbidden Love, second, like not really a second chance, but
yeah,
kind of got a touch of it.
Yeah, wrong side of the tracks kind of feel. She leaves and goes and lives with an uncle, correct? I think, and then has to come back and ask Nyx, and now he has created his world. He is the king of the streets. So set us up and read us your excerpt, and then we can ask all the questions.
Well, it kind of goes along with the blurb, and where I'm doing it is right where she's about to go play poker. And so I'm setting it up for her to go play poker, and you're going to get a taste of Danica and Devani. And so here we go. Hello, I answered. Oh, let me put on my glasses because I'm half blind. Okay, here we go. I have a question for you, a polished feminine voice said. I inhaled deep, knowing my plans for the evening were about to get shot to hell. Go ahead. Are you up for a game of poker? Always, I said with a sigh, and added, how much do I need to spend, and what information do you need me to get? I moved into my living room and dropped onto my couch, curling my feet next to me. The spend is up to you. The information breach is platinum. Client, one of the usual suspects. We both were quiet for a second and then laughed. The two of us like to refer to our male counterparts in the hacker world as the usual suspects, the ones who went rogue and offered their services to the underbelly of the world. Understood? Standard delivery method? Yes. Shoot over the details via the secure network and I'll have it to you tonight. Transferring. I heard the click of keys. Now that we've discussed the assignment, what are you wearing tonight? I laughed. This was how it always was with my best friend Devani Patel. We always handled business aspect of our relationship first. By day, Devani was a socialite, heiress to a large diamond empire, and my rival in society. Behind the scenes, she worked as a van, an agent for Solon, an underground international organization that would use any means necessary, legal or illegal, to take down the scum of the world. She was also one of the deadliest people I'd ever encountered. Hold up, we have yet to negotiate a fee. I adjusted my phone to my other ear. Your fee, does this sound acceptable? I'll double your standard rate for this last minute job and I have a name for you. Goosebumps prickled down my skin. The last thing I expected from this conversation was anything to do with my plans for Uncle Ashok. She continued, are those terms acceptable? Yes, my fingers flexed on my phone. Now tell me, who do I need to contact and what do they have to do with my uncle? He's someone you know very well. The muse lilt to her voice had a lump forming in my throat and a vision of dark, heated eyes appearing in my mind. Someone you watch from afar. Nikhil King, I whispered without thinking. Very good. As to what he has, I don't know, but my source says it's something that keeps Ashok Shah's balls in a vice grip. You're going to have to figure out what it is and the cost to obtain the information. Any clue as to what it could be? Hell if I know. But it has to be the root of why Uncle hates the king so much. Then I suggest you start working. This is the match that will burn down Shah's house of cards. I swallowed. What am I supposed to do? Walk back into Nick's life and ask for a favor? Everyone knows favors from Nick come at a price. Yes, that's exactly what you do if destroying Shah is worth it at any cost. I thought of my parents and everything they'd sacrificed to be together, and then answered, it's worth it. And if he wants more than a monetary or business favor, meaning, I knew what she meant. Hell, I felt the attraction between us growing ever since Jaina and Kieran had gotten together, and Nick had stepped back into my world. The man drew me in a way that no other man had ever done before. It was visceral, unexplainable, and I hated when things couldn't be explained. I've seen the way you two eye fuck each other when you think no one is looking. You need to up the prescription on your contacts. Come off of it. When we aren't playing Van and Dan in our espionage games, we do run in the same socialite circles. Ignoring her comment, I said, he's someone I knew from the old neighborhood, a childhood crush, nothing more, who grew into a gorgeous, albeit dangerous man. Let me repeat, I cocked a hand on my hip as if she could see me and dropped it back into my lap, meaning his price could be you, and if it's you, are you willing to pay? First of all, I have to arrange a meeting with him. Then I have to broach the subject of what he has on Uncle Ashok before any of this is even possible. King is invited tonight. If he shows, step one is set in motion. Then you have to arrange a time for a private discussion. I really hate you sometimes.
This book. Okay, so somebody asked a question and I don't know because this is my first book by you. Is this series related to your Kings of Vegas or Gods of Vegas series?
No, but I connect all my worlds a little bit. So
Okay.
There are certain references in there. So there'll be a few references again, because Solon is in every one of my indie series. It's the spy agency. So it's
Okay.
in all of my books. And so that is the one thing that connects all my books.
Okay. Because I read it as a standalone and I really loved it. So, and I didn't know that there was another series I was missing.
Yeah, Gods of Vegas is actually what is my most popular series. That's
Okay.
the one that most people know me by.
Okay. And here I'm thinking like Street Kings is amazing. And they're all on my TBR because you just released, this is book 1 that kicks off the series, but there's 2 other books out right now.
No, actually, Vicious Prince is the second book.
Okay.
This one. Yeah, this one came out. Vicious Prince came out just a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, not very long ago.
Yeah, and then I'm currently in edit phase. Like I just got my edits today for Deceptive Night, and so that's the 3rd book. And this series is a lot darker than Gods of Vegas. Gods of Vegas is, for me, my fun series, and I'm actually announced that I'm writing book 6 for that one. So that one's going to be, that's my that has the cult following that I have.
Okay.
People love that series. Yeah.
Okay, well, now I guess I'm adding Gods of Vegas to my TBR.
It's been the whole day. We're just adding to our TBR.
That's really, this day has been about us and getting to fangirl over romance authors.
That one is my modern version of the Greek gods. It's like I take them and made them like as if they're Vegas style.
Oh, okay. I can get behind that. I love that kind of tropey stuff when they do that, when you take something like the gods, the Greek gods, and then kind of earthbound them and their personalities. And
yeah, that's pretty much what I did, the personalities.
I love that. I love it. Okay, so there is a ton of chemistry in this book between Nyx and Danica. Like, it is spicy, people. Like, I'm telling you, so much sexy. Is that typical for you in your writing?
Yeah, I'm known for that.
Okay.
If I don't have that level of spice, then there's something wrong with me.
Okay, it's her cry for help.
Yeah.
Just like if I ever recommend a book to you that's like an Amish romance, people, that means I'm under stress.
I do not close the door. I describe everything. Taste, touch, smell, everything. Yeah.
And it's good, people. I'm telling you. It is all the spice you need. Gretchen, yes, this book should be on your TBR because so much sexy. So writing the bad boy, writing the anti-hero, what was the is that just kind of what you're attracted to in entertainment, period? Or like, I'm married to a good guy, like 100%. He is a good guy, but man, I love to read a dark bad boy anti-hero.
That's exactly. I am married to the sweetest man on earth. Like, he's just amazing. I love him to pieces. Like, we've been married almost 20 years. And
congratulations.
Yeah. And it is just like, he's the most amazing guy, but it's like the anti-hero, you want the tatted guy and, maybe has a piercing or two, you just want that. Yes. But, in your fantasies, why not have it? So I want to write about it, but then I also want that guy that's got that past, but because why can't they have a love story? Because not everybody has the great backstory, and those guys are not always bad. They just started off in a bad circumstance. And so I want them to have. And then I always feel like sometimes I want a badass female. Like, I want her to be empowered, and I want a female has an empowered female, and a guy that's not afraid to be with an empowered female.
Yeah. Danica is no wilting flower, that is for sure. She is strong and fierce, and she's just trying to own, where she's headed in life and such. And I really enjoyed that about her character, that she's just sassy.
And I love the heroes that can handle that, because I think there's something so special about that you don't get all the time. You find it in romance, but because a lot of us, Becky and I are strong personalities, and we're fierce, and we know what we want, and so sometimes living it in real life it takes a special man to be able to handle that and embrace that.
I always joke with my husband that you're the only person that can handle me, because I'm a very strong personality. In my in-laws, when they first met me, they were like, "Oh my God, this woman." And my husband's he's like that quiet alpha that he just kind of just is like, okay, this is my wife. I deal with her. He just handles it. He knows that I'm just gonna let her do her thing.
Yeah. My husband once referred to himself as like a snake charmer. Like the snake thinks they're in charge, but really he's in charge. Pretty sure he was saying I was the snake at the time, but it kind of fits. It fits. Because my brand of crazy is not for everyone. And there was, when my husband and I got married, there were several people in both families that were like, this is not going to last long. He is not going to deal with her crazy. And we're going on 22 years. We've had 22 years. We'll be married 23 in 2022.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
So obviously he can handle this crazy.
Yeah.
He's also a big part of all this crazy too. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Dangerous King is out now wherever you can buy books. Book 2 is also currently out, but now you're going back to the Vegas Kings.
I'm actually releasing, so Deceptive Night will come out first, and then I'll release the next book in the Vegas series. So that's all in 2022.
Okay. So do you have a popular trope you like to write or read? That you like, what is your trope go to?
I do a lot of second chance, and it's crazy that I do that, but it's not that I intentionally do that, but it just turns out that I do that. And it just always has been that way, but it's just kind of like, or it's kind of like they knew each other, friends to lovers or enemies to lovers. I do love a good enemies to lovers.
Yes.
Like they knew each other, but they hated each other kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or they were always attracted to each other, but then they still hated each other.
Yeah, we have a lot of people in our crowd love a good enemies to lovers. So
they like the way that you write second chance, though, it's redeemable. Like, so I get frustrated sometimes in second chance where, especially if like cheating, I don't mind second chance if it's life pulled them away, like left for college or she left to live with her uncle. Like in this book, they deserve a chance because they never really had a first chance. So I like that, but second chance is hard. It has to be done really well. And I will say Dangerous King, it is done very, very well.
Well, people had a major reaction at the end of Dangerous King, how I did Kier and Jaina. Because if you read it, people had a visceral reaction of how much they hated Kier. Yes. And the second book is about Kier and Jaina.
Oh, see, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Okay. And I had to gut wrench them. Like that book, honestly, there's certain scenes in there, after I wrote it, I cried.
Oh, wow.
That's how and then when I wrote it, and then I've had readers come to me and they're like, how the hell do you redeem? Like, how did you do that? But I had to, you have to redeem him because he effed up. Like he effed up so bad. So you have to make him work for his. And so I had to do that because it's not, some of the stuff he did was bad.
Yeah. Like you do not love him at the end of the book. I didn't realize that book 2 was his book. Because now I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
I'm still going to have to read it, but. Okay, but he does redeem himself, right?
Yeah, he does. Crazy part is this book, I have gotten some of the most insane letters about that. People have said this is their favorite book I've ever written. And I didn't realize that it would affect people that way. But I think it's just the most emotional book I've ever written.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Because it's a love story, it's two people who've known each other since they were kids. They had to grow up together. So.
Kelly from Boobies and Newbies says she calls the books that I like of second chance called mischance romances, where they never really got their first chance together. Yes, those are the ones I like, mischanced romances. And that's what this is. Dangerous King, I would say, is a missed chance.
Oh, yeah.
Romance. I do like that. Nice. I like that better.
Yeah, mischance romance.
Mischance romance. Okay, Carolina, let's do our survey question.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So we asked 100 romance readers a bunch of questions, kind of Family Feud style. And we want you to see if you can guess the top 3 answers.
Okay.
What is the first thing on a cover that catches your eye?
The picture. Like I usually look at the picture. So that's what I'm thinking.
Number 2 was abs.
Okay. So abs. Okay. Abs.
Okay.
All right. So then let's see. Abs. The face.
No.
No.
Oh,
People had
okay.
really this was very clear. This is one of the few survey questions that people were like 1, 2, 3. Like I didn't have to.
Title.
That was number 3.
Number 3 is title.
Author.
That was number 4. That didn't
Okay.
make it to the top 3.
Okay, so let's see. 1. So title. So on the cover, you're supposed to.
Yeah,
Okay.
just the cover of the book.
The cover of the book. What trope that they see?
No.
No.
It's actually
I'm failing this.
that's okay.
It's actually the color.
The color. Okay.
Color was
Color of
number
the book
1.
cover. Yes.
But
okay.
you hear that a lot. Like I think Tessa Bailey is a perfect example of that. You look at her covers and they're these sweet pastel colors with quirky illustrated.
Okay, yeah.
And then you don't know that what you're actually going to get in that book.
Oh, yeah.
Is some spice and some romance. So, color was number 1. Very clear color, which I thought that was.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense because if you get something very, you won't, if you're expecting something really light and then it comes out to be really, really dark and sexy, you're going to be like, what?
Right?
Yeah.
Like your covers are, gray, white, black with red. So you kind of know going in that these are going to be a little darker, sexier, the red romance. So I'm sure you all can hear the cicadas in my background. Sorry. They're so loud. Thank you so much, Sienna,
Thank
for
you
joining
for inviting
us.
me.
We appreciate having you on and being a part of all of our chaos. I'm going to place you back into the waiting room and anytime we would love to have you back.
Thank you so much.
Have a great night.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot. I'm giving away 2 copies of Dangerous King, signed copies.
I forgot about that. I'm so sorry. I was I'm so sorry. Okay, wait, guys. I almost screwed up your chance to get free books, and these people, they like their free books. Thank you for reminding me.
No worries.
Hey, everybody, give us a hey if you're still here. And we have 2 copies of the books to give away. Again, Carolina, we can't win.
Oh. This is no fair. Why did I agree to this?
Right? Carolina is usually a viewer. My normal co-host wasn't available today. And since this was Carolina's idea, I'm like, so you're going to co-host with me, right? She's like, yeah, I'll do it.
Sure. Oh, wait, I can't win?
And now she can't win. She cannot win. Everybody's like, hey, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 of us here. This is fantastic. Okay, Miss Sienna, pick a number between 1 and 8, or 2 numbers between 1 and 8.
Okay.
2 numbers.
3 and 5.
Okay, so 3 will be Gretchen, and 5 is Christina. So go ahead and email us thebees@bookcaseandcoffee.com, and I will get your information and I will email it over to Sienna. So I will email everybody's address to you so you can send all that stuff on.
Perfect. I will send it this week. No
Thank
problem.
you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me. I really love this.
anytime. We would happy to have you back. So have a great night, and we will talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Oh, I don't know what I did now. I hit my view. I'm getting scolded by the girl child people. We're live. We have had minimal mistakes.
Yeah.
I think we're doing pretty well. Okay, so I'm going to step
Do you need
away
a stretch break? Yep.
I do. All my water is.
Yes.
So I'll
Go
be.
stretch.
I'm going to mute, and then I'll be right back. And then we'll bring.
All right. So I know we still have people with us, and what is everybody thinking about today? Has there been how long has your TBRs been exploding from today? What is everybody thinking? Oh, thanks, Gretchen. It's been fun planning this and putting all of this together, chatting about books and coming up with all different kind of ideas. Yeah, definitely adding so many authors to the TBR list. I know, and we still have 2, 3, 4, 5 more to go. I cannot believe this, of how many amazing, incredible authors have been joining us. And, it's pretty incredible that we got 14 to go, or 14 total signed up for this. Yeah, it's really fun to also hear which scenes they're reading from. That's a lot of fun.
Anyway, we should have had a black at 5, but Roan.
Lindsay's did research a few weeks ago and added all the books she wanted to read. Oh, and she's doing a quick shot with Leah on Molly McLain's book. That's super cool.
Yes. Oh, we're going to talk to Molly about that book. I finished that book this week. Okay, so let's bring in Miss Xio. I'm so excited. Here we go.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. This is going to be fun. Let's see here. Kelly's TBR is having problems. Hi, Xio.
There we are.
Oh,
yep.
there we go.
Hey.
Hi, lady. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Oh my gosh, I love the Lily's logo in your background.
Yes.
That's actually Spotify.
Oh.
Spotify is playing. Because I can bring the logo up and it'll stay there as long as I have like the music on repeat. And that's kind of cool. So now it's like a thing that I do. Yeah.
I
Spotify.
love that.
That's super cool.
So thanks for saying yes to our chaos.
Yeah, I've been popping in and out all day. Lots of fun.
Yeah, so much fun. It's been far more successful than I thought it was. I was prepped. My girl child would like me to tell you, you have beautiful hair.
Oh, thank you.
She's monitoring the chat and passing me notes. It's been so fun. I had tempered my expectations. I thought, okay, 2 or 3 viewers, it's going to be fine. No one's ever done anything like this. We'll see how this goes. This has far exceeded my expectations.
Oh, that's awesome. No, it's
So
really
excited.
fun. Really fun.
It is, and we've had such great authors, and I'm so excited to get to talk with you. I love chatting with you. I feel cooler when we chat. I'm like, look.
I feel cooler when we chat.
Okay, so can some of that coolness rub off on me?
Yeah.
The cool trio here.
So, okay. Is it my turn for a bio?
I don't know.
I don't know. Listen, we are 5.5 hours into this chaos. I'll read the bio to start with.
Sounds good.
Okay. Author Xio Axelrod is a USA Today best-selling author of different flavors of contemporary romance. She also writes what she likes to call strange, twisted tales. Xio grew up in the music industry and began recording at a young age. When she isn't writing stories, she can be found in the studio writing songs or performing on international stages under a different name. So, no. She lives in Philadelphia with her one full-time husband and several part-time cats. How are cats part-time?
Well, I'm like super allergic to cats.
Oh, okay.
My husband is like Rowan earlier, is a cat whisperer. So we have, I think now 2 cats that come to basically live in our backyard. And actually today he was building them a new deck to go under the cat housing that they live in the wintertime. That's like heated and it's like
Ooh,
nicer than our
fancy.
house. Yeah, it's very fancy. So there are part-time cats and yeah.
I love that.
There's a neighbor that they kind of have a part-time cat that sometimes comes on their porch and they'll feed it and everything. But when they take their dog for a walk, doesn't like live inside, but when they take for a dog for a walk, the cat follows.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. It's
That's
really
so
quite funny.
That's adorable.
That's so funny. So one of the things before we get into your book, though, Xio, you like to do full promotion. So there's actually a music video for the Lilies that goes to the book. There is, like, you cover all the platforms. Like, these characters are there and out in the world.
Yeah,
I know.
There's an Instagram account. They have a website. The club that they play in has a website. The Electric Unicorn. There's music from the Lilies on Spotify and Apple and all that stuff. And yeah, I did a music video for their first single. I didn't do one for their second single because COVID. But we did a lyric video for the second song, which is kind of cool. But yeah, I'm trying to make it as real world as possible. Like, I'm a big fandom person, so I wanted to create a fandom around this series and give
It's so awesome. I don't know how you manage it all, honestly.
I don't either.
Because it's tight and it's connected, and like, I feel like these are real out in the world rock stars. Like, they're tangible.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. I got the book in a ripped bodice box, and I got a copy early, and I was like, oh, what is this? And I read this real quick, and I'm like, what? Hello? I so excited, like, loved every second of it. So cool. And I've been telling everybody all summer, read Xio's book, Rockstar Romance, that's like not like any rockstar romance that's out there. So, okay, Carolina, give us the synopsis, and then Xio can get in and read, and then we can talk about it.
Yes. Growing up in dive bars up and down the East Coast, Tony Bennett's guitar was her only companion until she met Sebastian Quick. Seb was a little older, a lot wiser, and before long, he was Tony's way out, promising they'd escape their stifling small town together. Then Seb turned 18 and split without looking back. Now Tony's all grown up and making a name for herself in Philadelphia's indie scene. When a friend suggests she's try out for a hot new up-and-coming band, Tony decides to take a chance. Strong, feminist, and fierce as fire, Tony B and the Lilies are the perfect match, except Seb's now moonlighting as their manager. Whatever, Tony can handle it, no problem. Or it shouldn't be if Seb didn't still hold a piece of her heart, not to mention the key to her future.
Oh, I have to unmute myself. I'm like talking and not unmuted. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this was out May 4th of 2021. It's childhood friends, enemies to lovers, second chance, rock star, found family. There's like a huge found family tone to this.
Yeah. I mean, that's band life, right? With most bands, you don't grow up together, or you're not siblings. So you sort of like fall into musical love and find your musical soulmates, and they become a family. You're on the road, traveling and stuff. So yeah, they become a family.
I love that. Okay, so if you want to read us your excerpt, and then we will get to talk about it, because I have questions.
Yeah. So it was hard to pick a spot because there's so much going on in this book, but this is actually Tony is at a rehearsal studio in New York with the band. It's their first time rehearsing together. She's sort of getting to know them, and she doesn't know the boundaries of like what she can and can't do and can and can't say, and so she's feeling a little like a fish out of water. So they just had this huge blow up in the rehearsal room where there was like bickering and sniping and stuff, and everyone's sort of storming off to their corners, and she feels like she's the reason why, because she spoke up. So this is the scene right after that. She needed to shake it off, all of it. The lilies fought as hard as they played, and it would take some getting used to, but she could handle it. I'm gonna see if I can find a vending machine. You want anything? Kayla made a sound that sounded close to the word no, so Tony left the room. She followed the signs to where several vending machines offered different types of snacks, almost all of them unhealthy. Tony eyed the sugar-packed, salt-laden goodies with something akin to lust. Her gaze landed on a pack of Junior Mints, their chocolate-covered minty yumminess taunting her from behind the glass. She'd been obsessed with them as a kid, and Seb would get some for her every time they went to the movies. Tony's mouth began to water. She agreed with her taste buds. It was the perfect snack for the kind of day she was having. Tony reached for her wallet, only to realize she left it and her bag in the rehearsal room. Shit, Antonia, she complained to the reflection in glass. You really came out here with no cash? A crisp $1 bill appeared over her shoulder, and Tony almost jumped out of her skin. Seb held up his hands. Sorry, didn't mean to spook you. I'm fine, she huffed, annoyed and jittery. Intellectually, she knew she'd see Seb today. He'd been trying to continue their conversation from the other night, and she'd successfully avoided being alone with him until now. Tony certainly hadn't expected him to sneak up on her. You sure? He withdrew his hand, a bit sheepish. I said I'm fine. She turned her back to him. In front of her was a doorway that she knew led to a long corridor. Since she couldn't get a snack, she'd settled for stretching her legs. She walked through the door and turned left, relieved when Seb didn't follow her. Tony paced the corridor, feeling like an interloper. She knew these songs. She'd absorbed them into her bloodstream. But as with Jerry Gant, she'd opened her big fucking mouth. They hadn't needed her to voice her opinion on anything. Those first few days had been so casual. They'd eased into the material, and Tony had apparently eased herself right into a false sense of security. Candy had showed Tony the fingering for a couple of the chords she'd had trouble hearing on the recordings. Once she had it, though, she had it. She slipped right into the pocket when they jammed through the first two rehearsals and had broken out into her solos with ease. Everyone had been impressed, and Tony's trepidation about taking the gig had begun to melt away. She should have known it was only a matter of time before she went and stuck her foot in it. Mo was right about one thing. She didn't know when to shut up. And now, to add insult to injury, Seb was still hovering in front of the vending machine as she made her way back. He looked at her like he expected her to cry or something. Sorry again, about before. Seb trailed behind Tony as she headed back to the rehearsal room. Hey, weren't you going to get something to eat? Changed my mind. Seb caught up and lightly cupped her shoulder before retreating from her space. Normally, Tony would keep on walking, but something made her stop. It was the brief touch, there and gone again before she even felt the need to flinch away. He remembered. She turned to face him. The corner of his mouth tipped up into a smile, and she was again struck by how incredibly good-looking he was. Time hadn't only been kind to Seb, it had evidently fallen in love with him and wanted to have his babies. So unfair. She was pretty sure she'd wanted that too once upon a teenager. Seb searched her face, his dimple receding. Hey, he said, reaching into his back pocket, I've got more ones if there's something you want from the machines back there. I'm not really hungry, but thanks. Tony bit the inside of her cheek. It was an unnecessary lie, but the idea of being in any way vulnerable in front of him bothered her. Seb's mouth twisted into a smirk like he could see straight through her. Is that why you were staring so longingly at the trail mix? Come on, you gotta eat. Who knows when you'll get another break? Tony bristled. They weren't friends, and he had no right to talk to her like he knew her anymore. I don't need you to babysit me. Not babysitting, only trying to help, Seb promised. I do no less for any of the girls. Part of my job, remember? Besides, you look like you've been through hell. She offered him a slow blink. Gee, thanks. Seb laughed. No, that's not. Sorry, that came out wrong. I meant to say, it sounds like things are getting serious in there today. Tony conceded with a nod. I look that rough? Nah, you look good. Great even, he added, his gaze tracking down her body before he seemed to catch himself. But that little vein is ticking under your right eye. Tony frowned. My what is what? He pointed in the vicinity of her right eye, and Tony's hand moved up without her permission before she dropped it. I can handle it, she said, hearing the pout in her own voice. I think. She let out a breath, sagging a little under the pressure of the situation. I don't know, Seb. I think I screwed up back there. Seb ducked his head. I seriously doubt that, Nia. What's got you spooked? How had they fallen into such easy banter? The first time Tony saw him, she wanted to rip his balls off. The second time, she thought she'd humiliated herself in front of him. And the last time they'd really spoken, she felt more indifferent toward him. Now, she didn't know what to make of their predicament. Though he continued to deny it, Seb had more than likely landed her this opportunity of a lifetime. She was one step closer to her dream. Tony had to admit, as apologies went, it was a pretty damn good one. Still, she couldn't let him back into her life that easily. He'd burned her once, and she wasn't about to let him do it again, no matter how pretty he was with his thick black waves and sparkling green eyes and focus, Bennett. Tony exhaled and walked a few steps away, putting some much needed distance between them. Her thoughts were going haywire, something she hadn't experienced in forever. It was like freaking Game of Thrones in there, she said, seizing on what was actually important. And I'm pretty sure I'm the Ned Stark in the room. Seb laughed. To his credit, he tried to hide it this time. Tony spun on her heel to level him with what she was sure was the meanest stink eye he'd ever seen. Seb only laughed harder. Sorry, I forgot what a nerd you are. Hey, she pointed a finger at him. You're the one that made me watch every damn episode of Farscape twice. John and Aaron forever, baby, Seb declared triumphantly. His open, unguarded expression was so damn familiar it stole Tony's quip. It struck her that this was Seb, the angsty, ill-tempered, secretly a teddy bear guy that had stolen her heart without him even knowing it. His laughter faded, leaving behind the echo of a smile Tony hadn't thought she'd ever see again. She looked away, unwilling to get caught up in the nostalgia. Is it always like that between them? She asked, to get them back on safer ground. Seb scratched at his stubble. Yeah, but it's not as bad as it looks. This is part of their process, he said, turning more serious. Really though, how are you holding up? You make it sound like I have a terminal illness. Sorry. Seb's smile brightened again. His eyes were always so soft for her, but it surprised her to see that now. Tony ignored the warm feeling in her chest. She was there to work, not reminisce. But the opportunity to get to know what had become of the boy who had shaped so much of who she was today was almost too tempting to resist. I'll stop there.
Yeah, well, everybody's mesmerized. So give us a second.
Are you sure they're just asleep?
No.
They're all saying, can you do the audiobook?
That's funny. My editor said that. She's like, you ever consider doing audio? I'm like, oh
yeah.
So, and actually funny about the audiobook is on Spotify.
Is it?
For free, yes. So I actually found it by mistake, but not by mistake. It's also in Hoopla, but Katie Roberts shared a TikTok that Neon Gods was on Spotify, that the whole book series, like all the chapters were on Spotify, and that it's part of Source Books, who's her publisher.
Yeah.
And your publisher also. I was searching by Source Books, and I was like,
I did not know that.
That's on Spotify too? I mean, I read the book and have listened to it through Hoopla for the audio, but yes, just so you know, your book is on Spotify along with the music.
Awesome. Yes, the music is also on Spotify. Yeah, the audio, I love the audio. I've worked with Alexander Sendiz before on a couple of my other books, and it was my first time having Tamika on any of my stuff. And they actually gave me some, they said, who would you like to have? And I recommended Alex, and I was like, I don't know any actresses who could play Tony. So they sent me some people to listen to. And as soon as I heard her voice, I was like, oh, that's her.
So awesome.
I've been listening to the audiobook. I'm not quite done with it, but I've been listening to it, and I'm a big fan of audiobooks. But yes, the voice actors can make or break an experience.
Yeah.
And these voices are so spot on. Like I feel like they are embody the characters so well and are so enjoyable. Sometimes I'm like, okay, well, let me just go sit and read the book. And I'm like, no, because now they're in my head. And I feel like I would lose that connection with them. So
yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Great choices. I noticed a theme with Tony is that she knows what she can do. She knows, her strengths, and, because she's practiced and has the experience and what she's gotten from her mother. And she knows all of this, that she can do it, but there's also that doubt repeated over throughout her journey.
Yeah. She has an aversion to what she thinks a career in music looks like as a performer. Right. So she doesn't want to have anything to do with fame. And that's all that her mother cared about. And that was the reason why her mother sent her to live with a father she didn't know, was because she had this chance at the big time or whatever. So she sends her 12-year-old on a bus by herself across, across state lines. And so she's like, if this is what, excuse me, if this is what fame does to you, I don't want any part of it. But she can't deny that she loves music, and she can't deny that she has, in her mind, enough talent to make some sort of career at it. I don't think she realizes until she's with the Lilies how good she is. I think she feels intimidated by them because they are all stellar musicians, and she feels, like, do I really belong here with these people at the same time? You know what I mean? So she is sort of walking that line between confidence and doubt. But a big part of that is that if she gives into the talent and where it could take her, it would take her down that path that her mother was chasing, and she doesn't want to go there. So she doesn't see that there's another way until she's firmly embedded with this band and what their goals are, which is not to be superstars, but to be the best at what they do and to bring their music to as many people as possible, which is what she wants to do. And she's like, oh, okay, there's another path, So yeah.
She's a great character. She's such a great character.
Yeah,
well, and I think it's so relatable to a lot of women. You just, you can do something, but there's that little nugget of doubt or questioning so
we talk about fear of failure a lot. We don't always talk about fear of success.
Yeah.
Which is a big thing that happens. People have what they call imposter syndrome. They're like,
yeah,
okay, if I have a really big album or a big book, and now what? People are going to realize I'm a fraud. That was the only book I could write. It's the only album I could record. You know what I mean? So I think,
or it's that the second I did really well on the first one, am I going to be a one-hit wonder? Is the second one going to equal to that?
Yeah.
Listening to it, I didn't realize you had a background in music, in the music industry, but I felt it because I've had some people in my life who've worked in that industry, so I've heard stories, and I've heard just some of their day-to-day experiences, and it's super authentic. So how much did it make it easier for you to write this, or was that really inspiring you to write this series?
Well, it was fun to sort of incorporate the stuff you never hear about into this. Like, I love rock romance. I haven't seen many or any, at least before I wrote this, that centered on women in rock as the musicians. They were like the agents and the lawyers and the groupies or whatever, but they weren't like the actual musicians. So it was fun to bring that aspect into it, but also the drudgery of it, the rehearsal, the sticky floors and the smelly dressing room, the grind, like the daily grind. It's a job. I mean, we see the Grammys and the stage, you're on stage and it's all the lights and everything and the crowd is singing along and all that stuff, but getting to that point is a grind. And even that point, the touring is a grind, and so, and
the clubs,
even the arenas, they look really shiny when you're in the pit, but backstage, they're really gross.
It's stripped.
Yeah, it's really gross. So as the series goes on, I think I'm hoping to incorporate more of that. Yes, they're becoming more famous, but it doesn't mean that everything is all roses and champagne, as they go.
So we're gonna get at least the 2 more books then?
There's 3
more. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, each member gets a book. Each member of the band gets a book.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Yeah, Kayla's book is next, the drummer. And it's called The Girl with Rhythm in Her Heart. And and I'm in love with her. I think her love interest is one of my favorite characters that I've ever written. He's amazing, and I can't wait to introduce him to the world.
I think there's something I think one of the other things that I've enjoyed, and particularly listening to it, is it's poetic, and it's also, there's a certain melody to your writing style. So it's it makes it enjoyable to read, and it's easy to get lost in it, especially sometimes I'm like, okay, let me listen to the next chapter, and I'm like, oh, it's a little bit longer to make sure I have time, because I hate stopping in the middle of a chapter. But then I'm like, holy crap, that went by so fast. It just, I'm here for that. So thank you.
Well, thank you. That's a really, really lovely compliment.
The book is wonderful, and Kelly from Boobies and Newbies said we're used to seeing the romanticism of rock stars. She loves that this book because they are just getting started, and it shows the very clear struggle that they're having to meld and to mesh. And she also likes that there's lots of LGBTQ plus characters and characters that are people of color. So, which makes my heart so happy. So happy.
Which I think is also true to, I mean, the music scene. And there's also an element, I think, pretty early on in the story of the conflict and sexism of having a female guitarist and these male producers just nope, it doesn't matter. We all know that she's playing the right thing, but they can't get it past their egos. So
yeah, that's definitely drawn from real life.
Which we want to hear about those stories, but we're going to do our survey question. We're coming to the end of our half an hour with Xio. See, we could sit here like all night. Let's just talk. So if you guys are still hanging out with us, Xio does have a copy. It's a signed paperback.
Yeah, I will sign paperback. Yeah.
So give us a hey in the chat. Sorry, if you're still hanging out with us and are interested in that. Carolina is going to ask you one of our survey questions.
These have been so fun all day. I can't wait. Okay.
Okay, so I don't need to preface it with it.
I was like, what's the Family Feud theme song? I wish I knew it because I'd be like,
right?
I don't even remember.
I
know Jeopardy. I think that's the only one that I know.
Same. And I could do the wheel of
right.
fortune.
Yeah,
but no. Anyway.
Okay. So your question is, name something besides books that you spend your money on that is still book related. And we have the top 4 answers. So name something besides books that you spend your money on that is still book related.
Do audiobooks count? Or can it be any kind of book?
That's not in the top 4.
That's not in the top 4.
Okay. All right. So book related. I'm gonna say highlighters. I spent a lot of money on highlighters. Book related. That's I don't know, like bookmarks. Like what do people buy?
Yeah, that's number 2.
That's okay. Bookmarks.
And number 2.
Gosh, what do you do? Post-it notes? Like what do you do? What do you do for that's book related? E-readers.
That was in it, but not in the top.
Not in the
4.
top 4. Oh. That's a tough one. Book related.
You can tell Xio's the author. Like from the author brain, she's like, what would be book related? You have to put your reader brain
snacks,
on.
like what do you think?
Yes.
Okay, yes. I will give you number 4 is wine. So
okay, all right. So like snacks, wine. Yeah. I'm trying to think. What do I do when I'm reading? Yeah, I don't know. That's a really tough one.
Okay, so number 3 is a Kindle Unlimited subscription.
Okay, all right.
And number 1 is swag, t-shirts, sweatshirts, mugs, stickers.
That's good to know.
Some of us are obsessed.
Add more swag to website. There's no Lily swag on my website, which is like ridiculous. I have to put some.
There is no Lily swag. I was just gonna ask
that. It's on their site, but not on mine.
Okay.
So I have to add it to my merch shop.
Okay.
But it's on. They have like t-shirts, but all the other stuff is coming.
Like, oh my gosh. So like Roan said, if you order from the Ripped Bodice, her book, if you pre-order her book there, you get like a piece of her map swag. So totally while we were doing the survey question for her, I was on the Ripped Bodice because I've already pre-ordered a copy for the girl child. Now I'm on the Ripped Bodice, like, okay, now I have to buy it so I can get the map.
They did they did sunglasses for Bookstore Romance Day, the ones on the cover. So I think if you bought from some indie bookstores on Bookstore Romance Day, you got those, and you got like a little CD insert booklet that had some really cool, like the lyrics. I did annotated lyrics in there and stuff, really cool stuff. So yeah, I'll have to think of some fun swag to do.
I won't lie, I totally looked at your book that you had up for the Afghan women's auction. that was the annotated copy.
Oh, the annotated hardcover?
Yeah. I was like, can I justify this? Or will Mike murder me? I'm pretty sure murdering me won, but that was a really cool item. So
yeah, I'm
Gretchen,
having fun writing in the margins for that one.
Yep.
Gretchen's like, it's in my book cart. She's
Yep.
Thanks,
And
Gretchen.
she's a fan of the highlighters too.
She does.
I have so many highlights. I keep buying them. Like, oh, there's an unopened pack right here. Why did I buy more?
So we have 8 people here that are in the running. So Xio, pick a number between 1 and 8.
Let's go for number 7.
Okay, that would be Kathy. Kathy, you can email us at thebees@bookcaseandcoffee.com, and we will send your information over to Xio.
Congrats, Kathy.
And also a big thank you for being a part of Summer Reading Challenge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course.
It was so much fun. It was so successful. We had something like 4,000 bingo entries.
What?
For the grand prize. Like, it was crazy town and insane. So hopefully lots of people got to check you out during Summer Reading Challenge. So
you guys do the most awesome events.
Oh, well, thank you so much. Because usually they're just like, hey, I got a hair up my butt and let's see what we can come up with.
See how this works.
There is literally no thought process or planning half the time. It's like, let's throw it to the wall and see what sticks. So yeah. So thank you very much. I'm going to place you back into the waiting room and we will talk soon.
Thanks.
Thank you, Xio.
Bye.
Bye, friend. Okay. We are going to bring on author Molly McLain. Do you need a break at all? Are you still good?
No, I'm good. I'm just like, it keeps getting better and better.
I know. Today is just rocked. Today has rocked. I am super excited to get to chat with Molly. She is a newer to me author, but now I stalk her. So she...
I think that's a pattern for you.
It kind of is. Like, I find your books and now I stalk you. Sorry.
Watch out.
Watch out to the chaos. Hi, Miss Molly. Welcome.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
We can hear you. Thank you for saying yes.
Of course. I'm excited. I've been looking forward to this.
I went looking when we were planning this out. I was like, okay, Carolina, we need to make sure we find authors that are comfortable being face forward with video and chaos. And I'm like, hey, there's this author, Molly, on TikTok. And I read We Were Made of Moments. And I was like, and she writes small town steamy romances. So we were like, let's ask.
Old.
So welcome to our day of chaos.
Thank you. I've been following along all day. It's been going great.
Yes, far exceeding our expectations. So it's phenomenal. We have such a great community and it's exciting. It's just,
Yeah, it is very exciting.
When your crazy ideas come and be more than what you ever thought they could be, you're just a little giddy. Carolina's like, yes. It's so okay. I think it's your turn to read the bio, Carolina.
I think so too.
Okay, so you read the bio.
All right. Molly is an author of sexy small town romance, lover of banana Laffy Taffy, 80s ballads, 90s rock, and road trips. Location, Wisconsin. Sign, Sagittarius. Religion, coffee and naps. I'm with you on the naps.
That's kind of my religion too. I like naps. Well, and you also, like, you should put in here too, can write anywhere. I have seen pictures of you writing in the Walmart parking lot while your children are shopping.
Well, yeah, my older child. I don't make the younger ones. Or my daughter do it by herself. But yeah, I love to write in the car. It's been one of the things that I've done forever. So anytime I can get anybody to drive me around so I can write, I am for it.
That's so funny. That's so funny. And at least
in car rides, I'm napping. Like the rhythm of the road makes me sleep.
Yeah.
So maybe
Sometimes
that's
that
your
happens.
inspiration.
Yes, Gretchen, it is. Nikki said to add wine to your religion, and then that's her religion: coffee, naps, and wine. And Gretchen, September for our reading challenge is Small Town September. Each month we give a prompt and encourage our listeners to kind of step outside their box. And so this month is Small Town September. So she's excited to dive in, and you write some good small town romances. But I was watching, I think your TikToks, or maybe it was in your readers group. You took a break from writing for a while?
I did, yeah. I published a novella in January of 2018, and then I stepped away officially that summer of 2018, and I didn't come back until July of 2020. So I kind of dropped off of the grid. I mean, every now and then I would pop into my reader group and just say hi, but I had a lot of stuff going on. I have a day job too. So, and my day job wasn't totally new to me. I had been doing it for a little while, but I also write for my day job. So to go from writing during the day to writing when I got home was just a lot. So I needed a break, but now I'm back and kind of mad at myself that I took a break because I love it and I missed it. And I'm just so happy to be back. So
I think it's important to take breaks because a lot of times we don't allow ourselves for that.
Yeah.
So I think that's incredible because sometimes you can come back even better and a little bit more rejuvenated. So
right, for sure. That's definitely been the case. So I went from just really struggling to even, get a book done in a year to I'm finishing my third one and I will have a fourth done by the end of the year. So
yay. That's amazing.
About that.
That's incredible.
So was your relaunch back into the writing We Were Made of Moments? Was that your okay,
yep.
You guys. So, and I know that's not the book you're reading from, and we'll get to that here shortly. I just have to give some love to this book because I first started it and I'm in chapter 1, and I actually messaged my typical co-host is Leah, and I messaged Leah and I'm like, I don't know if I'm able to read this. And she's like, what? She's like, you were so excited about the blurb. I said, yeah, but I think it's cheating. And she's like, oh no, come on. And I'm like, no, I think. And then you get to chapter 2 and you're like, nope, not cheating, not cheating at all. It kind of bamboozled me a little bit, but then the hero in that book might be the swooniest single dad I have ever read in all of romance. And he's bearded. He has a beard. I loved him.
Yeah, he's something. All right. He might be just a little bit too perfect though, aside from the fact that I don't want to give anything away, but let's just say the fact that he let her get away with what she did for a long time. And yeah, that was a little bit of a, not so alpha thing on his part, but I do think he redeemed himself. So
he does. And I think though the power in his story is he let her make his mistakes. And you're right. He does let her walk all over him, and he totally is the one putting the effort. But you guys, if you like a hero that pines, go read this book because he pines. And he pines so good. It's beautiful. But Perfect Secret, which is book 12 in the Mason Creek series. But Mason Creek is made up with a group of authors that wrote in this small town.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this one has a sexy cowboy. Carolina, as I'm reading this book, I was totally thinking of you the entire time. I'm like, oh, the cowboys. Carolina likes the cowboys.
I like the cowboys.
That was my first cowboy. So yeah, it was kind of fun for me.
Okay. Are you going to go back to cowboys?
Actually, what I'm working on right now is a novella for Holden's cousin Dustin and his love interest in Colorado at the original ranch, which I mentioned a few times in the book. And I can't say too much, but I will say that you have not seen the last of the McMurray family. I'll just leave it at that.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Teasers. Okay, I'm going to read the blurb for, I gotta crack open my thing. I need new glasses with bifocals because, as my husband likes to remind me, I'm middle-aged now. And as the day is going on, reading is getting a little tougher. Okay, so Perfect Secret. A fake relationship with a sexy cowboy in a small town is never a good idea. Alana. After high school, my plan was to leave the small town of Mason Creek and never look back. I thought I'd work my way through college while my longtime bull rider boyfriend chased his rodeo dreams and took me along for the ride. My own dreams of becoming his publicist and living the high life together on the PBR circuit were crushed when it became clear that my 8 seconds was up. The Buckle Bunnies were suddenly more appealing than the girl with her nose buried in the books. I've sworn off men, especially cowboys and bull riders. That is, until I walk in on one in my shower, naked, wet, and built like he could break my heart and my bed. Holden. The rodeo has been my whole world, and all it took was one false accusation to bring it crumbling down. I cleared my name, but the organization I've given my life and my body to for the past 7 years doesn't give a damn. They don't want the drama, and right now they don't want me. That's how I ended up in Mason Creek, hiding from cameras while the dust settles, and I can reclaim my reputation and my rank in the PBR. The last thing I need is to get messed up with a local girl, especially one who hates cowboys, but bull riders in particular. Our relationship may be just for show, but I see the opportunity for what it is. The chance to keep my secret a little longer and prove to Alana that maybe her problem with bull riders is simple. She hasn't ridden the right one yet. Okay. Release date
wait.
is...
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. What?
No, Gretchen was commenting. You had me at wet naked cowboy.
Yeah. And yeah. Release date is September 9th. So this is coming out this week, you guys. It's cowboy, small town, close proximity romance. Guys, when I tell you, you are going to want to read this book. I'm telling you, you want to read this book. And actually, Lindsay and Leah are going to do a quick shot of romance episode for this later this month in September. So they'll be featured on an episode on the podcast later this month.
Yay. Thank you. I'm excited.
You're welcome. Our prompt this month was small town. So we had to pick small town romances. And Lindsay's like, let's do this one. And I'm like, yes, you should do that one. Lindsay says, I want to read this so bad from the blurb. I was like, small town, QSR must. Yes. And the fact that it's a cowboy, like, heart is winning. Okay, so why don't you read your excerpt and then we can talk about it and I can gush about how much Holden is the new book boyfriend.
Okay. So I had a hard time deciding what I was going to read. So I'm kind of picking up in the middle of a scene. Alana and Holden and some other friends are out at the local bar, Pony Up in Mason Creek. And Alana is talking with her friend who is the bartender. So that's kind of that's the setup for this. So he is cute, isn't he? I sigh. I mean, if I was into that kind of guy anyway. Emma snorts. He couldn't be more your type if you designed him yourself. My old type, I correct her. I don't do cowboys anymore, remember? I'm not saying you have to do him, she laughs, handing me another drink and a bottle of Coors I don't remember ordering. I mean, I wouldn't judge you if you did, but at the very least, you could give him the spear and ask him to dance before Tucker shuts down for the night. Dance? I don't think so. He's growing on me, but I'm not about to draw attention to that fact and inflate his ego any more than it already is. Emma, can I get another round? Someone calls from down the bar, and she mouths to me, ask him, before hurrying away. I push through the crowd, nearly dropping the drinks and falling on my ass when someone stumbles backwards and crashes into me. Sorry about that, the guy exclaims. But before I can tell him I'm good, an arm slides around my waist, restoring my balance. You all right, Holden asks, our bodies suddenly touching in at least a dozen places. Yeah, of course. I blow out a breath, force a smile, and hold up the beer. I got you a drink. His eyes sparkle down at me as his hand loosens, but he doesn't let go. Thank you. You're welcome. I couldn't tell him it's actually from Emma, but because I like the way he's I'm sorry. I could tell him that it's actually from Emma, but I like the way he's looking at me too much. I like the way he feels against me even more. Dance with me, he says suddenly, and I shiver. I don't know. The gleam in his eyes goes hazy as he leans down and says huskily, "Don't play coy." I felt that shiver. "Oh God, one dance," he insists, taking a drink from my hands and setting them on the table behind me. "And then I'll leave you alone. Is that a promise?" A grin slashes across his face as he laces our fingers and leads me toward the dance floor. "You'd be disappointed if it were." "God, you're cocky," I sigh, not bothering to fuss with when one of his arms goes around my waist and the other one with our tangled hands lifts beside us. "Why haven't you danced yet tonight?" he asks quietly, his breath warm against my forehead. "I know you've wanted to." "Oh, really?" I flick a glance up at him and he smirks. "We've already established that I pay attention, and I hate that he's so good at it." "Then you should know that you're the first and the only person to even ask me to dance. Not for lack of interest, I'll tell you that much." I frown. "Excuse me?" He gives a soft laugh and shakes his head. You've had the attention of a lot of guys here tonight." I half snort, half scoff. "Oh, please." "I'm serious," he asserts, jutting his chin and sweeping his gaze across the crowd. "At least 3 of these guys have tried to approach you, but for some reason they get within a foot or 2 of you and they chicken out. You're so full of shit. And frankly, this is embarrassing." "I'm not kidding, Alana." His brows lift as he stares down at me. "Do you honestly not know?" "Know what?" "How fucking gorgeous you are." The words roll so easily and confidently off of his tongue that it takes a second for them to fully register. And then I blush. "You don't, do you? Holden, if you're trying to get into my pants, you should know that you're the ice princess, right?" He gives a husky laugh as if he's figured it all out. "And I thought you were being dramatic, but that's it, isn't it? You've shut them all down so many times that they're afraid to try again." Who's being dramatic now? I roll my eyes and try to look anywhere but at him. Also, if Tucker could sing the song just a little bit faster, that'd be great too. Holden chuckles, and I feel the low reverberation radiate from his chest down to mine. Damn, girl, I guess I'm the luckiest guy in here tonight. Before I can tell him that I could also make him the unluckiest, he twists my hand and pushes me away from him, twirling me out into the crowd, and then promptly pulling me back again. Our bodies collide, and all the air from my lungs swooshes out around his face because he's right there. "I'm on to you, darling," he rasps, his breath mingling with mine as his gaze lowers to my parted lips. "They're all watching us now. If you walk away and leave me standing here like a fool, you'll only confirm your reputation. And I don't think that's what you want, is it?" He has no idea what he's talking about. They don't ask me out because I'm Corey's ex and Aiden's little sister. No one wants to piss off the town celebrity or the chief deputy sheriff. Holden smiles, almost sympathetically, before he lowers his head and brings his mouth so close to my ear that his lips brush my skin. "Maybe I can help you," he whispers, and something about the feather-like caress of his mouth and just him in general has goosebumps rising everywhere. "Help me?" I stammer, my eyes fluttering shut as my hand falls into the fabric of his t-shirt at the small of his back. "Uh-huh." He nuzzles close, and the second the stubble of his jaw abrades my neck, I'm a goner. "Let's make them think you're into me. Show them that the ice is melting." "Ice? What ice?" All I feel is heat. So damn much heat. That's it.
And that scene is like hardly touches the chemistry between these two. They have so much chemistry. It pops through the entire book. Like, it's so good. You guys, it's so good.
I'm so glad you loved it.
I did. I owe you a book review. It's on my list. But Read-a-Thon Chaos one, I thought, okay, well, it doesn't come out till the 9th. I got some time to write you a review, but I love this story. So how did Mason Creek come around? Because this is book 12, but so there's 11 other authors that have written in this small town.
Yep. So because I didn't actually come back to writing again until like July of last year, I missed the early stages of it. I was invited to the group kind of at the tail end of it when a couple other people had backed out. So I don't know how it all came about, but I know that C.A. Harms, Crystal Harms, was kind of the brainchild behind all of it. Her book is the first one in the series that kind of launches everything. I think she just reached out to some people that she thought would enjoy writing in a small town series, and it's been great. It's honestly been like the best collaboration that I've ever been a part of. I think maybe just because we have similar writing styles that we've just meshed really, really well. And it's just been a lot of fun.
Yeah. So what's a little bit of that collaboration process been like, since it's 12 different authors in the small town world? how is it, and you're kind of at the later end of this, to keep, I mean, you obviously had the other books to kind of give you some grounding, but what has that been like?
So honestly, it's a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of cheat sheets with a lot of information, but really we've just kind of, I mean, not all of the books have a lot of interaction from all of the other characters. I have Hallie and Wilder and Emma and Aiden. They also have stories too. I have them a lot more in my book. So I really had to just pay more attention to those stories, their earlier stories, and what those authors were writing. It just gets really complicated if you try to include, a lot of, if I were to bring in, even a couple more couples, it would have made it really, really difficult to make sure that all of the information was correct across all of them. So we tried to keep it simple by not including like a ton of each, and just kind of touching on some of them, just mentioning, passing some of the other characters in the street or whatever. But really, I mean, it's just kind of talking, just making sure that we're just touching base. And like I said, spreadsheets, we have tons of spreadsheets with all of our cheat sheets. It really wasn't difficult. I mean, I was nervous. I thought it was going to be kind of complicated, but it wasn't. It wasn't bad at all. So
it did lead me down a rabbit hole. I need to go read Aiden's book and The Wilder Ranch. Like, I kind of want those stories now. And I know that you are recently new back into Kindle Unlimited, or I don't know if you were not in Kindle before when you took your break, and now you're in Kindle, but you are now in Kindle Unlimited.
I am. Yep.
Are all of Mason Creek in Kindle Unlimited?
Yep. The entire series, all of Mason Creek is in Kindle Unlimited. Yep. And all of my other books are as well now. So, We Were Made of Moments, people. Go download that to your Kindles now. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm gushing over that book. Well, you will be happy to know that the last book of the year that comes out for me will be Jesse's brother Aiden's book.
Thank you. Okay, because then is their sister going to get a book?
Yes.
Because she is
Amelia and Jinx
sassy.
are both going to get. Yeah.
She is.
Oh, you just wait for Amelia.
Okay. Okay, because I think the best part of the We Were Made in Moments is when they go to the German festival. And they have to wear the Lederhosen. I'm just like, that is something my mother would have made me do.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That is something. Okay, so Carolina, let's do our survey question.
Oh, yes. Okay, so we've been doing the Family Feud style questions. We polled 100 romance readers. So we're going to read you a question, and you can give us what the top 3 answers were from our readers.
Okay.
What is the sexiest profession for a male hero?
Oh, okay. I'm going to go with like some kind of athlete or like a fighter of some sort.
That was number 2, athlete.
Okay. Something, oh gosh, like is mafia or something like that on there? Is that like
that
some
didn't
kind of
make the top? That didn't make the top 3. It was mentioned like Mafia Don.
Okay. If it were me, I'm very much like a blue collar kind of guy or girl. I like those kinds of heroes, so I would pick that, but I don't know if that's super popular. Oh gosh.
I would say number 1 is it's a blue collar.
Well, number 1 is firefighter. So
okay, so we're being specific. Oh yeah, firefighter or a police officer. I don't know. I'm newly into the billionaires. That was not my thing before, but I love a good billionaire now.
So number 3 is a businessman. So I could say businessman, billionaire.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Gretchen wants to know if we can add bull rider to this list, and sister,
cowboy.
Added cowboy, bull rider.
Yeah. This, and I don't want to give any spoilers away, but I really like how you resolved the arc in this book and the way that their future looks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like it did a true service to Alana's character. It, showed that he listened and he cared. And it made for a very nice swoony end. The ETA was very good there.
I've had a few different ARC readers who got to a certain point and they're like, this is not what I saw happening at all. They thought I was going to go a completely different direction with it. And it just didn't feel right to do that because I didn't want to they had such a strong connection and for me to go the other direction, if you know what I'm talking about, I don't know.
Yeah, I do.
I felt like it would have like kind of cheapened their story or their connection a little bit. So I had to be true to them. So
yeah. Yes, Lindsay, this is a kind of ending you will love. Lindsay is our very picky ending person. She has a big thing on epilogues. We actually did a whole episode on epilogues inspired by Lindsay and Carolina and their thoughts on them. Being an old school romance reader, don't have a lot of thoughts on epilogues. But some of these people, they have very clear thoughts on what they love.
They have to be done right.
I don't think I told you, but I will do a giveaway also. I don't actually have the paperbacks of Perfect Secret yet. I should be getting my copy of it any day now. So I will give away, if somebody wants a copy of that, or I will give away a copy of We're Made of Moments if somebody would rather have this. So they can decide.
You guys. Carolina, I need to exit real quick. Hey, girl child, can you enter this giveaway?
Yes. All right. So put in the chat, hey, if you're still here and you want to be entered into the giveaway, and we will.
My girl child is looking at, so I'm paying my girl child in Starbucks to monitor the chat today and let me know in case I missed things. And so now I'm like, hey, girl child, why don't you enter this? She's like,
how about I just hook you up? How about I just hook you up with a copy? You just have to email me your address.
You're very sweet. That's okay.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I know everybody went and had dinner, and now they're all like,
they're all back.
Vengeance.
All right. Pick a number between 1 through 8.
I will pick 4.
And that is Nikki.
Yay, Nikki. Nikki, send us an email at thebees@bookcaseandcoffee.com, and then I will forward the address on to Miss Molly.
And which book you want? Which book
would you like? Would you like Perfect Secret, or would you like We're Made of Moments? Which both are very good. I'm in love. Friend, if you're going to write it, I'm going to read it. So
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for giving us your time today on your day off.
I'm very happy to be here. I mean, honestly, I was kind of nervous. I was really nervous. And then I started watching everybody else. I'm like, oh, this is going to be easy peasy. You guys are so relaxed and
we try. We try to keep it really easy. It's just a conversation. We love romance. We love it. And we just want to share how amazing this genre and the people involved in this genre are. We've done a couple episodes. Well, we just did an episode with Ian and Rebecca from TikTok that she hired him to be her cover model when she recovered Rebecca Gallo.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we just did an interview with the two of them because we were curious, how did that process go? How did that work? And then it played out on TikTok, and we all have made him like our TikTok boyfriend. So, we just, that's all that, we just want to share the love of romance. So
thank you.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate that very much, having supporters like you.
Thank you for joining us, everybody. Perfect Secrets releases on 9/9. It will be in Kindle Unlimited, but let me tell you, you're going to want to buy this. It will be a reread. I promise. I promise.
Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. We're going to put you back in the
bye,
waiting
everybody.
room.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay. And next up, here, we'll give her a minute. It's Julie Saman for the Summer of Saman.
Hold yourself together. Hold yourself together, Becky. You've got
I will not fangirl like a freak. Well, who am I kidding?
Okay, fangirl a little bit, but
just not like a freak.
Just not like a freak.
Okay, so anybody who has been paying attention to the podcast into my Instagram for the summer has known that I am currently obsessed with Julie Saman. Hi, friend.
Hi, and has made my whole summer. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. The Summer of Saman, that was Leah. Susie telling me to breathe. You have no idea. So the book started, I skipped the first book in the Rockstar series. Because I came across
It wasn't. So I had written that one like 2 years before the actual series, and I sort of loosely connected it. So it's more of a prologue than part of the series.
So I happened to be on TikTok because, as everyone, I can scroll and spend hours. And I saw your promo video that you did for, oh my gosh, Viola's book, and her hero is totally went out my head. And I came across Jasper. I came across the promo, and I'm like, I love a good rock star romance, and this one sounds really good. So I picked it up, started reading it, and then I start sending cussy texts to my book chat. You guys, it's a slow burn. It's a freaking slow burn. Because I had just had all these series of slow burns, and it was ridiculous.
Well, there was also a text before that. I'm like, anybody read J. Saman? What am I gonna like it? What do I do it? Do I not do it? And I'm like, yes, go. You're gonna love it. Steamy, yes, go. And then we're getting this. And I'm like,
and you're gonna get slow burn. Oh no,
Becky, hang in there.
I hate slow burns too.
Well, sister. And then I get to the bathroom scene with the haircut.
Yeah.
And I was like, Carolee, I'm like, I have just read the sexiest dry humping scene I have ever read in my entire existence. And everyone's like, what book are you reading? And I'm like, this one. So good. So freaking good. And then Carolina and I did a review episode on it. You guys can find that here on
know,
YouTube.
I listened. I loved it.
We loved it.
Yep.
And then when I got done with all the rock stars, which I do have a favorite, the last one is my favorite. The last one.
Henry, really?
Yes.
Oh, I love Henry. He's been called Dirty Henry.
It's best friend's little sister trope. Yeah. There is a super sexy outdoor scene against a palm tree.
Oh, yeah.
While they're on vacation, people. I'm telling you.
I'm trying to get her to read the Christmas one, not related to the rock stars.
Yeah.
And I'm blanking on the name right now.
It Just One Kiss. It is actually going to be on sale the end of the month, or if you join my newsletter, it's actually free. So, just FYI.
I'm pretty sure I'm on the newsletter.
And it's quickie. It's a novella. It's quickie.
Yeah.
Is that the one you guys read for our Die Hard test?
That's the one I recommended Nikki read for the Die Hard test.
Oh. So we did an episode at the end of July for Christmas in July. I'm not a huge holiday romance reader. And the end of the year is busy with, best books of the year and all that kind of stuff. So we decided to celebrate Christmas in July for the podcast. And we took there was 6 of us, and everybody kind of Secret Santa suggested gifted the book that you had to read. So we had 6 different holiday romances that all of us read.
Cool.
And then we put it to the Die Hard test, meaning, is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not? So is this book, it is.
Yeah.
It was a split group. In my house it is.
I had this too.
So in this episode, we put each of these holiday romances to the Die Hard test. Basically, is this a holiday book? Does it stand up? Could it be outside of a holiday? And I believe yours stayed a holiday romance. I'm pretty sure it was.
I think the one that you read, Becky, was the only one that didn't stand up to the test.
Right.
So,
but that's because I'm a Grinch with a very hard
I was
little
gonna say,
heart.
but sometimes I kind of like that in my holiday romances.
But yeah, so it was a fun episode. So Yeah, you can find that wherever you get podcasts, guys, if you want to
Yeah,
listen
no,
to
I
our-
will. Thank you. That sounds awesome. And that's like such a cool idea too. I might have to like totally steal that and use it in my group because I think that's awesome.
You are welcome to steal it. We're crazy. We always come up with weird ideas.
No,
such
that's fantastic. Plus you get to read like other authors. I love that. That's great.
Yeah, such as 8 hours of a readathon.
Yes. Yes.
This is the kind of crazy. We did summer reading challenge, which we thought would be like 2 or 3 bingo cards. There were 9.
Wow.
There were 9 bingo cards for everybody to play on. So, because we're crazy. Anyway, Carolina, will you read Julie's bio? Because I need to get to this book because
Yep.
I have so many questions.
Oh, good.
Okay. Jay Saman is a USA Today best-selling author who's addicted to Diet Coke, sour candy, and indie rock. She swears way too much, especially after a glass of wine, has a panache for sarcasm, or so her husband and children like to tell her. She's an admitted lover of second chance romances, love triangles, and the perfect amount of angst. She's best known for writing contemporary romance filled with smart, strong women and sexy alphas who have a softer side, especially for their women.
That is true.
Yes, I will agree with all of this. So the title of the book you're going to read to us from is Dr. Scandalous. It is up now for pre-order. It doesn't release until October 4th, which if you've read the Edge of Chaos series, we get a little teaser as to these next books because their sister is book 4 in the Edge of Chaos series.
Yes.
And so I needed this, 3 weeks ago when I finished the Edge of Chaos series.
I would have sent it to you.
Oh, no. It's fine. Wait, I have patience, sort of.
She doesn't.
Okay. She doesn't. Thanks,
I
Carolina.
don't either, so I get it.
I am going to read the synopsis for this book. I've been dreading this for a year. Okay, that's a lie. I've been dreading this reunion since we graduated high school 10 years ago. So why am I here, standing outside the door like the eternal wallflower I am? I'd say it's because my youngest sister browbeat me into it. But the truth is, I'm tired of being a nobody, of never taking a risk with myself and my life. And well, maybe I'm also hoping to see him. The tall, insanely gorgeous man walking my way now, Oliver Fritz, in regards as one of Boston's sexiest doctors. I've known him as the former god of our school, the one every girl wanted and every guy wanted to be. The one as loathsome, guys, to be here as I am. That's when he makes the proposal I've always dreamed of. Only this one's fake. On bended knee, he places a ring on my finger and proposes we brave this reunion together with me as his fake fiancé. But when our wild and steamy night ends in scandal, we're forced to make a deal. He gives me what I need, and in return, I stay his fake fiancé so he doesn't lose face with the media who loves him and his sick mother. Should be easy, right? Just a few months pretending to be engaged to one of Boston's most notorious billionaire bachelors. What could go wrong? Turns out, everything. Oh my God, I have so many thoughts here. Okay, so guys, this releases October 4th of 2021. Fake relationship, billionaire, doctor, Cinderella, opposite sides of the tracks, and single parent. Holy crap, did you go, okay, Becky, I know this is your crack, so let's write it. I mean, you didn't, because you've been writing it longer than my Summer of Saman obsession. Okay, so read us your excerpt, and then we can talk all about it and figure out
so
how much
I
we all need Oliver.
Like perfect timing. I was
Look
like
at that cover, you guys.
Got the paperback today, and I am obsessed. So I figured it would be pretty cool to read from the paperback.
It's pretty.
Which I don't normally do, but so we'll see. We'll see how I do. I'm not, bear with me. So I had been debating which part to read from. So the first chapter of the book is actually I put in the end of The Edge of Chaos. So most of my readers, if they've read that book, they read part of Oliver. So this is part of chapter 2. So Amelia, I don't think you should go home, Oliver states. I think you should stay and go into the reunion. I'm already shaking my head at him before he can finish. If Krista back there is any indication, this won't get any better for me. Seriously, reliving shitty high school memories while a bunch of women sneer nasty things at me is not how I want to spend my night. I should have known it would be like this. It was stupid of me to think otherwise. My life is not a John Hughes film. But what if they don't sneer nasty things at you? What if they did look at you and speak to you the way that they always should have? Are you going to sprinkle them with anti-bitch pixie dust or something? Because otherwise, I don't see anything like this as even remotely possible. I don't want to go in there, Oliver. I'd rather just go home, take a bath, and eat my weight in chocolate. And now I have to shut up again. What is wrong with me? It's like my brain to mouth filter is just quit at the sight of him. Sorry, I'm turning pages. Shockingly, he doesn't laugh at me. Instead, he just runs a hand across his jaw, still smiling kind of maniacally. What if you didn't go in there alone? I tilt my head, folding my arms over my chest so I'm not tempted to touch him again. I press further back into the wall. How do you mean? Like walk in there at the same time? No, like walk in there together as a couple. I'm not sure I understand. Oliver takes a step into me, slamming my senses with the delicious scent of his cologne, his warmth, his proximity. My neck cranes to meet his green eyes that are swirling with devilry. His hands land on my biceps, his thumbs brushing back and forth as his face dips down, inching even closer. Goosebumps erupt across my skin as sparks of electricity zap up my spine and through my chest, quickening my heartbeat. He licks his lips as if he feels his tube before his words tumble out in a rush. You're going to think I'm nuts, but I'm not. This makes such good sense. You have no idea. It's genius, really. So genius, we absolutely have to do it just so we can see all their faces. Oliver, you're starting to freak me out. Neither of us wants to go in there alone, right? So what if we don't? What if we go in there together as a couple, but not just any couple? One hand abandons my arm, plunging into his pocket, and a second later, he produces a wowzer of a diamond ring that he holds up directly in front of my face. An engaged couple. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? Where did you get a freaking diamond ring from? It's the one I never gave Nora. I brought it with me tonight as a reminder. A reminder of what? He shakes his head dismissively. It's not important, but it couldn't be more perfect that I have it with me. Let's do this, Amelia. I want to do this with you. What do you say? Want to be my fake fiance for the night? Jesus, Oliver, this is too much. You barely know me. And you're going to put a massive thing on my finger that likely costs more than I'll earn in a lifetime? Why would you do this? I asked, my eyes playing some sort of intense round of ping pong, whipping back and forth between the diamond and his eyes. He grips my arm, tightening his handsome features growing more urgent. Because then nothing and no one can touch you, Amelia. Don't you see? You'll be invincible. No one will dare say anything nasty to you because you'll be with me, my fiance. It's like you said, I was the most popular guy in school, loved by everyone. For better or worse, let's use that to our advantage. Oliver, I'm at a loss. If you do it, then do. If you don't want to do it, then do it for me. If you're with me, Nora won't try to rub the fact that she's happily married and about to have a kid. Okay. She actually does that? She does all the damn time. Wow, she's really something. A smile lights up his face. That's one word for her. She likes to leave lengthy voicemails. I don't have to pick up her calls. I even block her and she changes her number. What kind of psycho ex does that? With any luck, she'll avoid me like the plague and I can get away with a simple nod or something instead of having to talk to her and dickhead Rob McQueen. Don't you see? It's a win-win. It's a lie, Oliver. I know. He cups my jaws, intense eyes laser focus on mine, but it's just for tonight. Just a few hours. You're still Amelia, beautiful, smart, funny. You're the whole package. You always have been. He puffs out a breath, his eyes fluttering. I'm sorry people were cruel to you. Sorry, hold on. I'm just going to go to one certain part. His eyes fluttering. I'm sorry people were wrong to you. It was wrong. In truth, if no one saw how incredible you are back in high school, then that's on them. It's their loss. And truly, you have nothing to prove to anyone. But I'd love to see wherever this means you swallow their tongues, and they will. You know that they will. You heard Krista before. It's like, it'll be like that. Besides, it'll be fun, he continues. Our little inside joke, a secret, a prank that we're holding in the world, a delicious form of revenge. I don't know. It's tempting. It's tempting is what it is for a lot of reasons. He's right. I don't have to prove myself to anyone. I'm very likely a better person for not having those women in my life. But his words, the things Oliver just said to me, him wanting to do this for me, the idea of walking in there on his arm, even if it's just for tonight. Say yes, Amelia. Please do this with me. Say yes. How does a woman ever say no to him, especially when he looks at them like that? Before I can answer, Oliver drops down onto one knee, the mammoth diamond raised in his hand. Amelia, I don't know your middle name, Atkins. Will you make me the happiest man on the planet and agree to be my fake fiance? We'll stop there.
You could just read the rest because I need this book. So before we get in to discuss it, Leah, who is my typical co-host, is going to come in and join us. She had family obligations throughout the day. And so, Leah, we won't see you till you turn your camera on. But I love a fake relationship. And I hope that she sticks it to Oliver. Because while he is nice in his sister's book, he kind of needs to get hit and smacked with love like a book to the face.
Yeah, he does.
He needs to be dropped down a little bit from his... You don't understand. In the last book in the Edge series, it's his sister's book. And her love interest, he falls for her, but she still is kind of not sure they can be together because of the circumstances surrounding the relationship. And she is best friends with his sister, and his sister has been very clear that they cannot date. And he's a playboy and just, not good enough for her friends, which is fair. But he's pining, you guys. Like, he's so pining. And when he falls in love hard. And Oliver is just fine sticking the needle in the side, being like, you're in love with her. And so Oliver kind of needs to get like a phone book to the face.
Oliver, he will surprise you. We'll go with that. He will surprise you.
Okay.
He is, he's unexpected in a really good way. I think actually he became, I think, one of the favorite heroes I've ever written, which is like saying a lot, because I never throw that out there like ever, because like they're all like my guys. Oliver has a very special place.
But Henry is
Those
so
are big
good.
words.
Like,
so yes, Henry, Oliver is very dirty as well. This is definitely the steamiest thing I've probably written. And I feel like I say that every book, but it's because I probably keep trying to make it steamier. But this is, Oliver has a dirty mind and a very dirty mouth. And he becomes very unexpectedly possessive and blindsided by Amelia, who is this very sort of, she's got a pretty awful, not so nice past, and she is sort of the single mom to her younger sister, even though it's not really mom, but she is the caretaker. And she's had some not so nice things, and so she's very reserved and stuff, and Oliver is sort of like, no, that's just not gonna fly.
Okay, I am so in need of this book. Just so you know, Leah, Gretchen's declared it the September now of J. Saman.
September.
Saman. I like this.
It's never going away.
Well, and my mandatory reading list has dwindled, so the Saman September might be something I could do.
Stick with the newer stuff.
Oh no, I go down entire rabbit holes. So
you're fine.
I'm afraid of my very early rabbit holes, but
it's okay. We're gentle. Okay, can we just talk for a minute about Drew? He is the hero in Edge of Reason, which is book 3 in the Edge series. So I love how you did this book, because this is Friends to Lovers. And the reason I bring this up is because we all know how I feel about Friends to Lovers, right?
We do.
And there's an edge of taboo to this because he is the ex of one of her friends. And they're coworkers. But this book, it is one of the best Friends to Lovers I have ever read. And he is He is so good. I think the reason I like it is because it's not one of those like, oh, the blinders are off and all of a sudden I see her for the beautiful person she is. It's just that she was very clear from the beginning that we're coworkers. You had a girlfriend when we met. We're not, that's just not who I am. And then when
she was also a total hot mess of a woman.
Well, she is a hot mess.
Yeah.
We like a hot mess.
She's a hot mess. She has I feel like she had probably one of the stronger arcs for a female I've written, but yeah, she was kind of a hot mess in the start.
That's the other piece of it too, though. She's kind of a badass. Like, she's very clear and precise. Like, this is where I'm going. This is where I've been. This is where I don't want to go. I think I also liked it and could relate so much to it because, she was a little bit of a whore and fooled around and used sex to cope with her feelings. And that was relatable in my younger years. Not now.
Yeah, it's so I might get off on a weird tangent, but this is like
okay.
in our, I feel like we don't have in the romance world, and I don't mean us specifically, but in the romance world, there is very little room for error in our female characters and a great deal of room for error in our male characters. And women who have self-esteem issues, women who have sort of shaky past and deal with it in not such what may be conceived as strong ways is considered bad for our female heroines. And so Margot is one of those people, right? Like, she had trouble. She dealt with her issues with alcohol, with men, with making poor life decisions. And I mean, she has, a very strong arc, but it's definitely a very shaky road for her. And I feel like some readers either love that and really related to it, or some are like, she's weak. I don't like women with low self-esteem. So I'm like, come on, we all have self-esteem.
That's reality.
Yeah.
Right.
But like, we also don't like to see that in our female heroines, I feel like.
This is true.
It is. Like, we have so much latitude for men, very little for women.
I think her qualities were just super relatable. At least she just felt human and real, and the connection was there. And I also could understand why she fought against falling in love with Drew and, that relationship, because she didn't want to lean on a man. She had this picture in her head of how she could care for herself and, how things were going to go. And I just it's such a great book.
Oh, thank you.
Such a great book.
Margot is, they are one of my forever favorite couples. That was one of my favorite books that I've ever written, actually.
Okay, they're all really my favorites.
No, Becky, honestly, for 2 weeks straight, Becky just kept talking about your books and how everybody needed to read them and how she really needed this next one. But
you
it's
have
not
no idea,
out.
the ugly cries I've had when I read that stuff. Seriously, thank you. I'm like,
you're welcome.
Still chokes me up. Thank you.
It was seriously just your TikTok. You know why? Because you weren't an author that danced. If you're an author that dances, I swipe.
Want to see me dance?
I swipe.
That would not be good.
You don't dance, and so therefore I watched your whole TikTok.
I am not one who dances, and if I do, it is very poorly.
If I'm dancing, it's a cry that I'm being held hostage and send help people.
Yes, yes, I'm there with you. We will both be asking for lots of help.
Yeah, just like if I wreck a sweet romance, people, that's a cry for help. Everybody in the chat's talking about they like the damaged character very much, and each character is unique in your books, but they all of them are having something that they're fighting against. I don't think you really write you don't have kind of the savior character. Nobody's really perfect. Everybody has baggage.
Yeah, I sort of, a reader once called them imperfect, perfect heroes kind of thing. Like, I write the imperfect people. I'm trying to maybe Carter in the second book. He's got stuff too. Yeah, I mean, I never found perfect all that enticing, I guess. I sort of like people who have flaws and work at them and find life and love either, like despite them or in spite of them, like I just sort of like, I like people who can overcome crap and sort of find something on the other side of it.
Everybody's saying that they really need to read your books, and you guys, yes, you do. Have you not been listening to me for all of summer? Like, seriously, where have you been, Heather? Because I've been saying it all summer long. Okay, Julie is giving a signed or 2 ARC copies away.
Yes, because I didn't think I was gonna have
That's okay.
that.
2 ARC copies of Dr. Scandalous, so you can get advanced copies right to your Kindle. Give us a hey in the chat if you would like a chance at this. And while we do that, Carolina, can you ask our survey question?
Yes. So we polled 100 romance readers and gave them a bunch of questions. So this is kind of Family Feud style of what were the top 3 answers to this question from our 100 romance readers. Craziest place you have read a couple having sex?
God, that's like, well, I think in public, I mean, are we like specific or are we like?
No.
Well, number
crazy.
number 2 is public transit. So airplane, taxi.
I've done that. Yeah. Well, not like, well, whatever. Yeah, like in
Julie's
books
done
too.
She's done
We
that.
won't get into my life, but yeah. Yeah. So I would, yeah, in public. Yeah, public beach. I don't know.
Not in the top 3.
I'm not good with this. Craziest place in the ocean. Oh, you just said beach. I just said that doesn't count. I would say like a balcony somewhere, or yeah, I'm not doing well.
So number 3 is at work.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
And number 1 is an elevator.
Oh, that's a really good one. Yeah, okay.
There are some sexy elevator scenes out there.
There are some
in the
seriously sexy elevator scenes out there, and seriously like sexy work scenes. So yeah, clearly my brain is not getting into the creative one with that.
That's okay.
I think those are real weird though. That's kind of like a go-to, like elevator sex.
Yeah. See, I feel like, do people really like actually get, like, I feel like there's a lot of foreplay maybe in elevators. I'm not sure. Like they're like,
do they go the whole
actually
way?
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm wondering. And if there are, why am I not reading these books?
Serena Akeroyd was on with us earlier today. Pick up her book Filthy.
Okay, I'm
He
on it
pretty
now.
much
Thank you.
tells the lady, like, we're gonna have sex in this elevator, and then they have sex in this elevator.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 8 people. So Julie, pick a number between 1 and 8. Oh, 2 numbers. We need 2 numbers from you.
2 numbers. So let's go with 2 and 6.
Okay. Hold on a second. I'll get there. Okay, so 2 and 6, Lindsay and Heather. So Lindsay and Heather, if you'll email me the bees at bookcaseandcoffee.com with your Kindle address and such, I will pass those on to Miss Julie so that you can get your ARC copies of Scandalous Doctor, which comes out. You guys can pre-order it right now. It releases on October the 4th, but you should check out the Edge series right now on Kindle Unlimited and get a peek at the sexy chaos that awaits you in these books.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of
This is wonderful. Thank you so much. This was great.
Thanks for
you,
saying
Julie.
yes and joining our chaos.
Are you joking? This like made my whole world. So
we were delighted to have you. I'm going to place you back in the waiting room. And
yeah, no, go ahead. Thank you
we
so
will
much.
talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Sounds wonderful. Bye.
Okay, so we are in the home stretch, Carolina. Do you need to take a leg walk?
No, I'm good.
You good?
We're going.
We're going. Okay, so next up is Piper Rayne. I just see one, so I'll watch the waiting room. Not sure how if we're just getting one or if we're getting both. I don't know. I didn't even ask that. Just assumed. But, so.
How's it gone today?
It's gone great. Hi. Hello, friend. Okay, you are Rayne.
I'm Rayne, and it's only going to be me.
That's okay.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
don't say it's only
That's
going to be
fine.
you. Hey, look, it's Rayne. And for those that don't know, Rayne is the one who designed
Our shirts.
our Buzzing About Romance t-shirts. She is the brains behind I Love HEAs. And we love our t-shirts. We've been wearing them and promoting the site all day. So
I love it.
We're so nerdy. Anyway.
No, I can't wait. I got another one too, and I can't wait to wear that one.
Oh, yay. Thanks.
I should have put mine on. We were like doing family stuff all day. So I was in like not buzzing about romance t-shirts. It was outside. It was hot.
We have been here all day. For those that have been following along, we are now into hour 7 of our read-a-thon. It has been so much great fun. And we are excited to get to talk to you. I will tell you, there are 2 of our, they're in the chat right now. They're 2 of our listeners that have been binge reading the Baileys for the last week.
Right.
For the last week. They're obsessed. Gretchen and Lindsay, like, I'm pretty sure they're going to like wrestle each other.
Well, it's
Over
funny
the
'cause-
internet.
Wait, I saw somebody make a comment earlier, and then when I was on like earlier, and I was like, oh, you know what I mean? Great. So
It's funny because I was loaning Gretchen books so she could read them. And she was like, I'm done with this one. I need this one and this one and this one right now.
So there has been lots of Piper Love Rain in our Discord this week. So, which is always exciting. We did it, well, not we, but Leah, Lindsay and Leah did a quick shot review of the book you're going to read from for us, Lessons from a One Night Stand. They did a quick shot review of that. So
we did, because Lindsay loves all things Alaska. So.
Oh, right. Definitely, yeah, that's our last series. Yep.
So, is Lessons from a One Night Stand? It's currently free. Is it a perma free?
It is kind of perma free right now. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we might take it off free at some point, but as of right now, we don't have plans of taking it off free. But
Okay. So, friends, go find the link, download this, because as Lindsay and Gretchen will tell you, it will create a rabbit hole for you. Okay, Carolina, where are we at? Am I at bio or am I at blurb?
You're at the bio.
Okay. Holy goodness. Okay, Piper Rayne is a USA Today best-selling author duo. Our goal is to bring you romance stories that have heartwarming humor with a side of sizzle. Okay, you caught us. That's our tagline. A little about us. We both have Kindles full of one-clickable books. We're both married to husbands who drive us to drink. We're both chauffeurs to our kids. And most of all, we love hot heroes and quirky heroines that make us laugh. And we hope you do too. Yeah, I just am starting to read the hockey series you guys are writing right now.
oh, right, that's our first like pretty much sports romance for the most part. Yeah.
They're good and sexy, let me tell you. So you are going to be reading us a section, an excerpt from Lessons from a One Night Stand. And Carolina is going to read the blurb for us.
Yay.
If you're a guy like me and you find yourself having banged your sexy new boss, the school principal, in the back of your Jeep one drunken night, here's a few takeaways based on my experience. Lesson 1, always get her full name. Lesson 2, consider asking what she does for a living. Lesson 3, find out why she's moved to town, get details. Details are crucial. Lesson 4, don't alter her bio in front of an auditorium of high school students unless you know she has a sense of humor for that sort of thing. Lesson 5. If you ignore lesson 4, apologize instead of flirting when you're sent to the principal's office. Lesson 6. Never sleep with her again. Lesson 7. Pay attention to this one. It's the most important of them all. Don't fall for your one-night stand. Class dismissed.
I love the way you guys do those blurbs for that whole series, like the lessons, because you never know what kind of lesson chaos is like going to show up.
And I will say, like, as we got further down the line with those books, it like became like, oh God, okay, so now we have to change this one to kind of be the same way. You know what I mean? So it was like harder for us, but it was, yeah. So then we were really happy with those blurbs.
But Lindsay and Gretchen just love that. They love that you wrote Alaska. And Lindsay, who is, I don't know if there's a name for super Alaska fangirl, but she is. And she said you wrote it so well because she's been on vacation there several times and just felt like it was real Alaska.
Right.
And she thinks that like the ski resort that, I can't remember his name, Wyatt.
Oh, Wyatt's. Yeah.
Yeah, he owns. She's like, I think I went to that. Whatever it was modeled after.
Right. I mean, yeah. So I mean, I do have an uncle and some cousins that live up there. You know, and I've been there one time back in the late 90s, aging myself. But yeah, so like that's pretty much, you know, I kind of go from some pictures. Sometimes like we'll look at pictures of like where my cousins posted or something. But a lot, I mean, Lake Starlight's a fictional town for the most part. But yeah.
That's so funny. Okay, so this book is now available. Like I said, you guys, you can find it free. So go grab it now because you will want to read this whole series. It's a workplace romance, principal/teacher, small town Alaska, friends with benefits. So Rayne, if you want to go ahead and read your excerpt and then we can ask all the questions.
Okay. I'll start reading. I said I was so nervous. I told Piper before I got on, I was just like, I feel like I'm like, I can't do this. I need you, right? And she's just like, you're gonna be fine. So,
it's gonna be great. You'll be great.
All right. Let me see here. Okay. Well, you were the Jeep mystery girl, so of course you were in the blog. A teacher behind me says, what? Coffee sputters out of my mouth into my light pink blouse. Oh, let me. Faye runs over to the faucet and comes back with a wet paper towel. Thanks. I try to take it from her, but her eyes are a millimeter away from my tit, and she tries to stick a hand up my blouse to work out the stain. I swat her hand away with my free one. Really, I can get it. I've got a Tide stick in my desk. She tosses the paper towel in the garbage can and is about to run out the door, except it opens before she reaches it. Austin stands there wearing jeans and another button down, this one striped with a sweater over it. He looks so delectable. Damn him. Francie, his voice booms through the room, interrupting the conversation we were having. His arms swoop up Francie in a hug bear hug. How was Cancun? Did you swim with the dolphins like we did on our senior trip? Francie's eyes catch mine, not his friend, my ass. Yeah, thanks, Austin. She pats his shoulder to put her down. Tell me about it. Francie looks at me and back to him. Oh, morning, Holly. He gives me a nod. Coffee stain already. Sign of a bad day to come, huh? I wish I had that Tide stick so I could jab it in his eye. Oh, I almost forgot, Faye says, flustered as she runs toward the door. No, Faye, it's fine. I chase after her. Murmurs commence as I wind through the tables of teachers, and I catch the words fogged up windows, Jeep, and handprint. I stop beside a table of 3 teachers and look down at them. 1 man, 2 women, all in their 50s. The man looks away, but the women hold my gaze. Okay, everyone. I place my hands on my hips. Someone's going to tell me what you've heard. And Austin walks towards me. Holly, let's go to your office. I hold up my hand. Nope. Someone tell me. My patience is at an all-time low. And if they thought Miranda Miller was bad, wait until they see my temper. It doesn't show itself often, but let's just say it channels Joe Pesci and Goodfellas. Sweetie, Faye's hands land on my forearm. She purses her lips, unsure, and I nod at her to continue. There were pictures of some mystery girl in Austin's Jeep on Saturday night. Austin, you know, it was big news because, well, he doesn't get a lot of Faye, Austin snips. I pegged it for Sedona or Jameson, another faculty member calls. Who the hell are Sedona and Jameson? So after seeing Austin turn white as a ghost at the assembly, and then someone overheard you 2 talking afterwards, Faye continues. My gaze shoots to custodian Kip, who was the one left in the auditorium. He stares down at his coffee. Chicken shit. Buzzwheel put 2 and 2 together, and everyone figures it was you in his Jeep on Saturday night. Faye finishes on a whisper accompanied by a wince. Oh my God. I cover my mouth with my hand and run through the halls until I enter the bathroom where I lose my entire breakfast. I don't know. I was trying to figure out my timing, but hopefully that was
No, that's great. That's a great excerpt to bring you in, because like Gretchen is saying, Austin and Holly as a beginner couple to the series are fantastic. And that shows the sexy banter you get with those two and kind of the shenanigans that happen with them. Because this book is full of shenanigans.
The whole series is full of shenanigans.
I know. I was trying to pick up, I don't know, anybody who's read, they know Grandma Dory. I was trying to find like an excerpt with Grandma Dory. I just couldn't find a long enough one where like she was really like, you know, her Grandma Dory-ish.
I mean, every time she's on the page, you have that.
Right.
Is that one of your favorite side characters, Leah?
She is, well, she is, because it's so funny because so they live in the house they grew up in. And so she constantly has keys to like everybody's house, even when they take them from her. Like she's constantly like just showing up in the house. And they're like, I took my key from you. She's like, oh no, you didn't. But she's not supposed to be driving anywhere. And she like drives this big like caddy with her best friend Ethel, who is like the grandparent for the Green series. And it's like these crazy old biddies, like just doing.
They live in a retirement community, like a retirement like house.
And the retirement community is like an entity in itself sometimes, like in these books, because
you do get them a lot more, I would say, in the Green series. Like you get that a lot more in that series.
But no, Dory is one of the best side characters I've ever read.
Thank you.
Gretchen says Grandma Dory is the ultimate meddler with the best intentions.
Right, yes, for sure.
So it sounds like, guys, if you like a good side character, this is a series to pick up. You get swoony characters in Alaska and funny, quirky old ladies. Who doesn't love funny, quirky old ladies, right? I mean,
crazy people.
Crazy people. Well, they're probably not listening to us anyway.
This is true. Just not our people.
Right. Okay, so friend, let's talk tropes real quick. Do you have a trope that you guys together prefer to write? Do you have a favorite trope?
I feel like our enemies to lovers is our fave, right? Like there's usually always one or two in any of our series, you know, because we do try to tackle any trope we can, like with every series, you know, but enemies to lovers is always in there.
There's a lot of siblings best friend though too. Like I feel like there's at least one or two like floating through every series also.
Yeah, because I would say like Liam and Savannah, who is falling for my brother's best friend, is pretty much pretty popular in the Bailey series. That's the one that a lot of people.
Well, but you kind of mix both because they're enemies to lovers and
that's true. Right? Yeah, right. And she's a little older than him, so
and reverse age gap.
Right, and he's a tattoo artist.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rayne, you live in the States area, but Piper lives in Canada.
Yeah, Toronto.
On the west coast of in Toronto.
Toronto, yeah.
Okay, so not terribly far.
Not terribly far. Yeah, but yeah.
How does that process work for you guys?
Neither one of us have been able to cross the border for a while, but the process, we do a lot of Zoom. We're constantly on Zoom, constantly Facebook messaging, you know. Like we plot out, like, do you want like a writing process? You mean like?
Just how it works for you guys, like with your process or, you know, brainstorming.
Right.
It is fascinating to me because in your books, the few that I've read, and I've read, I think 4 at this point, because you are a newer author to me.
Thank you.
You guys write seamlessly, and I cannot tell when the voice has changed, you know. It is.
Honestly, it took me a really long time before I realized you guys were 2 people.
Oh, right. So I think it could be because so the way we do it is I think we've just developed like this one voice that's both of ours combined, because we brainstorm everything, we plot out the story, and then I take the rough draft and I write the whole first draft. And then she comes in after and she puts in like her voice and edits it. And then it goes through the editing process, 2 editors, and she follows it through that process. And then I'm usually already writing the other book. And then I reread it at the very end, just in case I would have any issues, which I never do. But yeah, so I think that's why. I think it's like my voice first and then her voice coming in second. I think it just is like, that's the Piper Rayne voice now, right? So,
Yeah. Because there's, I mean, it really is, the voice is continuous, and I don't ever think, did somebody else try to come in and write this scene? It's very well done, and I really like it. So it's fascinating to me, because I know the process can be hard just as a single person writing. I mean, I am not a writer. I'm never going to be a writer. But, you know, I have heard, you know, just being a single, your own words, your own voice, getting the stories out. And now you have two brains trying to write the one story.
Right. But sometimes it works out better, honestly, because I feel like I'm somebody who, like, we're very different. Like, we are kind of different people for the most part. I have such a hard time, like making our characters go through like horrible things. You know what I mean? And then she's like, nope, you got to make them do it. You know, and I'll leave her a message like, I don't think I can write this. I think we should change it. She's like, nope, make them do it. I'm like, okay.
You're not being mean enough.
Yeah, I'm not mean enough to them, right? Like, so.
That's so funny.
Yeah, so it just kind of works with us for some reason. I know that a lot of co-writers are like, you know, they switch off the POVs, right? But this has just always worked for us. So
Gretchen says Liam and Savannah so far are her favorite couple.
Yeah, that's a lot of Bailey. Yeah.
Is that one that we
a lot of Bailey fans? That's the Falling for My Brother's Best Friend. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys are.
Because he also like he really like pursues her, I think, more.
Oh, he pursues her hardcore.
Yeah.
Like he makes
like,
it
almost like he's almost liked her from like all the way from when they were younger, and then like, you know,
he had a big crush, but then he was like, this is gonna happen, and I don't care what she says.
And she's like she manages like the whole Bailey timber. So like when the parents passed away, like Austin took over like the kids side to take care of the 9 siblings. He took over the family timber company. So she's like this high executive, you know, and
a little neurotic.
Yes, type A personality, definitely. And he's like this easygoing.
Gretchen says the tattooing flashback scene is what sold her.
That's a good
Oh my gosh. Gretchen and Lindsay are cracking me up with their fangirling. Later, you can go back and go through the chat. If you need an ego boost, apparently just message Lindsay and Gretchen there, because they are in love. So, can you remember the first romance you ever read?
Oh my God, I don't know if I can remember that actually. I'm guessing I was pretty young, but then I stepped away from it for a couple of years, and I came back with 50 Shades. You know how like a lot of people came back around 50 Shades and Twilight, right? So I did come back with 50 Shades, I can tell you that. But as far as like before, I had like a little writing like where I wasn't reading that much. I don't remember. I couldn't tell you.
That's okay. It's a random, it's one of those random questions.
No, she's like such, I don't think she ever had like a down reading time, so she probably knows.
She probably knows. What inspired you guys to go over to hockey? Because you've really done family series in small towns.
Yeah, so we started with like groups of friends, right? So like our Modern Love series is just like 3 girlfriends, right? And then we went to like a single dads kind of club thing. And then, but then we didn't go into families until we went into Flirting with Fire, which are the Bianco brothers. Then we went to White Collar, another brother. And then we finally decided, let's do a 9-book series. Like, let's just try this out. You know, we were scared that we would have fall off, or, you know, people wouldn't want to carry on through it. So it was really hard for us, but it really turned out good. And then we were just like, we've never really tackled sports romance. We have like these 3 novellas of the sport, snowboarding, which are supposed to take place in the Winter Olympics. And those were like, okay for us, but not great. And so we like pulled our group, the unicorns, and we're just like, what do you want to do, football or hockey? And everybody said hockey. So we're like, all right, let's try it out. And Piper's from Canada, so like her husband helped us with like all the lingo.
The hockeyness. Well, and actually Piper's in our...
I'm like, I don't know what I'm really writing, if I'm writing this correctly. And she's like, oh, I'll just have him look over it.
Right. Piper's actually in the chat. And she said her first romance was Flowers in the Attic, which
there you go.
I think a lot of us read that book way younger than we should have.
Yeah.
Want to talk content in trigger warning?
Right? I know. I can't even imagine now.
That book, yes. Content and trigger warnings on that book.
Right.
If you guys are in the chat, give us a hey, because Piper Rayne has a mystery signed paperback and swag pack up for grabs. So give us a hey. And then, Carolina, you want to ask our survey question?
Yes. All right. So we've been doing a survey question. We polled 100 romance readers and kind of Family Feud style. So we'll read you the questions and see if you can give us the top 3 answers.
Okay.
Name something you might find in your nightstand or by your bed.
Kindle or e-reader.
Number 1 is books. So we'll give
Okay.
you that.
Right. Okay. Well,
Just say it. You know
toy.
you want to.
Just
Sex
go with
toy.
it.
What did I missed
Or
it?
sex toy.
Yep.
Sex-
Number 2 is vibrator.
Okay. And then phone,
Not in the top 3.
clock. No. Condoms.
No.
Or lube. Or-
Yes.
Lube. Lube.
I set a pattern here, sense of pattern.
right.
Right. Total
I
pattern.
figured that one after the sex toy thing, but yeah.
What a good sport. She totally like went for it. She's like, books,
Right.
sex toys.
She
Like,
didn't want to
I was
say it though.
nervous because I saw a
It's
couple
like,
other
can I
ones
say this?
before when I was like kind of coming in and out all day, and then I was like, oh, I don't know what they're gonna ask me. I was so nervous.
that's why one of the authors asked me, they're like, why didn't you put the survey question in our like doc notes? And I'm like,
Oh,
because
no.
where's
she likes
the
to
fun in
surprise
that?
She does it to me all the time.
Because at first I was looking at my doc notes, I'm like, is it supposed to be a question there? And then I realized that it was a surprise to the first couple authors. So I was like, oh, yeah, no, it's gonna be
Yeah.
Well, because we want to see what you come up with off the
Yeah,
top of your
exactly,
head.
right,
Like,
yeah. Mhm.
you know, it takes kind of the fun of it out on if you match what the readers picked.
Yes.
Right.
Mhm.
Where's the
There's
fun
really
if we
no
give it
wrong
away?
answer.
Right. Mhm.
It's
Sometimes
all,
you need prepped for the questions that come out of your mouth, though, Becky.
I vetted all of these questions before we sent them
Thank
out
you,
into the
Carolina.
world. So we're okay.
feel attacked. I
No,
feel
you
attacked. The audacity. Okay, so we have 7 people entering in for a, 6. My moderator is telling me I can't count. So 6. I'm paying my girl child in coffee to moderate the chat today.
I heard. I saw that.
She's been here for 8 hours. She's such a trooper. Okay, so pick a number between 1 and 6.
Let's do 4. Mhm.
So 4, Carrie. Carrie, you are the winner for a mystery paperback from Piper Rayne. You can email us at bookcase and coffee. I don't know why I'm putting it in here because so far all these people would have it, but the bees at bookcaseandcoffee.com, and then we will forward your address on to Miss Rayne here so that she can get that out to you.
So we had a question from Gretchen that I think we didn't get to. Why small town Alaska? And have you and Piper traveled to Alaska?
Oh, so we haven't each traveled together. We keep saying we're going to, but then COVID hit. But I have been there in the late 1990s because my uncle lives there. And, you know, we were at a writing conference when we plotted this whole series, and we had been taking a lot of like craft classes at that point. And we were just thinking, and I don't even know which one of us might have said Alaska or, you know, but we both love small town. We love reading small town. Like, we're both huge fans of like Jill Chavez and like all that. So we were just like, let's try like to do a small town and see if it works. Because our other ones were all set in cities like Chicago, New York, San Francisco. And so we're just like, let's try. And then, so yeah, so we just picked it. And then we're just like, let's go to Alaska and make this fictional town up. And yeah, so we made like Starlight, and now we have, oh my God, Sunset Bay, right? You know, Sunrise Bay, oh my God, Sunrise Bay, which is right next door to Lake Starlight. So yeah, so now we love the small town thing now. I can't imagine us not writing it right now. So But that's kind of, we just kind of made the jump into it to see if we could
Why 9 books though? Because you're flirting with like series and single dad series, and all your early series there are 3. Not that I'm just liking 9. Like I love a 9-book series.
Yeah, right. So
but it's a big jump from 3 to 9.
And it was super scary at the time.
Your rooftop crew was 6.
Okay. But we did do that after the Baileys.
Okay.
But like, yeah, we really enjoyed, we were just trying to see if we could get a longer series, right? Because like, I mean, the whole thing is you advertise book 1 and you advertise and that longer tail you get just helps you out more, right? And plus you collect more readers that we feel like, and especially the Baileys proved like so many more people invested in that family as we moved on, right? Like we didn't even hit USA until book 7 in that series. So that was like crazy that we even hit it that far into the series. We thought people were gonna like break off, right?
Yeah.
So we just took the jump in it, and we just thought like, not go with 6, let's just go with 9 siblings, you know.
Why not?
Like, yeah, right. I mean, 2 sets of twins, you know, and then we had the whole party of 5 aspect into it, that they had been orphaned and you know, the older brothers taking care of them. So so I don't know. We just decided to try it out to see if that long tail would work out for us, you know.
Well, it did.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, we couldn't be happier with it, honestly. But we'd always heard 3 is like the magic number. So we always did 3 in the beginning, but yeah.
I could just imagine that conversation. Okay, we're going to do a series with 8 or 9 books.
Right, I know, right? I know.
Well, but 9, it's like groups of 3, so it's like you're supposed to.
And then the funnier part was we had been buying all these photographs, gearing up for this, like, you know, all these custom photographs, and we just kind of buy them as we see them. Like she'll send me a picture, I'll send her a picture, and then we want to get the same feel of everyone. And then we realized after we had like 8 of them, 2 of them had models, exact same models. So then we're like, oh, we don't want to go back and buy 2 more custom photographs. So we're just like, well, 2 sets of twins, you know what I mean? That's how the 2 sets of twins came into it, because we had these photos.
Because you double. That's great.
Right.
You're like, happy accident.
Right. Yeah. So
no, that's great.
Yeah.
I do. I love that series. That is actually the first series, because I came in late as usual. But so I found the blue collar series is what I read first, and then I went to the Baileys, and then I went down the rabbit hole of everything else, because I just can't stop once I start. I am really loving the greens though.
Thank you. I know we just finished Jed's book. It's at the editor, so I'm on to the next book 5.
Oh really? I honestly I just wish they were done.
I know.
I don't want to wait any longer.
And then we're gonna have to. Then I know. And then once we finish book 6, we'll go back into the hockey ones for 3 months, and then finish off the greens.
Poor Leah. Poor Leah.
It's okay. I haven't started the hockey series yet, so I'm gonna jump back.
There you go. Rayne, thank you so much for joining us, and we are so happy to have you. You are such a delight.
Thank you.
Thanks for being a part of our chaos. You guys, you can find One Night Stand wherever you get books. It is currently free. It is book 1 in the Bailey series. So make sure you guys check that out. And your hockey book you have one coming out at the end of the month.
Yes, yeah. Which is the Ford's book, which everybody's really anticipating. Single dad.
Yes. Hockey and a single dad. Guys.
Catnip.
Right. So thank you very much. We're going to place you back in the waiting room, and we appreciate you giving us your time today.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, sorry about that, guys. As y'all know, I had to pee.
You didn't need to announce it.
Well, I did. I felt like everybody should know. Mike made me a drink.
Oh, that was so nice of him.
Wasn't
the
that
vodka
nice
gimlet.
Yes. Yeah. So we're coming into our last half hour. Carolina, 7.5 hours.
You know, in the beginning it was like, okay, we're getting ramped up, and then you're like, okay, we've got a good stretch of this, and then all of a sudden it went by in a flash. I'm like, how are we at the end already?
Right. This has been so amazing. Thank you to all of you viewers that have hung out with us today. We've had 275 playbacks on this video today.
That's awesome.
So,
And the
thank
day is
you.
not done.
The day is not done. We are bringing back podcast favorites, Drunk Book Club authors, Jiffy Kate.
Yay!
So excited. So we are going to bring in the ladies of Jiffy Kate. So excited. I love any chance to chat with them. You're so fun. Hello, ladies. We will see you when you turn your video on.
Oh, boy.
Oh, goodness. My mother is back in the chat, guys.
Hi, Lynn.
My mother is
Can you
back.
see me? Am I here?
You're
You are
here.
there.
We can see you.
Miss Jiff
Where
just
am
needs.
I?
You have to turn your video on.
Oh my gosh, I thought it was, but
Come on, Jiff. I haven't seen your face in a really long time. Please turn your video on.
I had my mouse in the wrong spot, and my child is like yelling at me. She's like, mouse, mouse.
This is weird. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. She can just be like the Wizard of Oz, the voice we all just hear.
Behind the curtain.
There she is.
Hey,
There
hi.
Hi. You two are so brave to pick the last spot in our evening of chaos.
We always pick the last or the latest spot on anything we can get. I don't know why. It's just like maybe that just makes sure that we're gonna be there, or like we won't be late. I don't know.
Yeah. That is awesome, you guys. We appreciate you saying yes. You are you guys are so sweet. Whenever I ask you, hey, do you want to be a part of this? You both are like, yeah, we do.
Yeah, always.
Yes. You will always get a yes from us. We're just that easy.
Well, we appreciate your ease because you guys, like, you know, when we were getting Summer Reading Challenge together, you guys were one of the first authors that were like, yes, we want, yeah, what do you want? Can we do? And I was like, that was really easy.
And then it snowballed from there.
Right? You guys are like
We
the
have a rep to
catalyst
protect.
that had us going forward.
That's
so
awesome.
And just so you all know, you are fan favorites of book club. Your book club is still spoken about all these months later, so don't be surprised if we're knocking on your door to come back to Drunk Book Club in the
Anytime.
future.
We like drinks and we like books, so anytime.
It
Yes, we do.
fits.
Oh,
It
look what I'm
works.
drinking out of today.
Oh, look.
Aw.
Awesome. Awesome. That was one of our Queen of Caffeine cups because, you know, we like caffeine. We could not survive. We needed it today, didn't we, Carolina?
Yes, we did.
You guys have been champs. I've been like tuning in occasionally. I've been writing some today and doing some other like catch up work and stuff like that. But I kept like going back and watching the YouTube. I was like, holy crap.
I know. I was doing family stuff today and I was like, maybe I'll be there later.
It has been, you know, I wasn't really sure. I was actually prepared for like, really honestly, like a couple of viewers here and there. I didn't know what to expect from the day. I had low expectations because when I went looking, no one's ever done anything like this. You know, there's live stream gamers playing videos and there's talk show hosts doing their question and answer kind of things. But no one's ever done like reading your book, a live stream kind of thing. And I was like, okay, we can do this. We can do this and make it amazing. And today's been amazing.
You did.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
did.
it was awesome.
Well, and we went into, it was almost like we went into training. You know, we had like a dress rehearsal the other day, practice with the tech. And then there was like food prep today. Like I have like a snack station to my right and water and backup water and tea. Like, so.
You're professionals. I love it.
My theater background totally came into play. Like everybody got like scripts and plastic covers, so easily flip pages, binders with notes. It was, I messaged my former theater teacher. She's a good friend. And I messaged her. I'm like, just so you know, all your stage manager lessons are totally coming into play today. And she's like, that's what I like to hear. Okay, so Carolina, I don't know where we're at, so tell us.
Oh, no. How about you read the bio?
Okay, I will go with the bio for Jiffy Kate. So, oh my God, my mother's back. Anyway, okay, author, yeah. Author's Jiffy Kate is the joint pen name for Jiff Simpson and Jenny Kate Altman. Together, they spend their evenings and weekends spinning tales and hoping one day they hit a bestsellers list. Jiff was born and raised in Louisiana, but she now lives in Texas with her 2 teenagers and her 2 English bulldogs, Georgia Rose and Jake. She loves Project Runway, Queen, 80s music and movies, The Color Purple. When she's not shaping the lives of future generations, you can find her planning her next vacation to Disney. Carolina is a huge Disney person.
Well, I'm in Orlando too, so.
Oh, the dream.
Jenny Kate is a small-town girl from Oklahoma. She's a self-proclaimed coffee junkie and connoisseur. Her husband stays annoyed at her taste in music, and her teenager thinks she's weird. So basically, she's winning at life between a full-time job as an accounting assistant and her 3 rambunctious fur babies. She's often dreaming about maid service and vacation days. You don't even mention wedding planner in here.
Well, 'cause this is a little outdated.
Yeah,
that bio needs to be updated.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and how have you guys not hit a bestsellers list?
Good question.
Like,
Cheese and rice. Yeah. Friends, this is our goal. Jiffy Kate needs a bestseller, you guys. So the setup and the substitute.
Yeah,
Friends.
next week that would be a great time for a bestseller.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Number 18. Number 18's feeling super lucky.
Okay, so friends, we're pushing this. And look, you know what? It might be your lucky number is 18 because currently we have 18 viewers.
It's a sign.
There you go.
It's a sign. Everybody needs to go pre-order this book now.
Yeah, the pre-order isn't up just yet. But it
Okay,
will be
don't
this
pre-order
week.
it just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, don't do that
But
yet.
we'll tell you when it's up.
Yeah.
Oh,
but if you
will.
haven't read the rest of the series, now's your time.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can actually get book 1 for free right now by signing up for our newsletter. And you can get book 2 for 99 cents for 3 more days.
And that's basically free in the words of Heather.
That's basically free.
Yeah. Friends, why are we not buying this right now? All of you, go, be busy. Okay, but stay and watch. 2 screens. This is why it's great that Jenny Kate and Jiff are at the end of the day, because if we're a little extra sassy, they flow.
Yeah. We're sassy. We like sassy.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are going to read an excerpt from The Setup and the Substitute. And
We
this
are.
is book 3 in the Revelers series.
Yep. Mhm.
Okay, Carolina, could you read the blurb for us?
Yes. All right. He's a single dad trying to make it in the major leagues, and she's a substitute teacher looking for her next adventure. Owen Thatcher has been ghosted by his ex, leaving him to pick up the pieces of their family in the midst of being traded to a new team. After striking out with nanny after nanny, he is desperate to create a stable life for his 2 kids. Sophie Callahan comes from an affluent family, but this free spirit is nothing like the stereotypical trust fund baby. While she waits on the perfect job to open up, she's making it work as a substitute teacher. But a ruggedly handsome baseball player makes her an offer she can't refuse. And it's a whole new ballgame when these attractive, available adults are under one roof.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Single dad.
Single dad.
Single dad. Nanny. Forced proximity.
Proximity,
Like, guys.
baseball,
This is like
sports,
romance.
So many
baseball
good tropes.
pants.
So many good tropes.
And actually,
to Disney.
oh, well, Lindsay. So Lindsay is one of our podcast contributors and members and members of our Discord and everything. She is crazy for baseball romance, like crazy, but she is super picky. And she has been talking about your book for weeks. And she said she's been dying for this book since The Ace and the Assistant. So
Yay.
she's all like, she is all in because it's baseball.
Mhm.
So if you ladies want to read your excerpt, and then we will get into chatting about it.
Why am I nervous about this? I earlier, Jeff and I have been debating on what to read, and I was like, I don't want to read something with too much dialogue. We'll try to find something with not too much dialogue in our books.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
And you've met all of us. You're good.
I know. It's like reading out loud to the class.
No, I get it.
You're under pressure.
And have you guys done a book signing or a read aloud event at a bookstore or anything?
No. I mean, yes, we've done book signings, but never. Right.
Just think of it as if you're telling us a nighttime story. Like this.
Yeah,
is
I think the
bedtime.
closest that we came to it was at Book Bonanza in 2019. And we had like a Smarty Pants romance thing. And they had all of us come up individually as authors. And Chris Brinkley read like a portion of our book, like he narrated it in person. It was like mortifying.
Yeah, that was another level. That was another level. Having the narrator that we love and adore read our words back to us in front of us. Nope.
Whatever. It was crazy. All right, here we go. This is like their second meetup. So we were going to go with the meet cute, but this is a little bit better. So when I approached Neutral Grounds, the coffee shop Owen suggested we meet at, I stopped to peek inside to see if he's already there while trying not to be obvious. Most of the tables are empty except for a few up toward the front. Those are occupied by what looks like students who've met up for study sessions. Pulling the door open, I step inside and approach the counter. A familiar face turns to greet me. Well, hey there, the owner, Cece says as she adjusts her apron. Not used to seeing you this time of day. Smiling, I tilt my head. Yeah, I'm meeting someone here, but I definitely need some coffee. Long day, she asks. The longest, I say with an exaggerated sigh. I've been corralling 19 preschoolers for the last 7 hours. After my assignment with Molly's class was over, I was sent to a preschool class in the same school. Cece's eyes go wide. Whoa, too bad I don't sell alcohol, which I should because this is New Orleans. You totally should. I agree. I'd be your most loyal customer, especially after the day I had today, or week, really. I can only imagine. She shakes her head, leaning against the glass that houses all their amazing baked goods. My friends all have kids, but they're still small and they're not 19 of them. And it still takes our entire village. We're laughing again when I hear the chime at the door opening. Without even turning around, I know it's Owen. I'm not sure how I know, but I do. The atmosphere shifted, or maybe it was the energy in the room. Something. Trying to play it cool, I quickly point to the last remaining chocolate croissant. I'll take that and a nice mocha. Good choice, Cece says. Glancing past me over my shoulder, she calls out a greeting. Welcome to Neutral Grounds. I'll be right with you. Take your time. His deep baritone voice comes from behind me, making my breath hitch. Hello, Sophie. Or should I call you Miss Callahan? Letting out what I hope is a casual chuckle, I pivot to face him. Hands clasped in front of me to keep from fidgeting. Sophie, please. Only my students call me Miss Callahan. Thanks for meeting me today, he says, his piercing eyes somewhat shadowed due to the ball cap he has pulled low. A pair of sunglasses hang from the collar of his t-shirt that clings perfectly to the muscles beneath, completing an aloof vibe I wasn't prepared for. Fighting back a blush, I clear my throat and reply quickly to cover any awkwardness I'm feeling. No problem, but it would have been nice to know in advance what I was in for. It's supposed to be a joke, but there's enough double entendre there that I have to turn away from him so he doesn't see me roll my eyes at myself. Get it together, Sophie. One chocolate croissant and an iced mocha, Cece says cheerfully, her eyes darting from me to Owen and back to me with a slight raise of her brows, conveying a variety of questions in this simple gesture. Is this who you're meeting? Is it a date? You should definitely make it one if it's not. Oh God, please don't say anything. I silently beg with a smile that probably looks like it belongs to a serial killer faster than you can say Sebastian Stan, who Owen actually resembles, except Owen is a little taller and has brown eyes. I pay her, mumbling a thank you as I stuff an extra tip in her jar for not adding me to the Adonis behind me. I'll grab us a table, I say to Owen as I pass him without a glance. I hear him place his order as I sit at one of the tables by the window. Black coffee. I read an article once that said a person's coffee order can say a lot about their personality. Take me, for instance. I'm a mocha drinker, preferably iced, and according to the article, it means I'm sophisticated and bold. I like that. Black coffee drinkers, they're supposed to like simplicity, be efficient, and can often be set in their ways. You're right. I should have told you a little bit about why I wanted to meet you, Owen says, interrupting my thoughts and making me jump. Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. It's fine, I say with a scoff, waving a hand in the air. I was just thinking about how amazing this mocha is and wondering why I don't walk over here more often. Is this close to where you live? He asked, pulling out the chair across from me and lowering his tall frame into it. God, he's so tall. And those jeans definitely draw attention to his muscular legs. I bet his ass looks great in baseball pants. Which reminds me, I should consider being more supportive of our local teams, or our local sport teams, namely baseball. I've never been to a game. What kind of New Orleans am I? When Owen clears his throat, I realize he's still waiting on me to answer his question. Oh, yeah, not far from here. And as he takes a tentative sip of his coffee and then lowers the mug to the table, I try not to notice how big his hands look wrap around the ceramic. Resting his elbows on the weathered wood, he glances out the window beside us, watching people for a moment before bringing his eyes back to mine. I didn't mention why I wanted to meet you because I was afraid you'd turn me down before I got the chance to really talk to you about it. So I'll cut to the chase. Remember what Molly said the day at the ice cream shop? He asked, pausing. My mind immediately goes back to that day and begins flipping through the moments like snapshots, running after Molly because she forgot her favorite jean jacket. Noticing Owen before he even had a chance to turn around, watching him with his children at the ice cream shop. She mentioned wanting you to be her nanny, he offers. My eyes widen. Oh, right. She did say that. When I don't respond, he continues. I know you already have a job, he says, leveling me with those brown eyes that are still hidden under the brim of his nondescript black cap. I guess it'd be a bit too telling to wear a New Orleans Revelers hat. Now that I think about it, the hat and sunglasses are probably his way of walking around incognito. I hate to tell him, there's no covering up everything he's got going on and the fact that he's somebody. There's just something about the way he carries himself. I guarantee he can't walk down the sidewalk and not get at least a few people to do a double take, thinking to themselves, he looks familiar. They may not be able to place him, but he definitely makes them stop and notice. And I'm trying to take you away from something you love, but to be honest, I'm desperate. Inhaling deeply, my shoulders rise and then fall as I exhale. You want me to be your nanny? Can I keep going or should I stop there?
It's up to you. Whatever you want to do. I mean, everybody in the chat is like in love, so
he wants her to be his nanny.
He wants her to be his nanny. I love that they're in neutral grounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like, love that.
Yeah, we did a lot of crossover. Quite a bit.
That's our jam.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, keep going, keep going. No, you guys have to buy it because we have a goal. What are you people doing?
I like how Jenny Kate is like 18 on the list is good though. Like 18.
Well, no, this is their 18th book.
Oh, no, I was just saying, 18th.
Oh, Leah. They need to be a number one. We need number one Amazon bestselling.
Honestly, we would take 18.
It's a long weekend. Yes. My kids were home all day today, all day yesterday. It's been a 3-day weekend.
Lindsay says she loves how CC brings everyone together. She is the glue between all your series.
Really is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she really is.
I mean,
and
you
she
guys
owns
know
a
this.
coffee shop, so she would be our best friend.
I mean, bestest friend. Bestest. Sure. And you guys know this. You are newer to me, author, but I have been slowly reading and trickling into your books.
And she still does not look at a jam jar the same way.
I will never look at a jam jar the same way. Like, how many months has that been? And Valley is still like in
9.
my head.
It's been a while.
It was our last release. That tells you anything.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you know, life.
More Ericksons are coming.
In space.
I'm very excited for the baseball series. Don't discount that, but there's more Ericksons.
Leah, for
that's
a
what we're
week
writing
now.
right now.
Yeah. For a week now, Leah's been like, Becky, there's more Ericksons coming. I was like, yeah, did you tell me this before? And she's like, no, just so you know, there's more Ericksons coming.
Remind you. You might forget. You might.
Or maybe you're obsessed. Like, I have a thing for jam, but you have a thing for some MM fighting Vikings.
I mean,
yeah.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Oh, Lindsay says, eye candy. I told my husband I was sad it didn't take place in New Orleans because you write New Orleans so well. she says, and then you took them to NOLA and made me happier than the jam. Lindsay, you're so cute.
That's so cute.
That's awesome.
She was happier than jam. Lindsay,
I love it.
You love the jam. Stop it. So let's talk baseball. So are you both big baseball fans? Because one of the things that we hear often about your baseball series is that you do baseball well and you get it right.
Yay.
That's the best compliment.
Yeah, for real.
Well, so both of you are huge baseball fans?
Yes.
Very much.
Like Jiff, you were at like opening day or something for the Astros, weren't you?
Not opening day, but I try. I try to get there as soon as I can. I was telling my kids over the weekend, I was like, it's been like a month or two since we've been to a game and I am missing it bad. Like it is time.
Yeah. I watch baseball literally every day. I mean, unless the Cubs aren't playing, I watch it every day. More than my husband. I have an app. I watch it at my desk at work.
You had some heartbreak with the Cubs earlier this summer. I followed it a little bit between your Instagram and your TikTok, and I don't know anything about baseball. If we're really, really honest, I know nothing. But I saw your heartache, and I'm like, oh, I feel so bad for her.
It was real. It was real. Yeah. I'm just really just now getting over. I'm not over it. I'm
You're moving on slowly.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to ask.
Oh, there were some trades.
They traded like literally all my favorite players all in one day.
One day,
like the worst blow. It was so bad. Like it was so bad. Like Jiff knew how bad it was. She sent me a care package. I was in the pits of despair.
We kind of suspected it was coming, and then when it hit, it was just like bam, 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 and they say like her most favorite player was the last one, and it was like just the nail in the coffin. It was awful. It was
part of it was where they went too, though, wasn't it? It wasn't just that they were traded, but it was who they were traded to.
It could have been worse. They could have went to the Dodgers, and at least they didn't go there, or the Cardinals. But it was still bad.
So apparently Lindsay would really like Jiffy Kate to do a book signing at an All-Stars game.
That would be awesome.
Be amazing.
I'm just so you know, she's like, that's where she's in. So
those are like set up a table outside of the stadium. And just have our own.
Set up a table?
Yeah. I'm sure we can find you a Barnes and Noble in the book or like a bar in the vicinity of a stadium.
Section, blah, blah, blah. You know.
Next to your
we'll
plans.
Be in the bathroom signing romance books. Third level.
Right by the hot dog stand.
Section B.
Yeah.
Lindsay says, I felt the pain. The Nats went through the same thing. She lives in Virginia Beach, and so she's a big Nationals fan. She said, it's the worst. Her players went to the Dodgers.
I'm so sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
So sorry.
Gretchen says that would be a great tailgate if you guys did a signing.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
At the All-Star game.
That would be so
I went to the All-Star game this year. It was great. It was super fun.
You did. You dragged the husband and the child, and
we made it part of our vacation.
Well, because you guys kind of road tripped for your vacation, didn't you?
Yeah, we did. Yeah. Yeah. So it was like the focal point of the vacation. And then we went like on and did other things. So yeah.
You also wrote on vacation. If you guys do not follow Jiff and Jenny Kate on social media, do so. And Carolina linked it all in our chat. Because you do get little snippets of what they're working on and where things are going. So, which is, I love. I think it's delightful.
Adorable doggy pictures too.
Yeah.
Jenny Kate was one of our Flu Fridays. We still need Jiff's naughty nugget of a dog that lives in his IKEA jungle gym to send us a picture for Flu Friday.
My students now demand videos of my dogs or pictures of my dogs. So that's what I was doing this weekend because he was acting a fool in that tent that still has survived, that $12 tent. Yeah.
My girl child, her best friend, her mother breeds bulldogs, English bulldogs. And they have one. He is brown and white spotted, and his name is Branch. And I love Branch. Like, I've been trying to get her to accidentally put Branch in her backpack for like 3 years. Like, just bring Branch home with us. But they just had a litter this week, and their dog Cruella their mom's a breeder, and they had Cruella, and I was like, oh, look, Branch and Cruella puppies. There's like 4 of them we could bring home. And she's like, no, we're not getting them.
The 2 dogs and like the jungle that you have in your house is not enough.
You missed it, Leah. It was funny when Roan was on and we were talking about her book, and she has her character, the little girl, is obsessed with reptiles. At the time she's talking about that, my boy child is bringing Perry, our tortoise, in from his backyard play area into his indoor play area. And I love it. I'm like, oh, this is my life. There goes a tortoise. Anyway.
I love it. That's awesome.
I know nothing about baseball, but I can talk dogs and reptiles like all day.
All day.
And coffee. I can talk coffee all day. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Carolina is going to ask you our last survey question of the day.
These are so fun. I've been listening to them all day. I love them.
There's something.
All right. So we asked 100 romance readers these questions. So you have to see this one. We're looking for the top 4 answers. Name something you might like to have 2 of on your bed.
It's Why is my first response balls?
I mean,
I was going like reverse harem thoughts in my head. I don't know.
Well, number 2 is men.
Okay.
So
we can embrace that. Like legit.
I mean, and if we're gonna go like super vanilla, I would say pillows. I need at least 2 pillows on my bed.
Yep. Number 1 answer is pillows.
Number 1. So you got 2 more guesses. That is not balls.
Books?
No, not in the top 4.
Oh, okay. Dogs? I always have at least 2 or 3.
Number 4 is dogs and cats.
So we're missing 1.
Number 3.
What's number 3?
Blankets?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
I need to be on Family
Kate.
I've always wanted to be on Family Feud.
That would be so
We should get
fun.
a bunch of like authors together and go on Family Feud.
That would be so much fun.
That, you know what? This would be a super fun event at a signing.
Like a big one like Book Bonanza.
Romance authors versus readers, Family Feud style.
That would be so fun.
Becky,
so fun.
if we ever did a live podcast at one of the book signings, we could be the hosts of the Family Feud.
Yeah, that's fun.
If any book conference organizers are watching, Buzzing About Romance is totally interested in coming to a book signing near you. I mean, I need to kind of wait for COVID to stop, but yes.
That would be so much fun.
We all need that.
Think of the shenanigans we would get.
I know, right? So many shenanigans.
Although I don't know if they could handle all of us in like one building together at the same time.
A special edition of Drunk Book Club needs to happen.
Yes.
Like in real life.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That would be such a mess.
That'd be amazing.
That would be amazing.
It would be something. Ladies, thank you so much for signing on to all the chaos I send you.
Thank you for inviting us.
Hey,
that's so fun.
Just thank you for never telling us no.
Right.
Ever. Ever.
They never say no.
I don't know if we signed up to do a giveaway, but we would give a paperback away, like Sub and Substitute.
These people would love that. So there is a signed paperback of The Setup and The Substitute up for grabs. So if you guys are still following along, give us a hey so we know you're here. There have
Everybody's intrigued.
Everyone's like, yes, hey. Oh, here we go. Fun. We have given away so many great books, and TBRs have exploded today. This has been so fun. So much fun. Oh goodness.
Because
The
people
chat.
don't complain about us already.
An author actually said earlier when they came on, they said, "Oh, I was watching earlier and all of a sudden I have 4 new books that I purchased while I was watching." And we're like, in true Leah style, we said,
"You're welcome."
You're welcome.
That's right. It's what we do.
Yep. 9. We have
I might
9.
have not been here in person, but I was here in spirit.
You were here in spirit.
Yes,
you
you
guys brought the crowd tonight. We have
Oh,
9.
yay.
This is the biggest giveaway we've had this evening. Okay, so ladies, pick a number between 1 and 9.
Jiff, what are you feeling?
7. It's always 7.
Always 7.
It's my favorite number.
Always 7.
Lindsay, you are the winner of...
Oh, she's going to be so excited.
She's going to be so excited. Like, she might have just peed her pants a little bit. And I can say that about her. Lindsay, make sure you email me. Oh my God, no way. She's totally freaking out. Lindsay, make sure you send me an email with your address so I can forward it on to...
You don't have it already.
Listen, there's a lot to keep
She's been
track
doing
of.
it all day. She's been asking this all day. So people, if you want your free books, just email her.
And look, Leah, you will appreciate this. I have made a list of everybody who has won and what they won.
So
See,
organized.
lists come in handy. Leah makes fun of my lists. I have
No.
lists everywhere.
But it's like because the one day we were talking and she like lifts this stack of Post-it notes. It's no joke, like this thick. It's like, how does she keep track of the lists?
I have a list of lists. Anyway.
Me too.
Totally works.
It's what works. Thank you, ladies, so much for joining us. I am going to put you guys back in the waiting room and you can leave from there. And then we're going to wrap up. So thank you so
Bye.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Here we go. Put back in the waiting room. Ladies, we did it.
You guys did awesome. I stopped in earlier today just to peek in and see how it was going. And then I had a kid today. But it seemed like it was a good time.
It was a great time. Ophelia is back. This was such a fun day. You ladies rock. It was so fantastic. Carolina, thank you.
Well, you're welcome. And
Thank
thank
you.
you for letting me co-host and join. So
This was so fun.
Yeah.
The bar has been set because we have had more than just one author say, "You're doing this every year, right?"
Of course.
I don't know. Sure. So thank you everyone who watched and viewed today. I hope you had a good time. I hope you found new authors and new books to read. There are so many things that I'm excited about that came out of today. You know, it was really important. Carolina, we worked really hard when we came up with this list of authors to go from established to our new. So we had the Avery Flynns to the Ophelias, Ophelia Martinez. So we covered that gamut. We wanted to bring representation of all voices. So we had Roan, who writes.
My friend Roan.
Your friend Roan was here.
I know. Did she ask about me?
Did she ask? Oh my God.
I'm just kidding.
So about your friend Roan, she actually had the time wrong. So we had to push her back an hour. We had to do our book chat like a half an hour early and then pushed her back an hour because she kind of got times.
It was great.
It was
she
great.
on Eastern time?
Well, no, she was on Eastern time, but she still had it wrong. Like she would have been way late. It's okay though. It worked out phenomenal. And I'm sure she did ask about you, Leah. Where was Leah, her friend?
It's okay if she didn't. I understand.
So we had, Roan, who writes queer romances that we adore.
Mm-hmm.
The girl child has been reading Lights on Knockbridge Lane all day today.
Is she loving it?
Yeah, she sent me a message earlier. She was at 70%. So, and then
we had Ophelia, who's Latina. We had Xio, who is a Black author. So we had a lot of that. And then we also had independent published authors like Eve Kasey to
well, Xio and Avery and Roan are all traditional published.
Traditional published.
And we got
and
author
a few that are
duos.
hybrid and author duos.
Yep.
So we really, when we were putting this list together, really trying to create a broad spectrum, and also a few podcast favorites, but also new authors, you know. So we wanted to make it a broad spectrum throughout the day.
And also the most amazing part of this has been you guys, the viewers. The fact that you stuck with us for 8 hours, that you join our Patreon, you embrace every crazy event that we come up with, be it a summer reading challenge or, hey, why don't you sit on YouTube for 8 hours and listen to us
Just
talk
hang
to
out.
romance authors?
Just hang out.
You guys are amazing, and we owe so much to you, the viewers, and our listeners. Without your Patreon contributions, we would not be able to do things like we did today. So we love you all, and thank you so much. And Carolina, thank you for, one, bringing us the idea of doing something today, and two, for sticking with me and embracing the chaos and sitting in a chair for 8 hours.
You are very welcome. It's been a lot of fun. It's been great to speak with all the authors, and I've read most of them, but I can't wait to dig into more series. You know, my TBR has exploded as well as we've done this. So
you're welcome. Although you should say that to yourself.
You're welcome. I'm welcome. And Becky, thank you for being game for this craziness.
Yes. Yeah. You know, it's going to be so much fun. I just touched the mouse and got yelled at, and he unplugged me. So it's been a long day. Anyway, thank you, everyone. We really do appreciate all of you. And happy National Read a Book Day. I hope you found some new authors and some new books. So many great features. I'm super excited. So anyway, thank you, everyone. Until next time.
Happy reading, everybody.
Happy reading.